Hello and welcome to the Blender Basics course. My name is Emily and I'm going to be your instructor for the course. A little bit about myself. I am a 3D artist from California. I received my master's in game development with a concentration in environment modeling from the Academy of Art University in San Francisco. However, my Blender journey actually began many years before that. I began learning 3D art using Blender in 2014 and have been hooked ever since. My focus has primarily been on creating environments and assets for games, but I have dabbled in just about every area of CG art from animation to ZBrush, and I have yet to find a program as versatile, powerful, and affordable as Blender. In this course, we're going to start from the ground up and cover what you need to know as an absolute beginner in order to get going making your own models that can be used in games, animations, 3D printing, and much more. We'll be covering a lot in this course, including getting started in Blender, mesh modeling, sculpting, materials and textures, basic animation, and rendering. I'm thrilled to have the opportunity to share my passion with you, and I will show you everything you need to know to get started. And although it may seem daunting at times, stick with it, and I promise you'll be making incredible models in no time. So now that we have all the setup complete, we are ready to go in and start looking at the program. So every time you start up Blender, you'll get this little splash screen. And if you've ever used Photoshop or something like that, you'll be familiar with this sort of startup file creator. Basically, all it is this left side is how you create a new file, and the right side will have any recently opened files that you may have. Creating a new file, you'll have to do so from a template. I always choose General because it will have every workspace that we need loaded into it by default. And we'll cover what workspaces are in just a moment here. So you can create a new file from some of these templates if you want to check them out. Or if you just click off of the splash window, Blender already has a new General Blender file loaded up. Now, I know the UI can be a bit overwhelming if you're not used to it. Blender is a program that has a lot of capabilities. So along with that comes sort of a busy screen. Don't freak out though. We won't be using all of this right away. This is, after all, a basics course. Now, I'm going to go over this interface a bit quickly as an overview at first, and we'll come back and revisit these tabs in more detail when it's more relevant. This will just be to familiarize yourself with some of these menus and things. Truly understand what is happening on screen here, we actually need to know a little bit of math. Don't be afraid, I'm going to keep this all very high level concept stuff. So let's break this down a little. Blender is a 3D modeling software. I kind of hope that if you're this far into the course, you already know that. But what does that mean? So we all know that we perceive reality in the third dimension, which means that any object in the universe can have its position be described mathematically using a set of coordinates using an X, Y, and Z axis. In Blender, X represents where the object is in the left and right direction, Y represents the forward and back direction, and Z represents the up and down direction, which we can see here drawn as the red, green, and blue lines. So what is 3D as it relates to CG? The things we make in Blender, although they are 3D, they still need to be rendered or drawn onto a 2D screen in order for us to visualize it on our monitor here. So what a 3D modeling software does is it gives us the ability to create digital 3D objects that can be rendered onto a 2D screen in a way that allows us to perceive them as 3D by using the principles of perspective. And yes, I mean this perspective that we were all taught in an opening art class, which I'm not going to be covering in this because this is a Blender course, not an art fundamentals course. There are tons of great free resources online. If you do want to know more about perspective theory, just Google perspective drawing. So getting back to Blender, This main window here is called the 3D viewport, which is exactly what it sounds like. It is a 3D view of the objects in our scene. The scene is simply how we describe the container for these objects and the space around it as represented by these grid lines here. The scene is essentially the Blender file that we will create when we save this. So I may use the words scene and file here interchangeably. Every new Blender scene starts with 3 objects in it: a default cube, a camera, and a light. We're going to get more into these object types in future videos. Now, there is a pop-out panel in the 3D viewport that you can access by hitting N on the keyboard to pull up this sidebar. It can also be accessed simply by clicking this arrow here. This will show you some information on the location, rotation, and scale of the selected object under the item panel. The tool tab contains some options for your selection cursor. However, these options are also accessible up in the top left right here. So personally, I don't use this tab very often. The View tab has a few settings for the 3D viewport, which we're not going to change at the moment, but we're going to go over it more later when it's more applicable. This sidebar might also contain any add-ons you enable. These are a few here that I use regularly, but you do not need them for this course. Baytex is a batch FBX exporter, and Mr. Mannequins is this awesome plugin that loads in Unreal Engine's default character model, which is really just handy as a scale tool when you're building scenes for Unreal. If all of that was gibberish to you, don't worry about it. It is not stuff you need to know. You'll notice that the Text Tools add-on we downloaded and installed in the previous lesson is not here. That is just because it doesn't utilize the 3D viewport for any of its functionality, so it just lives inside another editor. Lastly, for this 3D viewport, if you hit T on the keyboard, it will toggle on and off this toolbar here. At the moment, this only contains some transform and selection tools, but you will see as we progress that this menu is context sensitive and will change. Navigating around the 3D space is critical to being able to use Blender, because in order for us to see what is on the other side of this cube, we need to be able to rotate around it. To rotate your view in Blender, simply hold the middle mouse wheel and drag your mouse around to rotate around the object. If you ever get confused about which way is up, there is also this gizmo in the upper right-hand corner here that's just going to show you how your screen and how your view is currently oriented. As long as you remember that X is left and right, Y is forward and back, and Z is up and down. To pan your view around without changing the angle at which you are viewing an object, simply hold Shift and then click and drag the middle mouse button in the direction you wish to move. To zoom, simply scroll the mouse wheel in and out. If you do not have a mouse wheel, you can also hold Control, hold the middle mouse button, and drag back and forth. All these operations can also be done by clicking on their icons here on the right side of the 3D viewport. The last icon here is for switching between orthographic and perspective view. This can also be done by hitting 5 on your numpad, or if you do not have a numpad, make sure Emulate Numpad is on in the preferences like we went over, and just press 5 on the keyboard. Orthographic view basically takes this view of our 3D model and flattens it out without perspective. Orthographic view is most handy when you are modeling something and you want to view it exactly from the front, side, or back. It is easy to quickly jump between orthographic views in Blender. To view the front of your model, just hit 1 on your numpad. This will snap your view into front orthographic, and you can see in the top left-hand corner Where it used to say user perspective, it now says front orthographic. If you are ever unsure if you are in perspective or orthographic mode, you can always look up here. So our cube just appears as a flat square because we can only see the front side of it. If you hold the middle mouse button and rotate around, Blender will automatically switch your view back into perspective mode. However, if you pan by holding Shift, middle mouse, and dragging, or zoom with the scroll wheel, you can see that that orthographic mode is not broken. To view something from the right side, hit the number 3 on the numpad. You will have a right orthographic. To view something from the top, hit the number 7 on your numpad. Top orthographic. Now, to view the back, left, or bottom sides of this cube, try to think of it as if you were viewing the opposite of the front, right, or top, because that is how the keyboard shortcuts are laid out. So in order to view the opposite side, you just want to hit Control and then the number corresponding to that side. So if 1 will snap you into front orthographic, pressing Control and then 1 will put you into back orthographic. 3 would show you the right side orthographic, and Control and then 3 would show you the left. 7 is the top, Control 7, the bottom. If you forget these shortcuts, you can always come up to this top toolbar here in the 3D viewport where it says View. Go down to Viewpoint, and selecting any of these will snap your view to that, but it also shows you the shortcuts for doing so from your keyboard right there. It's really just nice to have that as a reference until you learn them. Additionally, the other way to navigate to these views is you can come up to this gizmo icon here and select the view by clicking on it. Clicking Y brings you to back orthographic, clicking -X brings you to left, bottom, and so on. So now that you understand the 3D viewport, we can move on to the outliner, which is this panel up here. And the outliner is basically just a list or an outline of all the objects that are currently in our scene. So this topmost category of the outliner is scene collection. That just means everything that's in this entire Blender file. We have one sub-collection here called collection. It is created by default. This just acts as a folder. They're very handy for keeping your scenes organized, and you might have hundreds of objects in a scene if you were, for instance, creating an animated film. They work just like you would expect file folders to. You can right-click on the outliner, hit a new collection, double-click or hit F2 to rename it to something meaningful. Organize your scene how you like it, drag and drop to move things around, collapse, and expand them. I'll try as the course goes on to remind you about things like renaming objects and organizing folders to instill good habits in you. But for the basics course, I don't believe we're going to be working with any large scenes that have many objects, so you may not see me rename and organize everything. You'll notice that selecting any of these objects in the hierarchy will also highlight it here in the 3D viewport. This functions exactly the same way as if we were to select from the viewport directly. You can see it's highlighting here. Selecting from the outliner is handy in large scenes. Maybe you accidentally moved your object way off into space and you couldn't find it. You can, find it in the outliner and move it back wherever you need it to be. You can also use the outliner to temporarily hide objects that might be in your way. You can do that by selecting the object and then clicking this eye icon next to it where it says hide in viewport. To bring it back, click it again, the eye is on. You'll see it pop in and out of the viewport here. You can also accomplish this with a keyboard shortcut. So You can do this by selecting the object in the viewport and pressing H to hide it, and pressing Alt-H to bring it back. Now, the thing about Alt-H is that, let's say you have two objects hidden, and you only want to bring back the camera. So even though if we have it selected, if you press Alt-H, it will still bring back every hidden object that's in our scene. So if we had both of these hidden and I only wanted to bring back the camera and not the light, I would have to do so in the outliner up here. This feels like a good time to talk about shortcuts. Blender is a very shortcut heavy program. Some people love that, some hate it. I personally love it, but I do realize that it is kind of a ridiculous amount of shortcuts to learn. Blender has gotten a lot better about making its menus more easy to navigate. So if you're not a shortcut person, but I do think it is really worthwhile to learn them, as it just speeds up your workflow so much when you really start modeling. So I suggest maybe just keeping some notes and write down the shortcuts we go over to have for reference until you have them memorized. The next panel underneath the outliners is the Properties panel. This panel is really important as it contains all the information for the selected object, as well as some properties of the scene in general. The icons on the left are each a different tab of the Properties panel. We have Active Tool and Workspace, Render Properties, Output Properties, View Layer Properties, Scene Properties, World Properties, and Collection Properties. All of these are more general settings that affect things regarding the entire scene, as well as how and where to render images to. We'll cover these more later on into the course. For now, we'll mostly be looking at these bottom options as they relate directly to the object that you have selected. So with the cube selected, I have these options, but when I select the light, these tabs change to reflect the different properties that this cube and this light have. So let's look at some of the cube's properties. You can just left click on it to select. Every object that you can add to the 3D viewport will have this Object Properties tab. We won't be using this one all that much, as the only really pertinent information on it for a basics course would be this Transform tab, which can be viewed more easily via the sidebar in the 3D viewport by pressing N, going to Item, and seeing the Transform information right here. Next on the list is the Modifiers tab. This is probably the tab that you will be using the most of all in this course. Right now, there's nothing in it because this cube has no modifiers. We'll come back to this later, but as you can see, when you click the Add Modifiers drop-down, there is a whole list of things that you can add to this cube to modify its shape and appearance. Next down the list is the Particle Properties. We may come back to this. It is slightly more advanced feature, but we'll probably touch on it briefly towards the end of the course. Same with the Physics Properties. These are some really cool physics simulators you can use to animate a mesh in such a way that it would automatically behave like cloth or water. But again, it's a cool feature, but it's slightly more advanced than we will really be covering. We won't be covering object constraints. Object data properties, we will touch on briefly probably when we talk about UV maps. Materials, this will probably be your second most used property tab. This controls how the surface of your 3D objects appear when they're rendered. So if you wanted to change the color of an object, for example, you would be controlled here through the Material tab. And the last is Texture tab, and we'll be getting back to this one when we talk about texture painting. The last panel you have in the window is the Animation timeline. This timeline shows any animations that you may have in your scene. We don't have any animations on this object, but if we did, we would be able to see them by pressing play, and they would play here on the object itself. You also have a rewind, pause, and forward features. You're pretty much your standard playback controls. The timeline down here represents the animation in frames. Blender defaults animations to 24 frames per second, which is standard, I believe, for animated films. This setting can be changed in the Properties panel under Output Properties, Format, go down to Frame Rate, and you can click this drop down here that says 24 FPS and change it to something else. So if you were working on, say, an animation for a game, you'd probably want it to change it to at least 30. That's pretty standard for console games, but the next-gen games, the PS5 era games, now run at 60. You could change it to that as well. But for now, we're just going to leave it at 24. So to convert the timeline to seconds, it's just the frame number divided by your frame rate. In our case, 24. So 120, frame 120 divided by 24 would be 5 seconds of animation. We're going to cover some basic object animation in this course, but anything like animating characters is just a bit beyond the scope of a basics course. Now these panels in Blender are all completely configurable. You can resize any of these panels by clicking on dragging on the space between them. You can also bring in a new panel by moving the cursor over to the corner of any existing panel until you get these crosshairs. If you click, drag, pull it out, it's now split this window into 2 separate panels. So right now, it's just created another 3D viewport, but you can change what editor is displayed in any panel by clicking the drop-down icon at the top where it says editor type. For example, I could change this one to a shader editor, and this would give me access to Blender's visual scripting system for creating materials, just as an example. If you drag out a panel and you later need to get rid of it, place your cursor on the corner between windows, hold the left mouse button, pull it over the panel that you want to get rid of. Your cursor will turn into this arrow and that panel will go dark. And when you release, that panel will be gone. So all these different panels we've just gone over are part of the layout workspace. A workspace in Blender is just a preset configuration of panels designed to speed up your workflow. So, for example, I could click to here, drag out a new panel, go to the editor type, and change this to UV editor to access this editor window. Or it is much simpler to just come up to here and click UV editing. All this does is it's removed the animation timeline and it split this panel into 2, where we have the 3D viewport on one side and the UV editing workspace on the other. We'll go over what UVs are later. I don't expect you to know what that is. Just know that this panel configuration has been pre-optimized for UV editing. The same goes for all these workspaces. We will be using a few of them during this course, but any of them is configurable and renameable. And you can make a custom workspace by clicking the plus sign up here, choosing a template to go from, general, let's say modeling, adding whatever editors you want, and so on. Now, these custom workspaces are on a per file basis, meaning that if you save this file and reopen it, this custom workspace will be as you left it. But if you create a new file, this workspace will not be there. Speaking of which, if you wanted to save your Blender scene, it's pretty standard, but you're just going to come up to this top where it says File, click Save or Save As, whichever. Choose a file location where you want to save it. Name it whatever you like, and press Save As. Now, when you open that file location, it'll appear here as a .blend file. A .blend file is a special extension that can only be opened by Blender. So if you need to get a 3D model that you've made in Blender to another program, like a game engine, for example, there are ways to do that. It's just not going to be using this blend file here. But we're going to cover that more later on in the course. Okay, so in the next video, we're going to be learning how to add objects into a scene and how to move, rotate, and scale these objects. Okay, so now that we are a little bit more familiar with the interface and navigation, we can move on to manipulating objects within the 3D viewport. In this video, we are going to start learning some of the keyboard shortcuts that we are going to be using in Blender. So I've downloaded an app that will display my keystrokes down here in the bottom left corner. This is just to help you follow along with a visual guide of what I'm doing, because we're going to be using a lot of keyboard shortcuts going forward. So we have our starter cube here, and this is what is known as a mesh object. A mesh object is basically any 3D object that the computer renders using points in space called vertices to draw lines between called edges, which subsequently have faces drawn between them and are rendered opaque. I'll talk a bit more about vertices, edges, and faces when we get into mesh editing. That's a really technical definition of a mesh, however. So in layman's terms, a mesh is basically any solid object that compromises the stuff in our 3D space. Everything that we model in this course is going to be a mesh object. It's anything that isn't something like a camera or a light or a non-solid data type. Mesh is often referred to as geometry, so you may hear me use those terms interchangeably. We're going to start by transforming the default cube. Transforming in the world of 3D graphics is just a way of collectively referring to the location, rotation, and scale of an object in 3D space. Press N on your keyboard to bring up the sidebar. Under Item, Transform, you'll see that this panel contains all those pieces of information of location, rotation, and scale, as well as the dimensions of this object in real-world space and real-world units, which is driven by this scale value here. So we want to move this mesh around in our scene. This is easy. All we have to do is select the cube by left-clicking on it. The selection will be represented by this green highlight around the edge here. So once it's selected, press G as in grab, and now you can see that when I move my mouse around, the cube moves with it. Very cool. To drop the cube into a new location, simply left-click again when it's in the position that you want it. To drop the selection and cancel the operation, while you're moving around after pressing G, right-click, and it will snap back to its original position. To rotate an object, select it by left-clicking, then hit R as in rotate, and move the mouse to manipulate the object. Left-click again to confirm the rotation. To scale an object, select it by left-clicking, hit S as in scale, and move the cursor away from the model to scale up, and move the cursor towards the object to scale down. Once again, left-click to confirm the new scale. I'd just like to make a couple of quick additional points about scale. In the world of 3D graphics, the size of something is referred to as its scale. And scale works as a decimal system. When you add a new primitive object, like so, it will have a scale of 1 in all directions, in X, in Y, and in Z. The default cube primitive is added to the dimension with a scale of 1, but dimensions of 2 meters by 2 meters by 2 meters, meaning it is 2 meters long in the x direction, 2 meters long in the y direction, and 2 meters long in the z direction. Now this is a scale of 1 for this object. By changing the scale to 2 in all directions, we now have a cube that is twice the size, and we can see that reflected here in the dimensions, where it says 4 meter by 4 meter by 4 meter, because 4 is twice of 2. Giving this object a scale of 0.5 will bring it back to 2 meters by 2 meters by 2 meters and a scale of 1, because we were just at a scale of 2 and we halved it by giving it a scale of 0.5. If we were at the default of 1 and gave this cube a scale of 0.5, you can see it reflected here, 0.5, and now the cube is 1 meter by 1 meter by 1 meter. And as a side note, I have my units for Blender set to meters. If it's not set to meters for you, don't worry. At this point, it really doesn't matter what units you're using here. But if you want it to be in meters, just for ease of following along, you can set the world units by coming into the properties editor on the right-hand side, going into scene properties, going under units, and you can set it here. So just make sure that the unit system is metric, the unit scale is 1, and the length is in meters. All this means is that now within the 3D viewport, one of these grid lines is equal to 1 square meter. So it's 1 meter this way and 1 meter this way. This is more important if you're going to be exporting your models into another program, but for now, just know that if you need to change the units in your scene, you can do so here. Okay, so getting back to transforming objects. All these keys on their own will perform the operation in all 3 directions. So if you wanted to scale an object uniformly, you can press X and see that it's getting larger, but it is not changing shape at all. It's still a cube because we have scaled it uniformly in every direction. But going forward, we're definitely going to need more control than that. We will often want to move, rotate, or scale in only one direction at a time. We can do this by pairing the grab, move, and rotate keys with either the X, Y, or Z key on the keyboard, depending on the axis. Remember that in Blender, the X direction is for left and right, the Y is for forward and back, and the Z direction is for up and down. So, for instance, if I wanted to move this cube a little to the left, I would select it, press G for grab, and then press X on the keyboard, and now you can see the movement is locked to this left and right axis, so I could move it a little to the left. If I wanted to rotate it around a single axis, I would hit R for rotate and then Z for the Z axis, and now we can see it is moving around the Z axis, which is drawn by that blue line that appears when you lock the axis. If I wanted to make this cube into a rectangle, I could scale it along a single axis. So I could select the cube by left-clicking, press S for scale, and Y for the axis I'd like to scale it along, and we can pull it along and elongate it along the Y-axis until it's more of a rectangle. You can also scale along 2 axes at once and lock the value of the third. So let's say I wanted to push this box back and to the right, but I didn't want it to lift off the ground at all. The ground being these grid lines here. All I would have to do is, with the box selected, press G for grab, hold Shift, and then press Z to lock the Z axis. And now we can move this along the floor here, move it back into the right, and we can see when we come into a more front view that it has not moved up or down at all. So whichever transform operation you want to use, plus Shift and then the axis key will lock the values in that direction. So if I wanted to make this box thinner, but not make it any shorter along the Y, I would press S for scale, hold Shift, and then press Y to lock the Y axis. And you'll see the other axes, which it is manipulating, are being drawn on the screen. And when I scale it in, you'll see that the box gets thinner, but doesn't lose any of the length along the Y axis. Additionally, if you need to be really precise about how much you moved something, like say you wanted to rotate an object exactly 45 degrees, you can change these properties manually in the sidebar here. You could type 45 into the X and it would rotate it 45 degrees, 90, rotate it 90, etc. Or it is much quicker to do so with the keyboard shortcuts. Which we can do by pressing first the transform key that we wish to use. Let's say R for rotate, and then the axis we wish to rotate it along, Z for the Z axis. And then simply before we left click and confirm, we just want to type 45. Now this will rotate it exactly 45 degrees from where it was. So again, that's rotate Z 45, and you can see that this property has been changed up here to 45. And of course, for rotation, if you wanted it to rotate the other way, you could do so by just reversing the direction. So R for rotate, Z to lock the axis, and then minus 45 to rotate it the other way. If you're having some difficulty remembering trig, these numbers might be making you a bit queasy, but just remember that when you're working on a 3D grid or even a 2D grid, the sign in front of the number will inform the directionality of the mesh or the operation. So, for example, start with a new cube here, just so it's easier. Right now we are at a location rotation of 0, but if we pressed G for grab, we wanted to move it along the X axis, we could do so manually by saying 2, and it would move it 2 units, 2 meters along the X. If we wanted to move it the other way, we could do the same thing, G, X, negative 2. We'll move it in the negative direction. Remember that this point here at the center of the world, where all 3 axes intersect, represents a location of 0. So this location, as driven by this green dot, which we'll talk about more in a minute, is at a location of exactly negative 2 meters from this point. Now, Blender does have a gizmo, and I believe it is even on by default. But if it is not on for you, all you have to do is come up here to the top right-hand corner of the screen and make sure this button that says Show Gizmo is on. Now, if this is enabled and you're still not seeing a gizmo on your object, just drop down this arrow here. This arrow here, and just make sure Move is on. This will make the gizmo appear on your object. So a gizmo is just this little arrow manipulator that allows you to transform an object by clicking and dragging these arrows rather than learning the keyboard shortcuts. I personally think that it is faster to use the hotkeys, but that being said, the gizmo is used in a lot of other 3D applications, so if you were familiar with something like Unity, this might be familiar to you already. And then if you enable move, rotate, and scale under the viewport gizmos drop down, you can do all of these operations. The arrows, of course, being for moving the object, the circles being for rotating, and the squares for scaling. Now, you may notice that even though I have this cube rotated at an angle relative to these axis lines, the arrows on the gizmo are still matching the direction of our world axis. This is what is called global space, and it refers to the orientation of this entire empty scene. The rotation of the scene cannot be changed because it is the basis for which we describe how objects within it are rotated. But what does that mean practically? Practically, if we have this cube rotated relative to our world space, something like that, if our transform orientation, our gizmo, is in global space, that means it would perform these transform operations according to the direction of the world. So if I wanted to make this cube into a rectangle now, with this rotation applied, I would hit S, Y, the same way, and oh, that's not really what we wanted, was it? Because you'll see it scaling along this line. And it just becomes really distorted. Now, we can definitely still make this a rectangle without changing the rotation back to match the world. All we have to do is set our transform orientation into what is called local space. Local space is basically using the rotation of the object relative to that of the world space to define the direction of this XYZ axis. So when an object is rotated like this, if you go up to this top bar, up here where it says global, click the drop down, you can change the transform orientations to local space. You'll now see that the gizmo arrows have snapped in according to the rotation of the cube. So now, if we scale along the y-axis, it's going to scale properly because it is using the rotation of the cube and rotating it along its local y-axis. However, a much quicker way to switch between local and global space on the fly without having to come up here and change it from the menu. If you want to perform any transform operation in local space, all you have to do is hit the transform hotkey for the operation you want to perform, and then double press the axis button. So to scale this along the Y without changing it here, we would just hit S for scale, Y once for the Y axis, and then instead of clicking, we're just going to hit Y again, and it's going to transform into local space, and we can scale it properly and click to confirm. This shortcut works for all transform operations, including move and rotate. So if I wanted to move this along its local X, which would be this direction, I would hit G for grab, X for the X axis, and then X again to switch it into local space. Click to confirm. Same thing for rotation. If I wanted to rotate it along its local axes, I would hit R for rotate to give me the rotation tool. Let's say X for the X axis globally, and then X again to change that to the local axis. Any of these transform operations you performed is stored in memory and can be undone using Control-Z. I believe Blender saves something around 50 steps in memory, and I believe you can configure that in the preferences as well, but 50 steps is plenty. You can redo any of the undone operations by pressing Control and then Shift and then Z, and it will redo the operation. So let's say you move an object, you transform it however you wish, and then you decide that you really need it to be back at the center of the world. But maybe you've done some other operations and you can't undo back through it. You can quickly clear the transforms by using the Alt key combined with the transform operation key. So holding Alt and pressing G will clear the location. It will reset these values to 0 and snap the mesh back so its center point is at 0, 0, 0 on the grid. You can also do this with Alt R for rotation. This value has now been reset to 0, and Alt S will reset the scale. So now we have returned to our default cube with no transforms applied. You could also do this manually by pulling up the sidebar here, again, which is accessed by pressing N on the keyboard to toggle, and just manually typing in 0 for these values. So now that we know how to transform an object, but this cube alone can really only get us so far. We need to know how to add more objects into a scene. So to add any object to the 3D viewport, simply hold Shift and then press A to bring up the Add menu. Blender gives you this whole list of different types of objects that you can add to your scene, but for now, we are only going to be concerned with this first type here, which is mesh. From there, this whole list gives you the types of mesh primitives that you can add. Our default scene always starts with a cube. Any mesh that you add to a scene from this menu is called a mesh primitive. They are mesh objects that just have a basic shape, such as a cube, a sphere, a cone, a cylinder, and so on. Now these are going to serve as the starting points for modeling more complex shapes. The Add menu can also be accessed by going to the top toolbar of the 3D viewport, here where it says Add, clicking on that, and the same thing. It'll bring up the same menu, go to Mesh, Primitive, and add a primitive. Now, when you add a new mesh into the scene, you will get this Add menu down at the bottom left-hand corner. Click to expand it, and you'll see there's some initialization options here for the primitive you've just added. So for example, for this cylinder, you can choose how many sides it has that make up this circle around the top. So setting this value down to 6, for example, will turn this into a hexagon with 6 sides. For a UV sphere, same thing. You can click to expand this Add menu, and you can use the sliders here to control how many segments and rings are in your sphere, which is a great way to control the resolution. So you can play around with these initialization settings, and you can get some kind of interesting shapes just from these alone. Now the thing to notice about these menus that appear down here is that as soon as I click anywhere off or perform any other operation in Blender, that menu is gone, and there is no way to get it back without deleting the object and, re-adding it here. That's because this menu is only applicable to the last operation you performed. So if you click, that counts as an operation, and the menu is gone. So let's look at some of these primitives. Let's look at this one here that says monkey. Now, this is Suzanne, as you can see in the top left corner here. Her name is Suzanne. And I believe the purpose of this being a primitive is for testing materials. You know, this shape has a lot of interesting sort of curves and planes, and it can very quickly show you how a material will appear on a variety of shapes at the same time. But we're going to use her for the purposes of demonstration. So now that we know how to both add and transform primitives, we can use these skills to give Suzanne a hat. I'm going to make it a party hat. So I'm going to add another mesh object by, in the viewport, pressing Shift A, mesh, cone. And now that we have the cone added here into the scene, we're going to transform it so it's in place as a hat. We're just going to press G, Z to move it up. We can press 3 to look at Suzanne in orthographic side view, and this will give us a view exactly from the side. And the nice thing about orthographic views is now when I press G, I don't have to press an axis, or Shift X in this case, to lock the X value. Because we are viewing it exactly from the side, moving this cone will not move it in the X direction at all, because we are looking at it flat. So, turn that gizmo off, sorry. We can move it sort of into place. We can hit R. We'll rotate along the X-axis if we are on in orthographic view. And we can hit scale until it's roughly where we want it. Looks great. Now you may have noticed that when I added this cone, it added it right into the center of Suzanne's face. Blender is always going to add new objects wherever this 3D cursor is. This 3D cursor is this crosshair icon right here. So by default, the 3D cursor is in the center of the world at 0, 0, 0. But we don't have to add new objects here. We can add them wherever we want in the scene by moving the 3D cursor. So we can do this by holding Shift in the viewport and right-clicking anywhere else on the screen to snap the 3D cursor to a new location. So now, if we snap this 3D cursor over here and we add a cone, you'll see it adds it over here. If you've moved the 3D cursor and you want to get it back to the world origin exactly, simply hold Shift and press C on the keyboard. This will snap the 3D cursor back to the origin and also reset the camera zoom so that you'll be focused on the world origin. This is handy. Sometimes you may accidentally move, your view way out and way back, and you're like, oh no, I need to get back there. Just hold Shift and press C, and it'll snap you back to the original location. You can easily duplicate any object you've added to the viewport by selecting the object and pressing Shift and then D and moving it out and clicking to confirming the new position. You can duplicate along a single axis using the same principle of moving along an axis that we just went over with the transforms. So you can select an object, you can hold Shift and press D to duplicate it, and then press Y to move it only along the Y axis, clicking to confirm as always. Now once we start having multiple objects in our scene, we're going to want a way to keep track of them. And we can do this by renaming these objects. We can see the name of every object up here in the outliner, and you'll notice when we start duplicating that Blender adds these suffixes .001, .002, .003 for all these objects that we've duplicated. This is because no two objects can have the exact same name in Blender. However, if we wanted to name these something other than the default, we can do so by either double-clicking this name in the outliner, which will bring up an input field. We can type in a name and press enter to confirm it, or you can do this by clicking the object in the 3D viewport and pressing F2 on the keyboard, which will bring up that same input field. Type the name, press enter to confirm, and now you can see we've renamed this one hat. So now I've added all these cones over here to the scene, but I don't actually want them there. It's not part of what we're doing. So to delete an object, select it by left clicking, and then either hit delete on the keyboard or X, which will bring up delete. I think we'll just delete it. X will bring up this confirm menu, and you can press delete. Note that pressing the backspace key does not work for this. It is only the delete key. So we can just delete these objects. So this hat's looking pretty good, but I want like a little pom-pom on the end of it right now. So how I'm going to do that is I'm going to add another object, and I'm going to add a UV sphere. Now, I was messing with the initialization settings here just a moment ago, so you'll see that when it adds, it's not actually adding as a sphere because it remembered the last settings I had. So all we have to do is reset this. It's 32 and 16. You can make it whatever resolution you want, but those are the default values for a new sphere and a radius of 1 meter. So press 3 to go into right orthographic. Let's press G to grab this sphere. We're going to move it up about there. Now we're going to press S to scale it in. And we're just going to make sure it's lined up the way we want it. R to rotate. That looks pretty good. So now this hat has a little pom-pom on the end. But say I wanted to move this now. Well, when I click on the hat, you'll notice that it's only highlighting the cone object. And when I move it, only the cone moves. That's sort of a problem. Now, we could do this using multi-select. We can click on both of the objects that make up this hat. We can click the hat and then shift and click on the sphere to multi-select. Now when we move it, they move together. You can also select multiple objects by making sure your selection mode up here is set to box select. You can hold and look at the selection modes, but we're going to have it on box. We can click anywhere in the viewport, hold, and drag over the objects, and it will select them in the same way. Now, this pom-pom is part of this hat, and I want it to be attached. But currently, Blender sees these as different objects. And you can see here in the outline, there's an entry for the hat that we renamed to hat. It used to be cone. And there's one that says sphere, which is the pom-pom on top. You know, they're separate, but we can join these objects together by selecting the sphere, then shift selecting the cone so we have the multiple selection, holding Control and pressing J on our keyboard. This will join these two objects together. And now you can see when I click to select it, it draws the selection outline around both objects. And the sphere has disappeared from the outliner up here. Now, this is a good time to mention selection order in Blender. The order in which you select things is typically very important. The most recent selection you make will always be highlighted here in this green color, and that is what is known as the active selection. Everything else that has been selected before that using shift and clicking will be highlighted in blue, and that is just known as the selection. For joining objects, the order in which you select matters because Blender will always join your selected object to your active object. This means that the combined object will have the origin, which is Blender's terminology for pivot point, of the active object. So what does that really mean? It means that if I join the sphere to the cone by selecting in that order and pressing Ctrl J to join, this object will now pivot or rotate around this green dot. The difference becomes more apparent if I undo that, separate those objects. So the difference becomes more apparent if I select the cone first and I join it to the sphere by pressing Ctrl J. You'll now see that the pivot is up here and it is the sphere's pivot. And when I rotate, it behaves completely differently. So keep this in mind when transforming objects. They will always rotate and scale around the origin, which is represented by this green dot. You can move the pivot point of any mesh object, but we will get into how to do that in a future video when we start editing the actual points that make up these objects. So the last thing I want to touch on in this video is the shading modes that are available in Blender. So when you add a sphere such as this one, you may be like, why does it look all flat and faceted? Can't it just be smooth? And yes, it can. In Blender, you could decide whether you want to draw objects with flat faces such as this, which is the default for any new primitive object, or with smooth faces. And to switch, all you have to do is select the object in the viewport by left-clicking and then right-clicking on it and picking this first object in the context menu, which says Shade Smooth. So you can see we no longer have those hard edges on this sphere. To put it back, same thing, just select the object, right-click to pull up the object context menu, and press Shade Flat, and we will get that faceted look back. So to recap, we now know the most fundamental functions of Blender, which is how to navigate around our 3D viewport, how to snap to orthographic views, and how to add, transform, and delete mesh objects. Now, I always think it is good to practice new skills before you move on to the next topic. So, as an exercise, I'd like you to build something in Blender using adding, transforming, and duplicating meshes. I'm going to do this as a demonstration. You're welcome to follow along and build the same thing I'm going to build, or build something totally different that's your own creation. It's up to you, as long as you are practicing those functions and learning those keyboard shortcuts. All right, welcome back. I hope you were able to make some cool creations with the primitive objects. If you followed along with the demo, it should be clear that with enough time and patience, you can make some pretty cool stuff even with just these limited functions. But I'm sure you're thinking, yeah, this is great, but not every object in the world is just a box or a sphere. What about organic forms like characters? And you're right. We need to learn how to edit these primitives into more. Before we get started editing these meshes, however, I do need to briefly explain something about shading modes. If we hold Z on our keyboard, we will bring up this radial shading menu. Shading modes in Blender allow you to view your model with different levels of information. So, by default, a new Blender file will be in the solid shading mode. This will render your objects with these opaque gray faces, which by now should be very familiar to you. However, if we hold Z and select wireframe mode, now we are viewing these objects as wireframe meshes that we can see through. If we hold Z and select material preview, this will show you the materials and textures applied to your models should you have any. These models are being rendered in solid white because we currently do not have any materials applied to them. Holding Z and pressing rendered will bring you into rendered mode. Rendered mode shows you your solid objects plus their materials plus any lighting information you may have in the scene. Remember that Blender default scenes start with a light object in them, and this is for viewing things in rendered mode. We will discuss these shading modes in more detail in future videos, but we just needed to be a little bit familiar with them in order to proceed to the next section. For the time being, we are only going to be looking at solid and wireframe modes. Okay, with that out of the way, we can get into mesh editing. Open up a new Blender file if you don't have one open already. We're going to use a sphere now because I think this will be easier to understand on a sphere. So we're going to select all the objects in our scene by pressing A. We're going to delete them by either pressing delete or by pressing X and then confirming delete. We are now going to add a sphere to our scene by pressing Shift and A, Mesh, UV Sphere. Now, up until this point, we have only been working with meshes in what is called object mode. Object mode is used for selecting and manipulating entire objects like we have been doing so far. But we can edit these primitives at a finer level by manipulating the component parts that make up these mesh objects. Now, a mesh object is made of vertices, edges, and faces. And if you select this object by left-clicking on it and pressing Tab, I can better demonstrate what I mean. Pressing Tab will bring you into what is called Edit Mode. Edit Mode will allow you to go into an individual object and edit its vertices, edges, and faces. While we are in edit mode for a particular object, we are only going to be able to edit that object. So, say I have a few objects in this scene. I'm going to duplicate this sphere, Shift D, X to move it along the X, Shift D, X, move it along the X. So now we have a few objects in our scene. Now if we select this original one and press Tab to go into edit mode, you'll see that only this one has changed. And if we click on these additional spheres, we cannot do anything with them. In order to edit these other objects, we would have to tab out of edit mode into object mode, select the sphere we wish to edit, tab back into edit mode, and now we can select points on this object. You can also switch between object and edit mode by selecting the object, coming up to the toolbar here, drop down, selecting edit mode, and selecting object mode again to tab back into object mode. Now this drop down will give you all of the modes currently available to you based on your selection, but we are only going to be concerned with object and edit mode. So let's select this sphere and go back into edit mode to take a closer look at it. Now, in order to edit this mesh, we need to understand a little bit more about how it is constructed. As I said before, every mesh object is made up of vertices, edges, and faces. So each of these dots here is called a vertex. And all a vertex is a location in 3D space that is defined by coordinate values on the X, Y, Z grid. Left click on any vertex to select it, and you can press N to pull up the sidebar. This will allow you to view its location numerically. So if I select this vertex, it will show me that this vertex has a location of approximately 0.69 meters on the X direction, 0.46 meters in the Y direction, and 0.55 meters in the Z direction. These numbers, when paired together, are just describing this exact point in space. Now, remember that the world origin is this point here at which all these lines converge, and its numerical value is 0, 0, 0. And as a quick side note, the 3-number coordinate values are always read in the order of first X, then Y, then Z. So, if something on a 3D grid has a location of 2, 8, 14, that means that it is 2 units on this grid away from the X location. I'm sorry, I should say it is 2 units away from the world origin along this X location, 2 of these grid lines. It is 8 units away, 8 of these grid lines away from the world origin in the Y location. And it is 14 units away from the world origin in the Z direction, which describes this location in space. Now, I know I might be being sort of repetitive here, but it is really essential that you understand how 3D graphs and plotting things on a grid work. It's sort of the basis for the entire concept of 3D modeling, so I apologize if this all seems fairly obvious, but you know, for some of you, it may have been a long time since you took any sort of algebra or math class, so I really just want to make sure that this is clear. And even after all of this, if it's still not really clear to you why these numbers are what they are and how these axes work and so on, then I suggest, you just take maybe an hour or so to brush up on some basic algebra and review the Cartesian coordinate system. So, don't worry about following along with what I'm about to do, but just to describe what a mesh is to you. A mesh is essentially a set of vertices who, when plotted on this 3-dimensional grid, form all these points that make up the shape of, in this case, a sphere. So, with the information of all these individual points, Blender is able to draw lines between them called edges. And this will form the mesh that makes up our object. We can view the wireframe easily, again, by pressing Z on the keyboard and selecting wireframe, or selecting wireframe icon at the top. So now we are seeing all the vertices and the edges that make up this shape, as well as the vertices and the edges around the backside that are normally obscured by faces. Faces are these surfaces that Blender draws between areas of 3 or more edges that are rendered opaque and give the object its solid appearance. We can select vertices, edges, and faces by changing our selection mode. Now we can do this by coming up to the upper left-hand corner next to our mode selection. These icons here denote your selection mode. Right now, we have this one with the dot highlighted to show that we are in vertex select mode. This means that when I left click on this sphere, it will select a single vertex. We can select multiple vertices at the same time, the same way we select multiple objects, by selecting one vertex, then holding Shift and selecting another. You'll notice that if you select two vertices that are next to each other, it will also highlight the edge between them. This is because an edge is defined by these two vertices. And if you think about it, it is physically impossible to move either of these 2 points in space without affecting the straight line that is between them. If you are in box select mode, which you can make sure of by making sure that this selection tool has a box around it, if it does not, you can hold it, select box, or you can toggle through all the selection nodes by pressing W on your keyboard. So in box select mode, if you click and drag out a selection, it will select all the vertices within that area. Now selecting the line icon here will put you in edge select mode. You can see when I click over, all the dots have disappeared from our mesh. This is because we are no longer working with single points in space, and instead we are going to select entire edges when we click. We can hold Shift and select multiple, and we can drag out a box selection the same way we did with vertices. Now the last mode is face select mode, as shown with this square icon. Same principle. When we click, we select an entire face, which is made up of the edges and the vertices. We can Shift and click to select multiple. We can drag out a box selection and select everything under the area. Now, the reason why I brought up shading view modes at the top of this video is that your selections will be affected by what mode you are in. So while you're in solid mode, if you drag out a box selection, you'll see that these faces on the front side of this mesh have been selected. But if we rotate around, nothing else has. However, if we are in wireframe view, which again we can get to by holding Z and selecting wireframe, if we drag out a box selection now, and then hold Z and return to solid view, we can see that these faces on the front have been selected, but it is also selected through our mesh to the faces on the back side as well. We've discussed quite a bit now about how to select portions of our object in edit mode, but there are a few shortcuts for selection that will immensely speed up your workflow. Let's go over some of these quickly. When modeling, there will constantly be times when you want to select all the vertices or edges in a loop, such as these loops that go around the sphere horizontally. Now, it would be awfully painful to have to come in here and click, hold Shift, click, and Shift click our way all the way around the mesh. So instead, we can use the Loop Select tool. Loop Select tool works in all selection modes, vertex, edges, and faces. And to use it, all you have to do is hover over the edges you want to select of the loop, hold Alt, and then click on the edge. This will highlight completely around the model. Again, we can do this in edge mode and in face mode. And in face mode. You'll notice when in face mode especially that depending on where you click, Blender will select the loop either horizontally or vertically around the model. So in face mode, clicking more towards these vertical edges on the left and right side of the single face will tell Blender to select horizontally. Clicking along these horizontal edges that run at the top and bottom of the face will tell Blender that you want to select vertically. When selecting these vertical loops on the sphere, you'll notice that it doesn't go all the way around. It stops one face short of the topmost point of the sphere. This is because the face loop select function can only select loops of quadrilateral faces, that is to say, faces with 4 sides. If you hold Alt and click on a face with 4 sides that is connected to other faces with 4 sides, Blender will be able to detect them as a loop. However, these faces at the top and bottom of the sphere are triangles. They only have 3 sides. So Blender stops the loop selection because it has detected a side, or a face, I should say, with something other than 4 sides. Now loop select both in edge and in face mode. You can use them with the multi-select function. You just hold Alt, you hold Shift after you make that first selection, and you select again, and continue holding Alt and Shift for each selection you wish to make. Now, not everything you need to select is going to be in a straight line with quadrilateral faces. Suppose we need to select all the edges along this surface in an S pattern. While we could just click to select and hold Shift and begin selecting everything we need along that curve, this is somewhat tedious. So instead, to speed this up, we are going to use the shortest path selection tool. The shortest path select works by first making a selection, either a vertex, an edge, or a face. This will work in all modes. Then holding Control, and then clicking on another point on the model. So if I click here, Blender will detect the fewest number of edges between those points because I am in edge select mode, and it will select everything along that path it finds. So we could select our edge, hold Control, select this point, and then without letting go of Control, continuing to select these points until we have our S shape. Or, for instance, if we go into top orthographic view by pressing 7, let's say we wanted to select half of these triangles that make up this topmost circle. Well, in face select mode, we could do this with shortest path by holding Control, clicking, and then still holding Control, clicking here, and it will select all of these along this path. This is another instance where selection order absolutely matters because Blender will always perform the shortest path operation from the active face, which is highlighted in green here. So if I hold Control with this still active and click out, it will grow the selection from that active green triangle. So if I wanted to grow it this way, I wouldn't be able to do that because this face would need to be the active face. To make this the active face, we can press Shift, click to deselect it, and then click again, still holding Shift to reselect it as the active face. Remember that the last selection you make will always be the active face. So now if we Control and then click, we can grow the selection that way. So now that we know how to select individual portions of our mesh, we can use the same transformation tools that we used in the last video to change the shapes of these primitive objects. So, using the selection tools we just learned, we're going to make a selection, and we can hit G to grab and move around and move. We can press R to rotate our selection, and we can press S to scale it. Now you may notice if you have a single vertex selected that you can grab and move it, but scale and rotate will have no effect. This is simply because a vertex is a single point in space, and by definition, a single point in space cannot have the properties of scale or rotation. And it is reflected here in the sidebar panel, which again, if it is collapsed, we can press N to bring it up. For this vertex selection, it only has a location property. If you select an edge, you'll see that you can rotate and scale it as well as move it. The same is true for faces. We can move by pressing G. We can rotate by pressing R. We can scale by pressing S. So let's use these transformation tools. Rather than undoing through that, I'm just going to add a new sphere. So starting from a default sphere, we'll press Tab to go into edit mode. And let's go into vertex selection mode by pressing this icon. So now we're going to use these transformation tools to change the shape of this. And we're going to change it from a sphere to more of a teardrop. So I'm going to go press 1 on the numpad to go into front orthographic view. I'm going to press G to grab this vertex, and I'm going to press Z to transform it along the Z axis only. So again, that's G, Z. We're going to move it up, and we're going to click to place it. So next, we're going to select this entire loop going down. We can do that by holding Alt and selecting between these 2 points along this loop to select the whole loop. Pressing 1 to go into front view. Pressing G, Z, we can move it up. And by pressing S, we can scale it in. Now we're just going to repeat this process with all these loops until we have changed it into a teardrop shape. Okay, that looks pretty good. You may notice me move in and out of edit mode quite a bit while I'm modeling something. I'm just trying to check the silhouette of the shape, which I find is a lot easier to do when the vertices aren't being drawn over it. It just throws off my eye a little. So the tab shortcut, as you can see, will be extremely useful in quickly getting in and out of edit mode. So there is another way to achieve this shape with fewer steps. but slightly less fine-tuned control. And that is with what is called proportional editing. So let's move this off to the side for now, just by hitting G and pressing X and moving it over. And we're gonna add another sphere right here. Shift A, Mesh, UV sphere. So tab into edit mode. We're going to select just this top vertex the same way we did with this last one. And this time we're going to turn on proportional editing by pressing O on the keyboard. Now this little icon here will light up to tell you that proportional editing is now on. And we can always toggle proportional editing on and off by clicking the icon itself. So with that on, we're going to go into front view by pressing 1 on the numpad. Frame this up. We're going to press G and Z the exact same way we did before, but you'll see now that we have this black circle drawn around our selection. And when we move it up, it's about the same point. We're dragging these loops along with us in a way that sort of has a fall off, in which the farther away you get from this selection, the less these vertices are going to be influenced by this transformation. So Control Z to undo, hit G and then Z for the axis. This black ring is the influence radius. So we can change it and effectively change the shape we are creating by, before we click to confirm the placement of this while it's still under our cursor, we can scroll the mouse wheel up to increase the influence or scroll it down to decrease it. Scrolling it all the way down effectively makes it the same as having proportional editing off. So we can scroll till we find a shape that's relatively close. We can click to confirm. We can press O to turn off proportional editing. And now we can scale these loops by holding Alt, clicking between these, pressing S, and scaling them in until we have roughly the shape that we want. Now, the difference between this method and this method may seem somewhat arbitrary at this point, but you'll see that there are going to be times when you're going to want to move something in a way that just feels a little bit more organic, as if you were pushing or pulling bits of clay, and proportional editing is a really great tool for that. Let's keep this one. I like this shape a little better. So I think this is a good time to mention something about the pivot point, which is known in Blender also as the origin. So I may use terms pivot and origin interchangeably here. Now, we've discussed it before, but I want to bring it up again, because you might have noticed now that when we move things in object mode, our origin is moving along with our mesh. However, if we tab into edit mode, and say we have everything selected, and we can do that by pressing A on the keyboard. If we now move our mesh around, the origin remains where it is. This is because this mesh is essentially parented to this origin. So when you move a mesh in object mode, what you're really moving is the origin, and the mesh is sort of just following along with it. However, when you move something in edit mode, you're moving all these points individually relative to this point here. So by changing the relative location of this mesh to its origin, that is one method of moving your pivot point. So let me show you what I mean by that. In front orthographic view, press 1 on the key on the numpad if you are not in it already. We can move the pivot of this object. So right now, if we rotate it, this is what it looks like rotating around the origin at the center. And if I were to move this object in object mode, it would still rotate that way. Now, however, if we start with this object in the center, we can do that by pressing Alt-G to clear the location. If we tab first into edit mode, and then press G, and then press Z to move it up slightly so it looks like it's sitting on this red line, which we will this will serve as our ground plane. But in edit mode, we've moved it now. So if we tab out, we'll see that the origin is now at the bottom of the object. And now when we rotate, it will behave completely differently. So why does this matter? Well, in a more practical example, let's say you're making an animation and in your scene you have a character and they need to move through a doorway, to open a door. Well, let's make a door very quickly. We're just going to add a cube by pressing Shift A, Mesh, and selecting Cube. We're going to scale it in the Y direction by pressing S and then Y and scaling it in. We're going to scale it in the X direction, S, X, and that is roughly a door shape. So let's press 1 to go into front orthographic. So let's say that this X-axis line is our floor, and this blue Z-axis line is going to represent where the hinges of our door would be. So if we move this into place, rotate around it, so it should swing open like this. But currently, its origin is at the center. So when I press R to rotate and Z to rotate around the Z-axis, that is sort of a problem. So let's clear the location by pressing Alt and G. Let's go press 1 to go into front orthographic view, and let's tab into edit mode before we move this object. So with everything selected, which it should be by default, but if it is not, just press A for all, press G, and let's scooch it up so that the corner lines up with the ground plane and the edge where the hinges should be. Now let's press Tab to go back into object mode. Now when we select this and press R and Z to rotate it, you can see it is rotating in a much more door-like fashion. One more thing to note is that your mesh will always scale away from your pivot point. So up until this point, because we have not moved our pivots, they always start by default at the center of the primitive. So when we scale it, it scales from the center equally in all directions. But now with our pivot offset from the center, when we press S to scale this object, you can see that it is scaling directionally. This can be really useful. Now, the only caveat to moving the pivot this way is that it is not always the most precise. If we zoom way in on this, you can see that the origin is not exactly on our mesh. Our door is actually floating a little bit above it. Now we can get this origin exactly onto our mesh if we need it, if we need to be really precise. We can do this with snapping. So in edit mode, I'm actually going to move this a little bit farther away from the origin just so it's more apparent what I'm doing. So in edit mode, we want to select this edge. We can do that by box selecting both vertices, selecting it in edge mode, or if we are in wireframe and in the front view, we can box select this vertex, which will select also the vertex behind it. Once you have this edge selected, we can hold Shift and S to bring up the snapping menu, and we're going to select cursor to selected. This has snapped our 3D cursor exactly onto this edge at exactly the halfway point between these two vertices. From here, we're going to press Tab to return to object mode. And with this object highlighted, we are going to right click to bring up the object context menu. Now we used this before when we were shading things both smooth and flat. But this time we're going to go down here to where it says set origin, and we are going to select origin to 3D cursor. This has snapped the dot that appeared here onto exactly this point, which, because we have snapped the cursor, is exactly along this edge. Now, under the Set Origin menu, again, right-click, Set Origin, we have a couple of other ways we can snap our origin. We can do Origin to Geometry, which will find the center point of this mesh and snap it to that. Or just Control-Zing to get this origin back at the world center. We can set origin, geometry to origin, and that will snap the center point of our mesh to wherever the origin is in world space. So again, set origin, origin to 3D cursor. So if we have this snapped onto this edge, we can now select this and press Alt-G to clear the location, and instead of clearing it so that the center point is on the world origin, it has snapped the origin of the object onto the world origin, which gives this object a location of 0, 0, 0, despite not coming from the center. Now, the pivot can also be temporarily affected without moving this origin point, and that is going to be by using the Transform Pivot Point drop-down menu. Now, it's more apparent what this does with multiple objects in the scene. So I'm going to select this, and I'm going to press X to delete it. I'm going to reset the location of my 3D cursor by holding Shift and pressing C. This will just snap it back to the exact origin of the world. I'm going to add a new object, and it doesn't matter which one. Let's do a cone. We don't work with cones very often. I'm going to bring this cone up by pressing G and then Z and moving it up. I'm going to press G and X and move it over to the left. Now I'm going to duplicate the cone, Shift D, and then X, and then click. So now I have these two objects side by side. Now, if I select both of these by either by shift clicking or by dragging out a selection, and I press scale or rotate, you will see a dotted line being drawn from my cursor to the center of these two objects. This is because we are in median point mode for the transform pivot point. So despite the fact that individually these objects would move around their individual origins, when we have them both selected, because this selection mode is at median point, Blender is looking at everything you have selected in the scene, finding the center of those objects in space, and using that as the pivot point. We can change this by coming to the drop-down, selecting individual origins, and now when we rotate or scale these objects, they are each rotating and scaling around their respective origins. The rest of these options are pretty self-explanatory, but try them out at your leisure. Active element will scale and rotate around whichever one is highlighted in the green here, whichever your last selected object is. And 3D cursor will rotate and scale around the 3D cursor, which right now is between them, but if you move them out, you can see it rotates and it scales using this as the pivot. So for the next exercise, I want you to use the skills that we've just gone over to make something. So starting from primitive objects, tabbing into edit mode, and moving and transforming the vertices, edges, and faces to make a new shape out of these primitives. I'm going to be doing a demonstration, which you can either follow along and make the same thing I'm making, or you can make something of your own creation. Either way, it doesn't matter, as long as you are using these skills of transforming vertices, edges, and faces in edit mode, and ideally layering those skills on top of the object level transform skills that we learned in the last lesson. In the next video, we are going to cover some mesh operations that will allow us to add vertices, edges, and faces to these shapes so that we are not limited to using only the ones that are existing, which I believe on a default sphere is 482. I believe it's 482 vertices on a single object. We're going to need more information than that. But for now, we're just going to practice using the transform operations on the edit mode level. So let us get started with the demonstration. So I'm going to proceed with the first demonstration here. Basically, what I'm going to do after each segment is do a little demo on how you can use the skills that we have just gone over to make something, either an object or a scene, in Blender. I won't be doing too much lecturing or talking or narrating over this part, as it's mostly just to watch and follow along. I will, of course, have my key strokes being captured down in this bottom corner so you can follow along with what I'm doing. But this part is just for demonstration. Follow along or use those skills to make something of your own. But without further ado, let's get started. So I'm starting from this default Blender scene. When you open it up, you have a general template. So the first thing I'm going to do is just select the camera, delete, and light, delete. Just because we're not going to be using them, so they're a little bit in the way. And actually, I think I'm going to delete this cube as well. I think I'm going to start with a different object. So to add an object, in the empty viewport, just press Shift, A, Mesh. Let's start with the cylinder. All right. Now, this is largely just going to be a function of what do we want to make with this. Thinking of making maybe like a little scene. So like a cartoonish scene. So let's start with this. Let's make a tree. Let's press 1 and let's move this up so that the bottom is sitting on this x-axis line. Now, this is going to be our trunk, but it's a little too thick at the moment, so we're going to make this thinner but not shorter by pressing S, hitting Shift Z to lock the Z value axis, and scaling it in. That's pretty good. Maybe should be a little bit taller though, so we're going to press S, Z to scale only the Z axis, and just correct so it's sitting on the ground again. All right, so this is a pretty good trunk. So now we want some like sort of like rounded bulbousy branch clusters, sort of like you'd see in the background of a cartoon. So to do that, let's hit 1 to go into front orthographic mode, just because it's going to be a little bit easier to work with. So we can either add the spheres here, or we can shift right click to move the 3D cursor closer to where we want them. Of course, it's not going to be exact using this method. Now we can press Shift A, UV sphere. All right, and now what we're going to do to make this part is just kind of scale these, make it a little bit smaller. And then now I just hit 3 to go into right orthographic because this is scooched a little bit farther forward than I would like it. I want it to be as close as I can to sitting exactly on top of this cylinder. So we're going to press G for grab. We're going to move it just so like this center edge that you can sort of see here is lined up fairly closely with this axis line. It doesn't have to be exact. It is organic after all. So now, to make this a little bit more tree-like, we're going to scale Z, just flatten this out just a touch. Now, I don't really want these facets, so on any of this actually. So I'm going to click this first sphere and click this, shift click I should say, to select all of it. I'm going to right click and press shade smooth. So now when we duplicate from these objects, the objects that we duplicate off of them will be smooth as well. Of course, I'm just duplicating by selecting it and pressing Shift and D and moving it out. So now it's just kind of a matter of arranging these objects so that they look somewhat sort of tree-like. Okay, that's looking fairly tree-like. It's enough for our purposes right now. Maybe scale these in a little bit more at the top so it has more of a tapered kind of look. But let's say we're happy with this tree. Looks pretty good. So now I want to make this one object. So I'm going to just, with the box select enabled up here, I'm going to click and drag. And if I join this right now, you'll remember from the lecture that this will be its new pivot point, which is not really ideal for what we want because we're going to want to move this around next. So with all these selected, if I just hold shift and press the one that I do want to be active, meaning the trunk here, it's going to make that one active. So now I can just press Control J. And now we have a whole single object. So when I move it around, it moves all together. It's called cylinder up here. Let's name it tree. Okay. Now, trees rarely grow alone, so let's move it along the ground here, and we're going to start duplicating it by pressing Shift D. We're going to rotate it around the Z axis to give it sort of a more random appearance so they don't all look like exact copies of each other, even though they are. We're going to make them slightly different heights. Actually, let's put these a little closer together. That's going to look better. And then, yeah, that looks good. We're just going to repeat that process until we have, well, maybe not a forest, but, you know, some nice trees growing in sort of clusters the way trees do. You can see some of these, because the pivot point is in the center, when I scale them up and down, they kind of shrink away from the ground. We'll go over how to move a pivot point in a future video, but for now, just place them back where they need to be. To hit Shift C to reset my camera because my cursor was distracting me floating up here. If the cursor is really distracting to you, you can always hide it coming up here and unchecking 3D cursor. I recommend having it on in the beginning though, because you might get confused why your new objects are being added way out into the distance because you've accidentally shift and right clicked somewhere. So Shift C again to return that. Okay, we have some trees. They're looking pretty good. Let's put an actual ground for them to sit on so they're not just sort of floating amorphously onto this grid. I'm going to do a plane for the ground, which is just a flat surface. So Shift A, add a plane. And for this one, this is just going to be one surface. So we're going to scale it up real big. Now it looks like they're actually sitting on the ground. All right, what should we add next? Let's add some, like, I don't know, bushes? Could probably do that with the sphere as well. You can see when I hit 1 to go into a front orthographic, the plane disappears. It's just because it has no thickness to it. So when you're viewing it exactly from the side, you can kind of see it in this line because we're still in perspective, but it's just because there's no thickness. So you're just viewing basically a two-dimensional line when you go exactly into orthographic mode. It's still there. Okay, probably not the most convincing shrub you've ever seen, but I think it gets the job done. So I want to join these together and make it a single object, but now when I box select, it's going to select this plane as well. In order to avoid this so that this isn't joined to the plane, just deselect by clicking off of any mesh here, select only the plane, press H to hide it. You'll see it kind of goes dim here in the outliner. Now we can box select all of these. The plane will not be selected. We can choose which one we want to be our active. Let's just say this one. Press Control J and join it. And now this is one object. Let's rename it shrub. And you'll see that I've renamed the tree, and since I did that before I started duplicating it, it's maintained that name with the numbering suffix across all of these duplicates here. You can also rename this one over here, ground. Okay, so let's start placing some of these. Oops, with only the shrub selected. Make it a lot smaller. What you'll notice I just did is that I had duplicated this object and I moved it, and it kind of sank below in my process of moving it, but with it still lined up, if you press Shift Z to lock the Z axis, it'll snap it exactly to where it was on the Z over where your cursor currently is. So you can always select it, Shift D to duplicate, and like say you want it in front of this tree, but it's like lifting up and down off the ground, you can hit Shift Z and then move it, or you can move it and then press Shift Z to snap it back up to the plane. All right. All right, what else should we add to this scene? Maybe some rocks. Some of these trees are a little short, maybe. Can get some more dynamic differences in the sides of these. And we can also scale these whole things up by a single axis if we wanted to make it sort of a different shape. We can just, it allows us to get a lot more variation in these objects without having to actually model completely new ones. We didn't really go over this object. It's not one that I use all that often. It is a sphere, but instead of having, let me pop a UV to show you. Oops. Instead of having these sort of square faces on it, it has triangles, and we'll get into why this matters a little bit more later on, but it just gives it a sort of different look. So I've been using the UV spheres up until now because I wanted these to be pretty smooth. But if I'm thinking like rocks, you want it to be kind of jagged. So using only the skills that we've learned so far, I think an icosphere might make a better rock. You'll notice for these rocks especially, I'm letting them just kind of stick through the ground here. And it's another good reason to have a plane is that you can use the plane essentially to hide all this stuff. So with a single rock model, we can use the transform tools to really get like a wide variety of different looks from the same, what is essentially the same piece. That trick is used a lot, especially like in games where you'll have, you know, you don't necessarily want to model 100 different types of rock, but you may need them all to look different. Otherwise, it just looks strange in the scene. So, you know, you make 3 or 4 rocks and you use your transforms and you clip it into the ground and the landscape meshes. So they appear to be different even though they are the same. All right, what should we do now? Add some like buildings of some sort. Add a little more interest into this. Let's make this roughly like building sized. Doesn't really want it like that. Just to make it a little bit more clear that it's like a building. We can add some more meshes to represent like windows and doors, things like that. And this isn't really how I would construct a building unless I was going for this visual style really specifically, but using only adding and transforming objects, this is how you would do it. Like maybe that's a door. I'm gonna make these windows a little bit shorter. Duplicate them along the axis so they're in like a nice row. Maybe make this like that. Could put maybe the door off to the side a little, just so it's a little more dynamic looking. I feel like this window should be smaller. Probably most windows line up pretty well with doors, so they're not like crazy higher or lower. Could I scale some of these in a little bit and make them a little bit more realistically sized? Let's just delete these. Add a doorknob to this just to give it a little more definition. So I can do that by shift right clicking to put the cursor there just so it adds it in the right spot. Oops, X 90 to flip it around this way and then scale. We're going to scale it all down the same way. That looks pretty good. Probably should be a little bit thinner. Oops, I meant to do scale shift Y to lock the length. Maybe a little bit shorter. And then just to make sure these are lined up, again, hit 3 to go into orthographic, and you can see that there's a little gap here behind it. So just grab it along the Y and move it in. And it's okay at this stage, especially if your meshes are like intersecting into one another. That's totally fine. Oops. You see my sort of zoom got all messed up there for a minute, so I pressed Shift and C to return it to sort of this default view. This door's probably a little thick. Can scale it in, move it out, move these ones back into it, and just make sure that everyone, since we don't know how to separate parts of a mesh from each other yet, just make sure everything is really where you want it before you join objects. We're going to go over how to separate like these pieces from each other once they're already joined, but that's for a future video. For now, we're just practicing adding and transforming. And you see, I forgot to shade this smooth, and that's really going to bother me. So I'm just going to undo out of that until they're separated. Shade smooth, and then make sure these are placed right where you want them. It could be probably shorter and thinner. Okay, let's not focus too much on this. Get distracted. Cool. So now when we look at it, oops. And you'll notice when I have this selected, the camera sort of rotates around the whole thing. When I have a smaller piece selected, the camera is rotating around my selection. And this is something Blender does just by default. So if you're ever wondering why your camera is not rotating kind of the way you want it to, it's probably because you have something selected that shouldn't be for your purposes. Okay. Let's give these some like window like frames so that they're a little more easy to see in our scene. Shift X to make it thinner. X. Hit 1 so that we can see exactly how this is scaling. We're just going to line these edges up as best we can with these edges here. And these aren't going to be very exact because we're not actually into editing individual meshes. But again, purposes of practice and demonstration, this works just fine. But we definitely can make these more exact when we know how to do more in Blender. This nice sort of frame. So you'll see if two faces are occupied in the same space, Blender doesn't really know how to draw them. So you'll see this sort of flickering happening. This is called Z fighting. It just means that you need to offset these slightly because two objects cannot be located, I should say, in the same physical space. It just doesn't make sense. You see it down here too, but we've already scaled the top one, so let's just duplicate that across the Z axis. It's like a nice little window frame. You'll see that these aren't Z fighting anymore because I actually have this ever so slightly indented here. You can see it right here. If this were exactly, which I'm not even sure if I can place it that exactly on top, it would cause that Z fighting. But when you can still have meshes that intersect each other without that, you just need to offset them really slightly like that. A pretty good window. Okay, let's join this together by shift clicking all the parts. And then we just want to make sure that the original window is last because I want it to have this as its pivot point. You can also go inside meshes in Blender. I mean, there's nothing really in here, but you can do it. If you just rotate your camera and zoom it, you can view the inside of this building now. I'm gonna delete those because it's easier to just duplicate this. And just a quick note, you'll see that when I pop into front orthographic view, you really can't see these little panes and frames that I've added anymore. And that's just because it's having a hard time showing you in this mode because this face is perfectly flat. So it's the same principle as viewing your cube. From orthographic mode, we can no longer see the sides of it. But if you're working like this and you've noticed that, you know, it starts to get hard to see what you're doing, there's a really quick way that you can visualize this better. You just come up to here where these view modes live, and we'll talk a little bit more about these in the future. But right now we're in solid mode, which basically is just going to render everything here as this sort of flat gray color, which makes it sort of hard to see when you're dealing with a lot of objects that are overlapping with each other. So in order to get a little bit clearer picture, we're just going to hit the drop down here and come down here to where it says cavity and enable that. And it's a pretty slight difference, but it sort of just draws black into these inner sort of shaded areas, and it draws a white edge along these outer edges, and it just enables us to see it a little bit easier. You can also duplicate more than one object at once with just all the objects you want selected. Same thing as duplicating a single object, just press Shift-D, and then if you want to move it along a specific axis, you can do that. Shift-D, move. It's pretty cool, huh? I'm just eyeballing these placements. I'm not using any sort of exact measurements at this point. We can get like, oh, I don't know, some like stepping stones or like a path along here. That might be kind of cool. I'm just trying to think if I should do this with an icosphere to match these rocks or a cylinder to make it more like paver stones. And this is just largely a personal choice of the design you want. Let's just stick with the icospheres. It gives it sort of a nice faceted look, whereas the cylinder tops will just look quite flat. Let's see. So this is what I'm talking about with like folders being very handy. And you can see I've already started to forget to name things here, but we're going to start organizing this scene so that we can more easily manipulate these objects as we need them. So let's make a new collection. Click, and we're going to name it like trees. We're going to put all these tree objects into it. So we can do that by finding them all here and just dragging them, or you can shift click them all to select. And then we can hit M on our keyboard to move. And we can select the collection we just made or make a new one right here. But we're good. We already made one, so we're going to put that right here. So now that all these trees are organized into one folder, if I'm trying to make like a garage door or something, like right here. So I can, you notice when I go into front orthographic, like this stuff is sort of in my way. So we're just going to temporarily hide that by going to the trees collection, and on the collection, hitting the eye there, and it will just collapse all those things. So really quick, let's just make folders for all these object types. So like I mentioned before, no two objects in Blender can have the same name. The program just can't handle that. So I've just named this one window. And now if I select this one and try to name this one window and hit enter, you'll see that it automatically adds that numbering suffix for me because it recognizes that there's already a window in this scene. Oops, if I could spell. 0.002, 003, and so on. And this would have been much faster if I had named the first one properly and then just duplicated it, but I forgot to do that, so now we have to pay. Okay, now we can back to this. Now everything's named and organized, and except for some of these rocks here. Let's not call this rock, let's call this stepping stone, because that's what it is. So we can also double click and then hit Control copy to copy this when it's highlighted. Control V, and I'll speed it up. All right, now everything's named nicely. Okay, let's get back to working on this piece. In fact, before I forget, let's just name it. I'm gonna try to make it like a garage door, which might actually make more sense on this side. If you're thinking like design-wise, you'd want space for cars to pull in on and have this be the longest side, but I digress. It's Control 3 to be the left side. Actually, I changed my mind. We're gonna leave it right there. And these buildings look kind of plain at the moment, so we can just add a little bit more definition by adding more cubes to it. So rather than adding a new cube, because I'm going to add some like columns and things to the side just to make it a little bit more defined. So I find it's easier when something's already sort of the dimension that you want it, at least in one or two of those dimensions. It's just easier to duplicate it, move it, and then change the dimension that is not the one you want. So because it was already the correct height in the Z, by duplicating this and scaling it in the X and Y, it's now exactly the same height as this and in the right location. Oops, before we do that, let's name this like column, just just to make our lives a little bit easier. Try to line this up fairly so that this dot is sort of lined up semi-accurately with these corners. And like, you'll notice that there's still some Z fighting happening here because this is the exact same height as I just described. But you also have to think about like, how much of this are you really going to see? Is this going to be covered with more objects? Is it going to be not viewable from the camera angle? And if that's the case, it's totally fine to leave it. Oops, shift. You'll notice in Blender, which is really nice, is that if you select something and like shift select and you're like, oh, let's say I wanted this, this, and this, but I accidentally selected this and this, you can hold control, do control Z will undo your selection also. So if you're like selecting a lot of objects and then oops, you select that one, instead of having to undo it and then like reselect all of these, you can just hit undo and it will undo your latest selection so that it will maintain this selection here. It's really nice. A lot of programs don't consider selection to be, you know, an operation that way that Blender does. That's pretty good. So you'll notice that the way I'm doing these, I'm duplicating it and then I'm lining this green dot up to where I want it to be, because remembering that this is the pivot point, so this point's never going to move based on a, you know, a rotation operation or something like that. So when I rotate it by 90, it's pretty close to where I need it to be already. And then it's just about fine-tuning that placement. D and then X. It's not looking too bad. Kind of looking like, I don't know, maybe an apartment building or something. And I tend to make my models, and it depends on the scene you're working on for sure, but I tend to find it's easier to model things on the origin point because it's just sort of a default, and it makes sure you don't have any sort of wacky values in here. I find it's easier to model things and then move them, but you are totally welcome to model them in place. You'll see, you know, some of these I've been modeling in place, like the windows and whatnot. That is just a matter of personal preference. Oops, scale, shift Y. That's way too big. I'm trying to make this like a mailbox. So yeah, you'll notice when we have multiple things selected and we, even though these aren't joined, if I scale these, they're scaling together because I have them both selected. Move this out a bit. I'm going to bring back some of our other models just to see how it's looking. It's pretty cool. But I feel like I started out with more of a nature scene, and this building doesn't really belong there. So let's reconfigure some of these things to make it look a little bit more cohesive as a scene. You can see that because I wasn't in an orthographic view, this tree has started to float. So we're just going to snap it down to ground by being in front orthographic. So, thinking instead of this plane, we're gonna make this a little bit different. And this is just a design thing. It's not because of anything about, you know, using Blender that is being limited. So instead of like having just a flat ground plane, because this is starting to look more like a city building and not like, you know, a small house, I think what I'm gonna do is make this more like on a sidewalk, and maybe have the trees just as like fewer, and then like maybe just like the little city ones you know have poking out of the ground sometimes, out of the little holes in the sidewalk. And then this is just a composition, sort of an art principle thing. Like you just tend to not want to have larger objects in the front because it's obstructing your view. So like this tree is a lot smaller than this one. So let's put this one in the back and this one in the front. It's just gonna look better. And then also we want to make sure that like these aren't perfectly aligned when you're viewing it from the front, just because when you view it from the front it looks strange. So just offset it a little so you can tell that there's two trees there. Obviously, if you know the camera angle at which you're going to be viewing this at, if it's not, you know, for a game or something where it's live demoing, you know, you only have to model and make objects for that camera angle. But this is just more sort of a general model, so we're going to make sure it looks good on multiple sides. I don't think we're going to need these stepping stones, actually. Oh, and we didn't finish joining our mailbox together. J for join, and rename it. Now, you'll see that the objects I've added were added outside of a collection. It's just because we weren't in a collection. We didn't have one highlighted when we added it, so it just added it to the general scene collection. You don't need to have your objects in these subfolders like this, but it's just a really handy way of organizing it. We can always move it back to the original collection. Oops. Don't worry about that. I just pressed a button on accident. We're going to go over that feature next. Oops. See, like both times I accidentally pressed Shift D and then I pressed X, but since I was in right orthographic, we don't see any movement on the X because we're looking at it from that direction. So it appeared like it wasn't doing anything, but actually it was moving it this way. So make sure, okay, so I do still have the duplicate. We're just gonna grab it on the Y. That's what we wanted to actually do. Put this back a little bit. Oops. I seem to have multiple duplicates, just delete them. Yeah, that was just from me hitting Shift D a second ago, a couple times. Make the street a little bit more narrow. It's like a shame to get rid of all these nice things that we made, so we're gonna like make maybe out here like a little green space for this apartment, a little courtyard or something. A little smaller. I'm not too worried about deleting these objects because these are all duplicates of each other. So as long as I keep one of them, I won't have to redo this work really too much at all. Again, let's put this taller one sort of in the back for sort of composition reasons. Make this one a little bit smaller. We probably don't need that one. Okay. Let's like further delineate that this is kind of a sidewalk. Oh, I do have an extra one here. Blade it. That and that. Grab forward. How many of these do I have? Jeez. Okay. Sorry. Oh, let's see, how wide is a sidewalk typically from like the front of a building? I guess it depends where you are. This isn't like a skyscraper or anything, so we're gonna give it a little bit of distance here. Oops. This is wireframe mode. We're gonna go over this in a future video. I just hit the button by accident. If you do hit this button by accident, it's controlled with Z. If you accidentally get into this mode, all you have to do is hold Z, click back over to solid. But we'll go over that more in a future video. Let's make like a fence here to delineate this green space from this sidewalk. Let's do a cube. Trying to think of how tall like a fence like this might be. I mean, I guess it depends on the fence. This is a privacy fence. It would probably be at least as high as this door. Maybe a little lower. Again, not really caring that it intersects into this because when it's not selected, you can't really tell. If you want to spend time like lining these up very perfectly, you're of course welcome to do that, but I don't think it's necessary for the purposes of demonstration. Put some windows on this side. We're going to select this row of windows, duplicate the whole thing, rotate it on the Z by 90, and it's going to rotate all of these together, which is really nice. A little time saver. We need a couple more on this side. Oops, wrong axis. I do that a lot. You'll probably notice I hit X when I mean to hit Y and vice versa, because, you know, when you're rotating around a lot, sometimes you get confused about which way you're facing. But no biggie. You can just cancel it. Right-clicking. and it'll drop it back where it was, and you can do it properly. Oops, just did it again there. Because in my head I have it, you know, that X is left and right, and it is, but because we're on the side of this building here, I'm now thinking as left and right is moving these this way, but really it's moving it this way. Oops, that wasn't that. I just fat fingered the keys there. Z and X are right next to each other. Let's try to line these up with these heights as best we can. And give the impression that like the floors are actually there, even though, you know, when we go inside this mesh, there's nothing inside it. A lot of this is trial and error. It's just because I didn't really have, you know, a specific plan for what I was going to model for this demo. I'm just kind of trying out different things and seeing what looks good. It doesn't need one. And place it, and then rotate, and then when you're an orthographic, you don't have to define the axis. It assumes, because you're an orthographic, that you are going to want to rotate around this Y here. So you just go 90 without having to press the Y axis. Pressing the Y axis is fine. It'll still function. You just don't have to in this case. So you can go into top. I like top view for placement. Just makes things easier. You can get a very clear view of what you're doing from a top-down perspective. That's pretty nice. You need like a chimney or something. A lot of roofs have like, you know, vents and things sticking out in them. So we're gonna add like some vents and things. I'm not going to worry too much about proportions on these because this is sort of a cartoonish scene anyway with these trees, so it's okay if our proportions are a little large. Chain smooth. Let's add a little cone to the top of that. Oops. Once again, hit that by accident. Or not so much by accident, more by habit, but we haven't gone over that yet, so I will try to refrain from doing that as much as possible. I accidentally had the whole thing selected, so we're just going to undo that duplication and that selection. Make sure only that is selected. Now we can duplicate it the way we want. Let's add some like cubes for like to represent, you know, like air conditioning units and things like that. Kind of like stick out and give buildings like a more jagged profile. Let's put this one like kind of in the corner here, so it's like on the side of this building and on the top of this building. It's going to be more rectangular. It's probably a little too large. Let's scale that down and like make it a little shorter. Okay. Yeah. It definitely is starting to give more of an impression of like, you know, a modern sort of city rooftop. Let's like put one and like rotate it so it's more vertical. just to make it a little more interesting visually. Let's put some of these up on this one too. Let's have the vents coming out of it just to break up these shapes so they're not all identical. It's gonna look a little bit better. It's gonna look like smokestacks or something, but you get the idea. You're not really gonna think about the function of these that much when you're just looking at this piece, you know, as a whole. We need a door to get out here though. So right there, I duplicated this door in top view and moved it out so it was generally where we want it to be. But when I hit R and 90 to rotate it in the Z direction, you can see from the doorknob that it's flipped the wrong way. So in order to do that, you can just, even after you type in the value, just hit minus and it'll flip it around. Let's make these like double doors. Why not? So if I wanted to make this like a double door, I could do that by duplicating it across the Y, but we want to flip this doorknob so it's over on this side. And we can do this without having to remodel a separate door with the doorknob on the other side. We just click this and remember that it's rotated already. So we're going to hit S for scaling it. We're going to hit Y to scale it this way. And you can see if you scale it all the way in and flip it around, it's flipped around now. So this is denoted in 3D graphs by using negative values. So all you really have to do, if you want this perfectly a mirror of this one, hit scale, Y, minus 1. And that flips the doorknob around. This is looking pretty good so far. If we can add like street lights. Sounds like a good thing to have. Let's start with a cylinder. Shift Z to bring it in. And unfortunately for the keystroke capture that I have that appears down here, it doesn't tell you when it's shift. Like it doesn't say the word shift out here, but it will have it in capitals because it's, of course, how you make a capital S is to do shift. So that's what the capital versus the lowercase is. It's just the capital means I've pressed shift with that key. This needs to be taller by a pretty substantial amount. Something around that. Maybe that's a little too much. Get it from the side. Actually, let's just duplicate this. Again, I'm placing the origin of the object right here because that's where I want it to rotate around. Actually, I'm just going to hit R90, so it's exactly 90 degrees in this angle. Shift Y, make it a little bit thinner. And then if you want to quickly zoom in on any selected object, you can do so by selecting the object and hitting the period key on your numpad. You see it's right there. That will frame your selection. So you can, you know, if you're way out here and you need to get quickly, oops, you just hit period. Of course, if you do not have a numpad on your keyboard, this won't work. It won't automatically rebind even if you have emulate numpad enabled. I had to manually go and rebind this to the regular period key on my keyboard. But we went over how to change key maps. shouldn't be a problem for you. Although I guess we didn't really go over them, but all I did was go to Preferences, Key Map, type in Frame. Frame selected, numpad 0 is right there. Frame selected, you see I have it. It used to be numpad here. You just click this, you press the key you want, and it'll bind it. Anyway, resuming with this. I guess for this shape, can't really, at this stage, we can't really make nice curves or anything in this because we're just working with primitive objects, but we are, in the next video, going to learn how to edit meshes so that they're more complex shapes than this. But for now, we're just practicing moving, scaling, rotating, and adding, and joining. I'm pressing Shift C to reset it, just to move the cursor off of it so I can see how it looks a little bit easier. Let that be 1%. So remember to scale this along the local. So if I wanted to make this end here and here, I'm just trying to make it shorter, but I'm not really trying to change anything else. So just a reminder, hit scale and then double tap Y. Oops, I mean double tap, of course, Z, and it will scale it along its Z axis. And just remembering, fix our shading before we join them, because at this stage, we wouldn't know how to go in and fix it after the fact. That's not bad. That's pretty street light looking. Control J to join. Now, you might get some errors in your shading when you join objects. We're going to go over this type of stuff more later, but if this pops up like this, it's because I scaled these objects and I've joined it to an object that has a non-uniform scale. So its scale is 0.091 and 0.091 in the X and Y, and the Z value is 2.44, which is throwing off the way Blender shades this. So to fix this, yes, that will fix it. So click on the object, and then you're going to hit Control A to bring up this Apply menu. Go ahead and click Scale. We're going to go over more why that works in a future video, but for now, just know that if you have that wacky shading happening after you join an object, it's because your scale is not uniform, and Blender really doesn't like that. So you can see that after I join it, or I'm sorry, after I apply it, not that, it has 0.091 here, Control A, scale, and now everything's set to 1, but the object itself hasn't changed. All right, let's continue with this. We'll make them as even as we can, but don't stress too much about placement of things. Again, don't stress too much about anything at this stage. We're just starting out, and we're going to learn how to do a lot more complex stuff and get things a lot more exact. Oops. Of course, on the Y. Of course, I didn't rename any of these. My bad. F2 to rename, Control V, copy, paste. F2, Control V, paste. let's rename this one to street while we're here, because it's not really the sidewalk. Just rotate around the Z 180 by going into top, R 180. And actually, if we wanted to maintain this exact distance between them, instead of duplicating one, we're just going to duplicate them all. The same way we did with the windows. Place it R180. And because this distance and this distance are not equal, and it's flipped the whole thing around, it is shifted over, but we can, no biggie, just shift it a little bit back so they're more lined up. Cool. Probably need like a car or something in this scene. And actually, let's just shift this whole thing over so that the center of the street is the center of the world. No real reason, I think it looks a little bit neater. And, you know, when you start to get a lot of objects in your scene, staying neat can be pretty critical. Now, this car is not going to be a total masterpiece, just because a car is the shape of a car is just much more complex than we're able to do at this stage, but we're going to get a rough idea of it. It's RX90 to rotate it 90 degrees in the X. Let's place them a little better and then scale them so they're the right size. I'm going to leave this flat shading on here just because object shading is going to make it look, well, it actually looks okay, but we're still going to leave it at flat. Not too bad, considering that all we're doing is adding and not editing any of these. Maybe the world's a little thin, but it's fine. So I'm selecting these, keeping in mind that I want to select this body of the car last, because I want to maintain this point here as its pivot. And then just hit Control J. And now we have this as one object, which we can rename to car. I'm just going to go through some of these unnamed objects really quick and make sure that we name them, just to keep good habits. All this vent 01. And we'll call this one vent 02. And then the ones that are based off of these same shapes, I'm just going to keep these the same names. So all the cube ones are going to be vent 01. And these ones with the little cone on top can be vent 02, which we only have one of right now, but we can add more if we like. And let's call anything that's like a cylinder with no cone, we'll call that vent 03. Control C to copy, F2, Control V for all of them to quickly rename. All right, this is starting to look halfway decent. Let's do these cars. Well, we don't drive in the middle of the road. Or we can even have them like, maybe like they're parked on the side. That's fun. Maybe we want one to be like a, like an SUV, so we don't want, you know, this trunk action happening. So easy to do. Same principle, adding a cube. And actually, I'm going to clear the transformation on one of these by pressing Alt-G. And so it's on top of the cube I've just added. And the reason I'm doing that is because I want to make sure that these two different types of cars I'm going to make it scaled appropriately. But see, it's getting a little busy. So let's really quickly, before we start making this next thing, let's do a new collection. Call this like street. And we're going to add all these objects that are blocking my view of what I'm doing. And press M and move them to street. So now if I hide the whole collection, oh, a rogue rock. It's just a little bit easier to see. So for like an SUV, we want it to be a little bit bigger than our initial, or our first car, which is more like a sedan, yes. A little bit bigger, maybe not quite that tall, a little extreme. And then we can also move this back in the Y so that it's not quite overlapping and we can still see it in perspective mode, but then when we go to orthographic, it's still lined up because we've only moved it in this one direction, which we're viewing it straight on. So yeah, maybe just ever so slightly smaller. And then we need to add like the hood part. So we're going to add another cube. Scale it. Make sure that it's scaled appropriately to the width of the car so that they match. And normally you wouldn't make an object like this using two primitives, so you wouldn't have to worry so much about like this inset, but we are just practicing the skills we learned, so it is best to just do it this way. Make these tires even a little thicker. And line them up as best we can. Duplicate, select both, duplicate along the Y. Okay, not a masterpiece again, but it certainly gives the impression of like a larger vehicle. So we're gonna select all of the parts that make it up. Select the main part of the car to maintain this pivot. Control J. And rename it car 02, just to keep it simple. Which means this is a car, but this is going to be car 01 now because we have more than one kind. That's just how I tend to name things. It's not really any sort of absolute naming convention. It depends what you're working on, you know, the target platform for it and all that. So, and we can have, let's see, have these ones on this side because I am American and we drive on the right side of the road. So you'll see these going this way. All right, not too shabby so far. I'm not totally in love with this as a garage, so let's delete that and just make some more windows here because I think it's gonna look better. Yeah, it looks better. It's like a nice, and again, if you want to put windows on every side of this and, you know, fix up some of these things in the back, you can totally do that. It depends, you know, what you're going to end up using these models for. So like if you're 3D printing something like this, you definitely want to make sure it looked good at all sides because it's going to print all sides and you're going to be able to see all sides of it. Similarly, if this were for like a video game, like a scene, like an environment, and, you know, if your character could get around to the back of these buildings, you want to make sure that these are finished. But if this is just going to be rendered as a still image, you can just leave it. We'll never see it. We'll never know. We need like maybe a little shop right here or something, because this kind of looks, you know, this has smaller windows, so it looks more like a residence, whereas like a shop would have like large windows where you could see displays and stuff. So let's make a shop across the street. Why not? We'll get crazy and make a cafe or something. That sounds fun. This roughly building size based on these buildings. Now, a little note about like scale and things. Because I'm not porting this to anything, you know, this is just a standalone piece. I'm not too worried about how it is scaled as far as the real world goes, because right now this building is 11 meters, which is actually probably pretty accurate to world scale. Maybe not exactly. The door is about 2 meters tall. That's pretty accurate. You know, but this whole scene could be any size. It could be, you know, this big, and it would still look fine because the scale is only relative to everything else in the scene. So if you're thinking about the scale of the scene as I have set it up, here's a door, person would be this big, and then this would be a 1-story building, would be about, let's see how large that is by lining up our cube to it. Let's be a little bit bigger in the end, in the Z. So that's about 1 story. It's just above these windows, like halfway between these two windows, and which is currently 4.88 meters. I don't know how accurate that is. Probably not very, but you want to keep that in mind when making like multiple buildings and stuff. You know, if you've established in this building that this is the height of a 2-story building, you know, if you have it wildly different on the other side of the street here, and the windows are all wacky and not lined up, it's just going to look strange. It's going to sort of break the realism. Not that there's a lot of realism going on in this scene, but, you know, even things that are stylized, you know, look like cartoons, there's an internal consistency about them that makes us suspend our disbelief in a way that, you know, when you break it, it just looks wrong. So this is about a 2-story building here, based on what I've already modeled, which means that these cars are probably like wildly inaccurate. These are probably way too big. Those are just things you want to keep in mind. Like, these cars are gigantic, actually. So let's scale these down to something more specific. A person is about the height of this door, right? A little less. The car's lower to the ground, though, right? So you want to like, you can check these by putting these objects really quite, you know, close next to each other. So like a sitting person in this vehicle would be actually suspended pretty high up. And, you know, when you think about standing next to a car and like looking in the windows, you're looking down. So these actually need to be smaller. And again, we're not going for, you know, exact measurements or anything like that here, but these cars are actually, I don't know, what's the opposite of a clown car? Have some of these parked along the streets. They're at irregular intervals, so it looks semi-realistic. So that's a sedan. You want to make the height of, like, if you're looking in the window of an SUV, you're pretty much looking at eye level. I mean, depending on the car, but roughly. So eye level is probably about here. Yeah, it's probably about like that. You'll have this guy sort of driving in the middle, not parked. So he'll be a little bit more towards the center. You can have some of these guys driving as well. And duplicate some of these. Make sure you rotate around so they don't get a parking ticket. You can have some of these. These ones don't, the direction doesn't matter as much because you can't, with this level of detail, you can't really tell what the front and the back is, obviously. So we can just duplicate these ones and make sure they're kind of set in the right place, as if they were driving along this street. Adds a little bit of motion to your scenes, makes them a little bit more dynamic. Let's add some more parked vehicles on the other side. These, maybe one of these over here. Okay, so, I mean, you get it, it's a street. We could put like a little median even in it if we wanted to. Actually, why not? And this is our creation. We can add whatever we like. Oops. X. If the grid is distracting you, if you've started building sort of under it like I have, you can turn it off, or the visibility of it, I should say. You can come up here where it says show overlays and click this drop down. You can turn off the floor. We'll turn off the grid. The lines will still be there. If you want to turn those off, you just select the axes that you wish to be drawn onto the screen. I'm going to leave it on because I like to have the grid as just sort of like a reference to like where my floor is and how big my scale is. I'm just going to select everything in this scene by hitting A. And I'm going to come into either front or right orthographic view. It doesn't matter, but you'll see that the street, because of the sidewalk, tips down and the grid is being rendered over it, which is bugging me, but I don't want to get rid of it entirely. So I'm just going to grab everything again by pressing A for all, G, Z, and I'm just going to move it so the street is above the grid line here. So now we still can see our grid, but it's not being rendered over a street. So we just get a little bit clearer picture of what our scene actually looks like. Okay, back to this side of the street. Do we have like some fences here? Looks pretty good. And the reason I'm duplicating from over here instead of right here is, I guess just because it's already rotated the way I want it. So in my mind, it's fewer operations if I just have to move it and scale it and not move, scale, and rotate it. Leave like a, make sure this is lined up. And leave like a little gap in this fence where like people could come in and walk in here. Yeah, I think I'm going to do it that way. We have our double doors here. Let's make this one object because we still have our single door, so we don't have to remodel it if we want to use a single door. We'll duplicate it from here if we want a single door and here if we want a double door. So select both of these, and this selection order doesn't matter much because, I mean, it does matter. It's going to put your pivot here or here depending on what you have selected, but I don't think either is necessarily preferable in this case. So just any way you do it, Control J to join it. And now top mode, you can see we still have it highlighted through the mesh, which is nice because we can see what we're doing. S. I'm going to do Shift D. We're going to drag it all the way over. Let's put the doors over here. 90 minus. That's pretty cool. Okay, so now we need to make, we want this to be like a cafe or a shop. Let's make this have some, it can have the small windows up top. You'll notice that most buildings do, but let's have some like larger display type windows here. So I'm gonna model these from scratch. And actually, because the scene is getting kind of busy, let's remember to rename everything nice. Median. Oops. Median. And put that in street. Let's put the cars in the street as street folder, I should say, as well, just because that makes sense to me. Street. How you organize these objects into folders is really up to you. I'm kind of doing it by sort of by object type, but also kind of by location. If you do it by location, like if you select everything, you know, in this back side of the street and put it in its own folder, you can quickly toggle this entire side on and off, which makes, you know, working with this side a little bit easier, but it's up to you. Whatever you find is most effective and quickest when you're modeling. Okay, so let's turn off the street, turn off. And now that this scene is kind of pivoted away from the sort of more nature scene that I've started with, it probably doesn't make sense to have like the trees, the shrubs, and the rocks all separate. At least it doesn't to me. Again, you can make it however you want. Oh, and you'll see that because I had this selected, when I clicked add new collection, it added it as a sub collection. So you can definitely have folders within folders. That's no problem. But if you want to get it out, just drag it back up to the whole scene collection. So now I have this duplicate that says shrubs one. Let's just call this one, I don't know, nature. And then we have one rock. Yeah, that's really unnecessary to have a whole collection for a single rock. To delete a collection, just press delete. And then if you delete a collection that has objects still in it, Blender by default won't delete those objects. It will just delete the collection and it will move these objects into the scene collection. So if I press delete, you'll see that these are still down here. If you wanted to delete everything that was in a collection, you can do that without, you know, individually selecting them. You can select the collection, right click, and click delete hierarchy, and that will actually delete the objects from the scene. Okay, so now we have our nature in one folder, our street in the other. Let's call this one sort of building, I don't know, building one. Not very creative, I know. So right now these things are still in building one. So we're just going to move and make a new collection, not within building one. We're going to call it building 2. And we're going to just select all the things over here. Building 2. So now if I hide that, hide the nature, hide the street, I'm just left with this, which makes it pretty easy to work with, although having this might be nice. Anyway, you can move things around as you work, whatever works for you. So hitting 1 to go into orthographic goes into the global front orthographic. So we're actually viewing the back of this building because it's rotated away from the front view. So again, just press Control and 1 and we'll see the front of this building, even though it is the back of the world space. This is a little off. Some little adjustments there. Okay, so now let's make our like store windows. Let's set the cursor right here. And kind of the same way as we made the other ones, but just a different size, and a different shape. We'll see, I'll probably hit 1 on accident a lot because I'm so used to snapping into the front, but we actually want to be snapping into the back. gonna look better. We have like, oops, not delete, Shift D and then X. We have a couple right there. And right there. Again, a lot of this is just trial and error. You know, you add a thing, see if it looks good. If it doesn't, you rework it. Actually, I don't know why I duplicated these already. I'm gonna add more detail to this window before I place them. So let's just start with this one. So I didn't move my 3D cursor, so it added this over here, but it's fine, just move it. And we'll make these both a little bit shorter, so select them both, scale, Z for Z. There we go. This frame looks really nice, but let's push it back a little so it's more in line with the window itself. And this window can be a lot thinner. This would be like the glass part of the window, right? So you'd want it to be pretty thin. Debating whether we should put some like vertical panes just to give this really just more visual interest than it has. Let's try it out and see how it looks. And these aren't have to be super accurate. Oops. Just selecting all the panes and then selecting the sort of glass part, Ctrl-J, just to maintain that. Okay, it's not looking too bad. Let's bring back some of our things. Okay, cool. Let's, before we forget, we're gonna name, oops, caps lock was on, name this shop window to differentiate it from the other windows. Shift D and X, oops, can't see what I'm doing. So if you duplicate something with Shift D and you right click and drop it, it doesn't cancel the duplicate operation, it only cancels the movement part of it. So that duplicate is still there, it's just on top of the original. So if I hit G and then X and move it out, you'll see the original is still there and there's my duplicate. So just keep that in mind. You know, if you're undoing a lot and dropping a lot of selections, you might end up with some duplicates, which will maybe cause some frustration for you. I don't know. All right, cool. It's like a shop window. I'm gonna just hide building 01 because I keep getting in the way when I look at it from more of a street angle. And we can I mentioned before, like we can have subfolders, so we can have this whole thing be street. We can right click on it, add a new collection. It'll start here as street. It'll be whatever this name is plus the number suffix. So if we wanted to have the cars in their own folder within the street folder, we can make that folder, name it, select all the cars, move them to street, and now you'll get this little pop-out window that has, now do you want it in the base folder or do you want it in the subfolder you just made? And we want it in the subfolder. So now we can have the street on and just turn the cars off. Same thing with the street lights. Let's do that again because it'll make our scene a little bit easier to look around in. All the street lights. Select the street lights. You can also drag and drop them and move them that way. And then we can turn just the street lights off, but we still have the street folder on. Cool. I'm gonna make little make this like a cafe, you know? So we need a door that goes out from the building onto this patio. So like this would be the interior part with the seating. I don't know, maybe the kitchen's back here. I haven't really planned out that much, but you know, when viewing it from the outside, you know, you want to make sure you have doors to places that people need to access, because it will just look wrong if you don't. And okay, so if this is like your outdoor dining area, we're gonna like place little tables in here. So let's do that. I'm gonna reset my orientation. I'm gonna turn off the street entirely, and I'm just gonna, and the nature. I'm just gonna build this. Actually, I'm just gonna turn off everything because it's in my way. I'm just gonna build a little table, maybe like a round one. And I'm not worried about the scale right now because I can, as long as the proportions are correct, I can scale it up and down when I'm placing it. Actually, let's do that with another cylinder, not a cube. I just want this, this red line, the x-axis, is just going to act as my ground plane here as a reference for when I'm modeling. So I'm trying to line it up as if this were the ground. I did that really fast. It was just selecting these, Shift-D to duplicate, R for rotate, Z for the Z-axis, and then 90 to flip it exactly 90 degrees, which leaves us with these two. That's pretty good. So if you have a table, we need a chair. But first, actually, let's join these objects, making sure the active one is where we want the pivot. Rename it table. And now we can do a chair. Move this aside a little bit because it's going to add our new objects right here where the 3D cursor is. We're going to make a chair out of a cube. So that's a little off, which is probably going to bug me, but it should be fine. I don't think you're going to notice when you're looking at the whole scene, but obviously if yours is off and you want it to be exact, just make sure it's exact before everything is where you want it before you join this object together. I'm just using a combination of scale on the Z and grab on the Z to get these legs placed correctly. Or at least this one, and then once this one is placed where I want it, duplicate it along one axis at a time. Duplicate both of these at once. And we have little legs for our chair. That's pretty good. Maybe it's a little wide though, so scale that in and then grab for these ones to move them in a little bit. That's better. I mean, if you think about a person sitting here, you need clearance for their legs. Maybe it's a little short, so we can just select these two and grab Z to move them up. And then delete these because it's quicker, I think, to get one in the scale and proportions you want it, and then just duplicate it. That's better. All right. Join all these. Rename chair. Okay, so if we unhide the rest of our scene now, or at least most of it. Where'd our table go? There it is. It's sort of sunk down into the street. So, because that's where the origin of the world is. So we're just going to place it the way we've been placing everything else. G key, moving it up. And then once again, just check the scale of it by placing these next to like a door. A door is a great reference for scale because everyone knows how big doors typically are. That looks about right. Maybe a little small. You just scale these up a little bit. So Shift Z so it doesn't lift off the ground because it's where I want it in the up and down direction. And let's go into top view. This is our chair. Just select it, rotate it to place more chairs around. And for this, I really recommend that you don't place things like at exact angles because that's just not how things are placed in real life. Nothing is really that exact. So it looks a little bit more natural when you have these things slightly off of like, you know, exact 90-degree rotations. Okay, so let's select these objects, Shift D, and then Shift Z. You can rotate them around their Z axis to give them some different configurations. Maybe delete one of these. Oops. Delete one of these. Let's put this one, grab Shift Z back in this corner, rotate Z. You could definitely join these objects together. Objects do not have to be touching to be joined. I'm just not doing that here because I want to be able to vary the amount of chairs that are sort of at each table. And if they're joined, I won't be able to do that. Let's put this door 90 and then minus to flip it. Let's put this door actually in this corner because I think it makes more sense. Same thing with rotating on an axis. You don't have to select the axis you want to rotate on before you select how much you want to rotate it. So like with all those selected, you'll say I hit R and then 90 and it flipped it in kind of this funky way because I'm not in an orthographic viewport, I'm in a user, and it's trying to interpret how to flip it 90 degrees based on my camera angle. But obviously I don't want that, so I can hit R and 90, and then before I click to confirm, if I just hit Z, it'll snap it to the axis, the same way it would if you hit Z before you entered 90. Make sure that's on the ground. Yeah, not too bad. Maybe we want like some awnings or something along here. Place a cursor. Let's do it with I think cube is the best shape in this scenario. You see this is the inside, but I'm just trying to line it up. I mean, I guess I should probably just go into right orthographic to make it exact. If you just line it up manually, even if it's like pretty close, because it's still in perspective, you're gonna get like some wonky rotations, which are more apparent the more you do it. So either lock the axis by clicking X, Y, or Z on your keyboard, or go into an orthographic mode where it's, you know, the way you can see it and rotate it that way. Some more of these along here. That's pretty good. Let's put like, of course, forgot to rename them. copy the name, F2, paste. The F2 also works even if you're not in the viewport, even if you're hovering over the outliner, you can hit F2 and it'll pull up the input right here. So Blender knows where your cursor is and it just won't pull up that box here. It'll just use this one here. There'd probably be like a sign over the door. So because I'm going to use a cube for the sign, I'm just going to duplicate it from this awning because it's roughly already the right size. Roughly. I mean, it's closer to the right size than a default cube would be. You can imagine if, you know, you had a texture on it, it would have, you know, the sign. I'm just going to finish this up by putting some of these, like, these column type things around this one, just because buildings in the real world don't really just come to these exact things. There's lots of trim and details, things that you probably don't even really notice just day to day, but when they're not there, it looks very strange. I'm just using these sort of lines as a guide for where these get placed, and then checking them in perspective mode to make sure they're actually where I want them. So we're getting a bit of Z fighting with this wall, so to solve that, we're just gonna grab that, pull this ever so slightly out, and scale this one ever so slightly out so that we don't get that flickering, awful flickering work. Check this wall. No Z fighting, looks good. Well, a little bit of Z fighting. Let's fix that really quick. Okay. And you just continue with that same process. And this, since it continues, can even just be one piece. So we can move it over. Oops. Scale on the X. Because these line up, or they're supposed to line up. You can see you can take your time with this and get really exact if you chose to. It's just kind of a matter of patience and trial and error. So when you duplicate these objects that are already in a folder, by default, the duplicates that you make are going to stay in that same folder. So like, even though this window is part of building 2, because we duplicated it from building 1, you'll see that this window is in that folder. So just remember to try to stay organized, move your objects around. I think, do we move this one even? Yeah, so just make sure as you're going along to move things around and put them in the folders that they need to be in. Let's kind of line this up at the top of the door roughly. trying to fix some of this Z fighting here by nudging these in ever so slightly. And again, it doesn't really matter if these are flush with this ground or coming through it a little bit. For the purposes of this piece, that's not an issue. I'm going to use one right here to cover this sort of line that separates these two cubes. I'm going to keep it roughly in line with this, so if you're looking at it from this angle, it doesn't look totally wacky. You can line it up more exactly. And then this just needs to be a little bit wider to line up with this, actually. You know, for most of these things, you can have these be exactly the same width and height and things like that. And if you were doing, you know, architectural visualization, which you can totally do in Blender, you know, obviously you'd want those values to be exact and to scale with the real world. But this is just kind of more of an art scene. So we're not going to worry too much about exact measurements. Not too bad. Pull that out so it's a little more defined right there. And then let's see what we can do. We can scale this down so it's ever so slightly, just to avoid that awful flickering. I'm actually going to move this in because I think it looks so funny sticking out and making sort of all these corners like that. Okay. Let's bring back everything. Just take a look at it. You can also hide things by checking this check mark. The difference is that if you rendered this image, it would also not appear if you didn't have this check mark tick, but we'll get to that and what that means more later. For now, just use the eyes. Looks pretty good. So you can see that even with the most basic tools of Blender, like we didn't actually edit any of these meshes in the most strict sense. All we did was add objects, move, scale, rotate them, and join them together. We got this like fairly complex scene just with those. So I'm going to wrap up the demonstration here. I think you get the idea, and you can see that, you know, it's just really a matter of patience, of trial and error. You can get some really intricate things, even with those simple functions. And in the next video, we're going to be covering more complex functions, how to edit these meshes to get shapes other than, you know, these primitive cubes, spheres, cones, and things like that. So that's it for this one, and we'll see you in the next video. I started with a tree in the last one, and forgive me for being repetitive, but I kind of want to do the same thing, only now I want to use all the things we went over in the last video. So again, it's not going to be a ton of narration. This is mostly just going to be practice and repetition, so you really get those things down. I will talk a little bit about what I'm doing while I'm doing it, but you can always follow along. I will have my keystrokes captured right here in the corner. Okay, so last video we started with the tree and we added a cylinder for the trunk. So you can do the same exact thing, only now we can do a lot more with this by tapping into edit mode. So I think what I'm going to start with is moving the pivot point. So I just went into wireframe by holding Z and clicking over to the wireframe. You can also press 4, which is the shortcut right here. And deselecting by clicking off of it, drag and click. I'm gonna snap the 3D cursor exactly onto this edge loop because I have that one selected. I'm gonna hold Shift and S, cursor to selected. So now it's exactly on there. So if I tab, so now if I tab out into object mode, right click, origin to 3D cursor now, origin's there, and I can press Alt and G, and now the bottom of this tree is exactly at the world origin. But what's more is that now if I scale this up and down, the height changes from the bottom. And so I don't have to do that thing where I was like scaling it and then moving a little bit and then scaling it and then moving it a little bit. This just makes it a lot easier. So we just had these kind of straight cylinders last time. So now let's go back into edit mode, wireframe, make sure that all the back faces are selected by selecting through the mesh. Let's scale the base up. It's probably a little too much. So now it's just like a little bit more of a dynamic shape rather than just those straight trunks. I'm gonna right click on it and shade it smooth so we don't get those hard edges that we're going around. I think now we're gonna add a UV sphere, move it up. And this part is kind of the same as we did it last time, but actually instead of squashing this, flattening this sort of in this Z direction, what I'm gonna, which we did last time, which was gave us this widest point in the middle, I want the widest point to be more down here. So I think the way I'm gonna do that is with proportional editing. So I'm gonna tab into edit mode. And so I'm just trying to think about how I really want to do this. So I think I'm just gonna grab one of these loops that's sort of partway to the bottom by pressing and holding Alt and then clicking in between just to select those. I'm gonna turn on proportional editing by clicking this icon. And then I'm gonna just move this loop by going G and then Z and using my mouse scroll wheel to adjust the influence. Same thing. Hit O to turn it off just so we don't get this weird peak. We can turn off the proportional editing. G, Z. Just to flatten out that top a little. So I like this more already, but we're going to use the same techniques we used last time now to kind of build this out more. So now that we have this kind of more squashed form, if we duplicate this one, we can start pulling these layers out, you know, and adjusting the size. And now that we know how to edit these meshes on individual scale, we don't have to leave them as all the same as each other, you know, just scaled down. So like we had this general shape, but if we go into this one by selecting it and pressing tab, we can get more varied shapes for each of these branches. And then we don't even have to keep them this smooth. We can select an edge loop, for example, by holding Alt and clicking between them. And then with proportional editing on, if we scale, adjust our radius a little, we can get sort of these interesting curves. Plus, we don't even have to leave these as these perfect circles. We can come into this object and grab a portion here. We can select this one and then hold Control and click to select the shortest path, which will select all these edges, but not all the way into the center. We can grab them and sort of create these divots just so the shape's a little bit less uniform. So we have this more sort of amorphous blob type, so that when we set that into our tree. So we could either go for this really smooth, really clean, sort of cartoony look, or something with just a little bit more detail in it. So let's duplicate this one. We can still transform these on an object level. So now we have a less uniform shape. So if we scale it along the X, should scale it along the local X by double tapping X, we can really get a lot of variation out of these just by duplicating them. Scaling them in different ways. Duplicating, and then maybe coming into edit mode and just kind of randomizing these by just sort of grabbing, not really moving it along a particular axis, just trying to give it sort of a randomized shape. And you can spend a long time trying to get these shapes perfectly fine-tuned, which we're not going to do. We're going to keep this pretty loose, but you get the idea. Well, it's a bit of trial and error, but you can see that all I'm doing is moving these at an object level, scaling them, rotating them, placing them, and then coming in and at the edit level on some of these and doing the exact same thing. And it's just a little trial and error until you get something that looks all right, at least from a distance, right? Let me add some more branches to it. Oops, sorry, just pressing the wrong keys. So this is how we did the branches before, where you just duplicated the trunk and scaled them down, but now we can have them tapered a bit, doing the same thing. We don't have to have them exactly the same as the trunk. You can go in here and scale them a little bit in orthographic view. Control 7 for the bottom view again. With double tapping Z after pressing S to scale it locally along the Z rotation of this cylinder, which would be along this direction. I just want to make sure the trunk is coming up into this mesh so this one doesn't look so much like it's floating. So to do that, I'm just going to select the trunk. And this is kind of the nice thing about keeping these objects separate to begin with and just merging them at the end, is that when I tab into edit mode, I'm not seeing any of these vertices that are in front of it in these other objects. So when I box select, it is only selecting those. I still have proportional editing on, turn that off. So just now when you look at it, you can see the trunk part there and it just looks a little bit more solid. So again, not maybe a masterpiece, but you know, sort of a cartoony, a stylistic look. Looks pretty good. So now I want to join these all together. So I'm just gonna, since I don't have anything else in my scene right now, I can just select it by pressing A. And then I just want to make sure that the trunk is the active by shift clicking it, because I want to maintain this pivot point that I so carefully set up earlier. So pressing Control and J to join. And now you'll see that it rotates around that point. So when I move it around, it's just easier to keep it on the ground when the pivot is at the bottom. Okay, so we're not necessarily going to recreate the last scene that we made entirely. The tree is kind of maybe like a good sort of barometer for how we're doing, because already we've improved and we've added a lot of detail from our last tree. I'm just going to Shift D and duplicate these from the top. Just add a little more things to it. So in the previous video, we were making rocks, and all we could really do was flatten them, which isn't very, it gives a rough rock-like appearance, but it's very circular, it's very uniform, which doesn't really look very rock-like. I was going to say realistic, but these aren't necessarily realistic either. This is more of a stylized, but they still need to look like the things that we're trying to represent. Again, I have proportional editing on right now, which is why I can quickly squish this form up so it looks a little bit flatter on the bottom side. There's sort of a hole in the bottom, but if it's on the bottom, it shouldn't matter. We'll fix it anyway in case we want to rotate this around. And of course, we've already forgotten to start naming these. Real quick. Control C to copy it, press enter, click on these, F2, Control V. Work. Going back into some of these duplicates because they're all the exact same shape right now, and now that we know how to edit these meshes individually, there's no reason why our rocks all should be identical. They can be similar, just maybe not identical. So, I know we're starting sort of in a similar way as our last demo, but the result, I don't think it's going to be the same. I box selected here and I didn't want the ground, so all I did was I held shift and I clicked on it to deselect it. So even though I don't have an active object anymore, because all these are highlighted in blue, not green, blue is the selection, remember, I can still move these around. That move operation does not require any particular object to be active. So we're gonna hit G and then Shift C to slide it back along the ground, just to give us like, I don't know, more of a clearing in the middle here. Maybe we'll do some sort of building or structure or something. Trees are great, but they're not that interesting, unfortunately. We see a lot of trees. We don't really pay attention to them. So usually they like make good set dressing, but not necessarily want to be your focal point. Yeah, so now that we can edit these, we can do some better, well, maybe not better. We can do some different style buildings, not just those city blocks and things. So what I just did there was I moved this cube up to sit on this ground plane, but I did it in edit mode so that the origin would be at the bottom. That's just generally good practice for anything that needs to sit on a surface. It's best to have the origin of it at the bottom, unless you have a reason not to. Okay, so now that we can edit cubes like this, we can make things like pitched roofs, which I was not able to do with just the object level transform. So let's just duplicate this and set it as close as we can right on top of our other one. So So now we're going to tab into edit mode. And we're going to scroll out a little. So this is actually going to be the front, because that aligns it with the world view, so that if I have this selected and I press 1, we're looking at the front, which matches here what it says. And it's just easier. We can always rotate the entire thing after we've built it if we wanted it to rotate another way. So just select the top face and press S and X. And actually we do not want proportional editing on for this one. Not that there's really enough vertices on a cube for that to matter, but turn it off. Okay, S, X, bring it real close together. Close as you like, I guess. Cool. I'm just going to wireframe mode so that I can select this bottom face, which is normally obstructed, and scale it out a little bit to give it more of like eaves on the roof, you know? And then these have actually scaled in on the Y, which I did not want, but I can fix it. I can just go into select both of these edges, go into top view by pressing 7 on the numpad, S, Y, and just line it back up. Okay, that's better. No house is complete without a chimney, at least not in the cartoons, so I'm gonna give it a little chimney. I also don't want this to overhang, and this happened for the same reason that these edges weren't scaled appropriately, is that I forgot to lock the access. So all you have to do to fix it is select this face, shift select this face, S, and I think it's on the Y axis, yes it is, and just bring it in. And then if you wanted to line it up more exactly, you could go into right or left orthographic, S, Y, and then just make sure it's lined up as close as you can get it. Again, moving this in edit mode so that the pivot goes to the bottom, and scaling it down so the height matches here. I'm just going to add sort of like a extension, so this house isn't just a perfect, you know, square. It's just not very realistic. Again, not that this scene is dripping with realism or anything. So now, because we can use edit mode, once I have this placed, if I wanted to make this longer, in the previous video, we would have to go S and then X and scale it and then move it manually. And that's kind of a lot of operations. And it also messes up, you know, this nice placement I just did. So instead, what I'm going to do is tab into edit mode, make sure face selection is enabled, select this face, press G and then X to just move this face out, which is going to stretch these ones. Now it will leave the pivot where it is, so it's no longer going to be centered. That's just something to be aware of, but it is a way that we can move things around with finer control. Okay. Let's make another roof. Same way. Kind of like like these high-pitched gables. It's kind of cool looking. Actually, let's, instead of matching that, just because I really like that angle, it's kind of funky, we can select these top edges with the box and try to match this to that. Again, just using the transform tools, nothing fancy. We want to join these two together, at least make them appear as if they're joined together. Same thing, grab X and just move it until it intersects so it creates this nice line here. And yes, the inside is, you know, messy, but we're not going to see the inside of these objects. I feel like a house like this needs like a porch. Oh, that is one thing that I forgot to mention. If you are in edit mode on a particular object and you press Shift A and you add another object to it, these objects are not connected physically by edges or faces, but they are now part of the same object. So if I tab out, you can see that when I select one, it selects both because this is now one object. So to delete something like this, all you have to do is select the part that you didn't mean to add, press X, and delete all the vertices. And that will get you back to just this. We're going to go more over stuff like that in future lectures, but if it comes up while you're modeling that you accidentally add an object while you're in edit mode, you just want to delete the vertices to get rid of it. I'm just going to have this as sort of a foundation under the whole thing. No, actually I changed my mind. I'm going to do it this way. It is still going to be sort of cutting into this portion, but that's okay. Like I said, we won't ever see the inside. Just trying to think about scale a little bit in this one. This one is not built to scale. These trees are 2.54 meters tall, so a little bit taller than a door. So this is sort of a miniature. Now I could scale, I could select everything and scale it back up so it's world size, but I don't really need it to be world size for any reason. So I'm just trying to eyeball the scale. So if like a tree is this, and you know, a very highly pitched building is this, and we might need to make some adjustments with this as we go on, because when you're eyeballing scale, sometimes you just have to work it back and forth a little to get it right. But once we get what looks to be a reasonably sized door in, that can help a lot with measuring things by eye. So this would be like a one-story building, but like these roofs are just like comically pitched high, but I kind of like them. We might change it in a bit, but let's just keep going with this as be a scooch bigger. This is our door. So with that snapping menu, another thing we can do with this cursor is move it more precisely when we want to add new objects. So I'm gonna select this door. And again, if you're having trouble visualizing some of this stuff, this has to do with the shading modes we went over. Don't worry about any of this right now, but just click cavity and it'll draw these edges a little bit more clearly. So with this door selected, we can do the same thing we did as when we were moving the pivot. We can hold Shift and S and pick cursor to selected, and it's going to snap this cursor directly onto the origin of this object. So this isn't exactly where I need it, but it's a lot closer than it was sort of in the middle of this building. So from here, I can add a cylinder and start building out the doorknob that way. So I just did scale and then held Shift and double pressed Z to lock the local Z scale of this, so it gets thinner but not shorter. And then just double tap Z to get the local Z. You could also, because this is exactly in the origin, if I pressed Y, it would have the same effect, but I've rotated this cylinder 90 degrees, and unless you change that, the saved rotation of this, unless you rotate it in unless you rotate it in edit mode, if you rotate it in object mode, it's always going to remember that these flat faces are up in the local direction. Okay. The other interesting thing we can do now is we've already gone over how to shade something smooth versus shade it flat. But now that we are more familiar with edit mode, we can do this on a per face basis. So when I shade this whole thing smooth, it also smooths out these faces, but I want to keep those flat. So if we select this cylinder, tab into edit mode, and then select this loop of faces by holding Alt and clicking on the edge between them. Now it's selected everything but these end caps. So now if we right click to pull up that, oh, it's not here actually. It's in this face menu. So these menus will give you some operations, and we'll get more into these later, but since we already know how to shade things smooth and flat, I don't feel like this is jumping too far ahead. Just hit face, go down to shade smooth. So now we have that these edges are smoothed while this one remains flat. It's just really handy for getting things to look the way they're supposed to look. So again, I'm going to snap my cursor by selecting this cylinder, holding Shift S and pressing cursor to selected. Again, not exactly where I want to add a new object, but it's closer than it was. Shift A, UV sphere. We'll see that because it added a sphere that is so much larger than our little mini scene here, our camera ended up inside of it. No worries, just zoom out and scale it back down. I'm going into wireframe to get these back faces that are obscured. Select just that one. I'm gonna turn on proportional editing, G, Y, and scroll all the way down so I can get sort of a flat. Actually, I want to do that on the other side. That's more doorknob shaped. Kind of flatten it on this side. Face mode, Alt, select, and it will select just these ones around. Scale, Shift, Y just to make it a little bit thinner. And we're gonna just eyeball it. Cool. That's maybe a little too high. That's pretty decent. So now I'm going to, with these selected, select the door, Control D to join, but because I didn't move the pivot already, as we talked about in the lecture, it doesn't open like a door, so no worries, we know how to do this. Select this edge where you want the hinges to be, Shift S, cursor to selected, Tab to go back into object mode, right click, set origin, origin to 3D cursor. So now dot is down here, rotating it around the Z, has it rotate properly. I mean, we're not going to be animating this, so it doesn't fully matter if you do that, but I don't know, for things like doors, you just want them to move. If you move them around a lot when you're, you know, sort of working out how you want your scene to look, sometimes it's just easier if they move the way you expect things to move. I just shift right click just to move a cursor onto the surface, and added a cube. Just doing some windows now, like we did last time, except we're doing it for this different sort of building, so ours are going to be a little bit more square. And everything I'm doing now is stuff we did in the last demo, so I'm not really explaining it because you've seen it all before, but it's still important to get repetition and practice because it's the only way you're going to memorize how to do these functions and these hotkeys and things like that. Turn off proportional editing. So what I just did there is, instead of trying to like guess by scaling the whole object and moving and scaling and moving where this lines up, what I did instead was I just lined it up on one side, and then I tabbed into edit mode and grabbed just this, I guess I grabbed just this edge. That's okay, because I can show you how to fix this. So if you accidentally grab just an edge and now like you want this to be flat, because if we look at it from the top down, it should be straight, and it's not, because I wasn't in wireframe when I grabbed it, so it didn't grab this back edge. It only grabbed this one when I moved it. So to get this to be flat again, it's really easy. We're just going to set the scale of this single face to 0 along the axis that it needs to be flat on. So this direction is the x-axis. So all I have to do is select this face and only this face, press S, X, and 0, and it will flatten that up. Same works if it's in the Y or the Z. S, Y, 0, S, Z, 0 will flatten it along that axis. But as I was saying, what I did was I aligned this edge first. You can even get a little bit finer. So you just align this edge, scroll, and I'm shift and middle mouse clicking and dragging, of course, to pan. And then we can, and I mean, as far as how far you want to zoom in and how exact it needs to be, that's up to you. You know, it depends what distance you're going to be viewing it at, you know, what is the target for this. So if it's something that's like you were 3D printing like a tiny model of this, you're never going to notice. But, you know, if it's going to be a huge, like, say like a first person game environment, so your camera would be like here, you might notice. So just keep in mind, what is this for really, and how exact does that need to be? Because you can spend hours and hours and hours trying to get it perfect and still not really get it right. Shift D, and then instead of moving it, I'm just gonna right click to drop it. The duplication is still there and it is selected, so I'm gonna hit R and then X and then 90. Oops, I meant R and then Y and then 90. Sorry, I forgot which way I was facing. And then again, the Z fighting, we saw this in the last demo. Fix it, just offset it ever so slightly. Looks pretty good. We're going to select all these frame bits, then select the window, like the part that would be glass last, G, and now we have with it our pivot right in the center. Okay. Duplicate these windows a little bit. Just realized there weren't really eaves coming out that way from this additional piece, so I scaled it a little bit. We'll fix the back a bit. Just thinking about what I want to do next. We're going to do some like columns and bring out like a sort of an overhang here. And just in right orthographic by pressing 3, lining up the bottom of this. And while it's probably the best practice to put the pivot down here at the bottom, I don't really think it's necessary for this because I'm probably going to join this all to be one object. So it won't really matter where the individual pivots were. It just matters where the object you join it to, where that one's pivot is. Try to avoid tangent lines with these objects so it looks good even when viewed in orthographic mode. Gonna make some steps up to this porch just by scaling and duplicating some of these cube objects. And just kind of moving them until they look approximately even. There's a gap here, so instead of scaling this because it's going to mess up this distance, what I'm going to do is go into 3 for right orthographic, which flipped me completely around because I was looking at the left side, but it's okay. Holding Z, going to wireframe, dragging, and just selecting this face. Remember, I'm in face selection mode. So now I can press G and Y and just move it back. And if you're like to be really exact, you could move all of these to be roughly the same so they, I don't know, you don't have to do this. This is extra credit, I guess. So they're about like that. I'll get some Z fighting, but we can fix that. Let's go into 3. Oops, 3. It's just because this shape is coming in and intersecting here. So we can, the same principle, we can tab into edit mode and then hit Z and wireframe and then box select. Just make sure you don't box select over this dot. This dot just is telling you how this face is selected. Like if I drag over here, it doesn't get selected, but if I drag over the dot, it does. So there is a dot. It's very hard to see on this face because we're looking at it exactly flat. So just drag over the center. The dot, it's always going to be in the center. Drag over that. G, Z, and then as close as you can reasonably get it to this line here. Tab back into object mode, select, tab into edit mode, drag over the center part. And then this would be like the ground level. I think this actually is our ground plane. Yeah, it is. So we can have it resting exactly or close to exactly by doing that. So now if you come out, no more flickering, no more Z fighting. You can still see this sort of line where they're stacked on top of each other, but it's at least not, it's not doing that awful flickering thing that it was doing. So I think I just want to drag this over this. I don't know, I don't think I want to create like another gable. Let's see how this looks. Again, I'm not an architect, so as far as like how roofs are designed and things like that, that's not really my area of expertise. So forgive me if this doesn't come out looking completely architecturally accurate. It's kind of wonky, isn't it? I guess you would move the whole thing over, not just that. So I want to move these at the same rate. So I'm going to do that by in wireframe and in front orthographic, box selecting so it selects everything behind it. Again, snapping back into front, and then box selecting these and then leaving this one unselected. GX and just shift it over. I didn't do exactly what I wanted, and I probably should have had proportional editing on, but it's okay. We can just eyeball it. Again, this is not for like architectural, you know, CAD. This is just for like an art scene, so it doesn't have to be, you know, perfect. Going into vertex select mode so I can pick up an individual point, turn on proportional editing, and just press G to give this scroll to increase. Give this sort of a blob shape. We're gonna make another shrub here just because I feel like there would be, you know, stuff planted here if this were a person's house. All I'm doing is shift duplicating and manipulating this at the object level with our move, scale, and rotate tools, just like we did last time. And then we can tab into edit mode on some of these individual pieces and try to reshape them sort of as best we can. There's only so much we can do at this level of detail. Like I said, we don't yet know how to add more points onto this mesh to give us, you know, more detail and more control, but that's going to be the next video. Well, do look more like rocks. So let's try this another way. Let's try this with like a more grassy look, spiky look. So we're gonna add I guess cones would be the best way to do that at this stage. Just hitting Z in wireframes so when I'm underneath it, I can still see what I'm doing. Tab, edit mode, and selecting this bottom face and scaling it in to give it a more narrow look to it. And shading it smooth. And giving it some. So that was just this, that was just going into wireframe again to get this bottom face selected. Holding Shift S, cursor to selected. Now if I tab back in object mode and go to set origin, origin to 3D cursor. Now the origin is down on this face, so when I rotate it, it rotates like this. And the reason I wanted that is so when I duplicate it, I can like, if I Shift D around the, so what I just did, that was kind of fast. Let me go undo that. So I selected one, I pressed Shift D, and then instead of moving it, you can right click to drop it. You can hit R, Z, and it'll rotate around the Z exactly from that point that it was duplicated at. Now when I Shift D and I scale it right away instead of moving it, it scales from that point, so I can make like shorter little blades of this thing pretty easily. Shift D, R, move it, Z, or S, sorry, not Z. Shift D, R, S. Kind of funny looking, but you know, doesn't look any worse than an N64 game, something like that. Okay, so this is like a shrub. Maybe it's like a cactus. We'll say it's a cactus. Just shift clicking on all of these. And since all these points are relatively in the middle, I'm not sure that it matters totally which one is active, since all these points are relatively close to each other. So for our purposes, at this level of accuracy, we're just going to Control J. Now, if we keep these small enough, I think they will still, you know, read to the eye at a certain distance as plants. Let's say that, you know, whoever lives here had planted these in a row, right? As you might do. Yeah, because at this distance, your brain looks at that and says, plants. Even though at this distance, you're kind of like, oof. If it wasn't clear, the reason why I go into top view a lot when I'm laying things out is because I can just press Shift D or G to, you know, duplicate or to move something. And when I do it, I don't have to select an axis because I'm viewing this exactly from the top. It will not move it up or down towards the camera. So it's just another way of efficiently moving these things around without worrying about them getting shifted up and down the Z axis. Same with the rotate. I can just press R I don't have to press Z, but it will still rotate around the Z axis. That's true for the other orthographic modes too. Whatever axis your camera is like looking down along, it will lock that axis transformation. So you see, none of them have sunk down any farther than they already were, or come up. I want like some little rocks here now, so I'm just going to duplicate one of the rocks we already have and scale it way down, rotate it, and then same thing that I did with the plants, I just kind of duplicated them out in a line first, and then I can go back and select these and scale them and rotate them to give them a more varied appearance without having to actually change the models, although we probably should be changing some of these models because we're supposed to be practicing our mesh editing skills. So let's do that. Let's edit some of these to give them a more varied appearance. But as you can see, it's much easier to start from sort of your basic shape that you already had for that first rock and go in and edit them than it is to model these all from primitive objects. Let's pop into vertex just to get some of these pointy bits slightly less weird looking. Selection of these and then shift, double click to deselect the ground plane, shift D, and then since I'm in the top orthographic view, it's not going to move these along the Z axis, so I can just shift D and place them freely on the ground. Doing some sort of like gutters or trim or something along this roof line where it meets the main wall because it looks just not right, really. And Shift D in the top orthographic, keep it on the same height. So normally this face would be like inset, right? So we can sort of mimic that using the tools that we have learned by duplicating this sort of gutter block thing. Rotate it to, and then we can go into his wireframe so that we can see that the angle of this is correct, or as close to correct as we can get it, which it looks like it is. So now from here, I want to like angle these ends. So I'm going to tab into edit mode. I'm going to box select over this, and this will select this whole bottom face. Remember, because these vertices are directly behind the other ones when you're looking at them from the front. So box select, and then like I showed you before, to get something flat to the world axis, all you have to do is press S for scale, and then in this case we're going to scale it along the Z. So we're going to do Z, and then we're going to hit the number 0, and that will make this face perfectly flat in the Z direction. So it'll make it align with the world. Now we're just going to pick it up and move it with a G, line it up here. I'm going to go back into wireframe by holding Z and going to wireframe. Doing the same thing, box selecting, scale, Z, 0. And now we can line this up perfectly with this. So now we have this sort of, you know, protrusion that comes out that just gives this a little bit more depth. And then if you'll remember, we went over this very briefly in the last one. If we Shift D along the X, duplicate this out, place the origin roughly where it needs to be. With the selected, hit S, X, -1. Oops, I'm sorry, I mean S, Y. Huh. Not sure. Seems to be confused. It should be mirroring this, and I think it's not mirroring it because of the way that I moved this when it was in object in edit mode. But no worries, we can just rotate it manually. It's no big deal. Sometimes you think you know exactly what Blender is going to do, and it completely does something different. Not often, and it's usually user error. In this case, it was definitely user error. I wasn't thinking about my object rotations when I was moving it, so I didn't plan properly for it. No biggie, we'll just do it by hand. Just multi-selected and hit Shift D and Y. Selected everything, moved it across. And again, you can go in and fix this Z fighting if you need to. But I think we're going to view it, you know, as holistically from about here. Just thinking about what kind of things I want to add to make this more interesting to look at. I do think it needs like a window up here, and I'm just trying to debate how I want to do it, but I think we're just going to have to do some trial and error. So you'll see now when I tab into edit mode on these joined objects that all of the vertices are here, but that will not stop us from editing it the same way we edit any mesh primitive. So you can just shift select. With both of these selected, scaling it in on the X will make this shorter. I'm just trying to make this sort of triangular to match this shape. So I should probably look at it from the front. And if I'm looking at this slope, I want it to be roughly, this line to be roughly parallel with this line. It does not have to be exact, but I do want it to be approximately parallel. So what I just did here is I selected this entire object, and when you have multiple separate pieces, as part of a single object, you can select an individual piece by making a single selection on it. In this case, I selected this face, and then while hovering over it, press L on the keyboard, which will select linked. And without messing with any of these settings, all it's going to do is select this whole separate piece and not these pieces that are not attached to it. I'm just scaling this way up just to check the slope. That's about right. So again, making a selection of a single face on this and pressing L. Let's like scale it to about the size we want it. You can do the same thing by selecting one of these little rectangles. L, scale it along the X to drag it out to roughly there. L, G to grab it, and S to scale it along the X. And we're going to make sure this line and this line are roughly parallel. And in this one, instead of scaling it, what we're going to do is select this face, and we're going to bring it down by pressing G to grab it. We're going to rotate it so it's roughly flat, and then we're going to grab this face, grab X, and just line it up that way. Rotate it so it's almost flat. Now for this one, this looks a little strange to have this sort of angle cut up like this when you look at it. So we're going to rotate this face to match this angle. So in front orthographic, you can just press R. You don't have to lock the axis. And then it's still a little bit off, so we're just going to keep doing it. And again, it does not have to be exact for our purposes. So when we zoom out, and it will be more clear that it's correct once this one angle is done too, but you can kind of see if you look at it just like that, it looks good. Same thing, select a face on this one, press L to select linked, grab, and then because these dots always appear in the center of the face, if you line them up, when you rotate it, it should rotate in such a way that it's easier for you to get this angle right. R for rotating. Highlight that one, G, X to grab, pull it out. Highlight this one, grab, drop, rotate, get it roughly there, rotate this one, and see I kind of overcompensated to that, so I'll just rotate it back until it lines up. And I don't believe that this one, L to select linked, is exactly in the center, and that I can tell, one, by looking at it, but two, because this dot here is not lined up with this dot here. Press G and X, and now it's in the center. Well, it's closer to the center, as you can see when you zoom out. Let's see, going on here. Oh, all we have going on here is that the part that's like our glass is in front of the panes we just made. So all we have to do is select it and move it back along the Y, and we can even scale it in along the Y a little bit. So now we have our sort of funky triangular-ish window. 3. And then I have these parts protruding, so normally if I was in solid view, I wouldn't be able to line this up with this wall by eye. But if you hit 3 and then you go into wireframe, this will be selected and you can see this line is our wall line. So we can line it up by pressing G and Y and putting it where we need it to be. You might have some other details and accents on this building. So same thing, I want these to match this slope. So I'm gonna go to wireframe. So I select this whole face, not just the side that's facing me. I rotate it, grab it in X, rotate it, and same thing on the other side. So now it's nice and flush with that angle there. And move my cursor, Shift S, cursor to selected, and I'll put that right there, which is pretty much in the center of this peak. I'm roughly scaling it to the width I want it, and I want it to be the same width as this piece. So when it adds it as a cube. So all the sides are equal. So if I just scale it uniformly down, I know that this length is the same as this length because that's the nature of a cube. So, oops, I didn't mean to hide that. I'm going to pull it forward so you can see it a little better. So now when I scale it along the Z, it's the same width this way as it is this way. And for this one, the pivot doesn't matter as much to me because I know I won't be moving it a whole ton. So I just got it, I scaled it until the bottom met this, this face of this cube. And now from here, all I can do is I can tab into edit mode, press this face and grab it. And that way I can elongate this without having to scale it down past where I want it to be at the bottom. You'll see it's not totally in the center because our roof probably isn't totally centered, but we could just nudge it over, nudge this window over, and then maybe pull this back behind the window. Just pull this forward. So it's coming into like the glass part. So I want to bring the glass part of this window more forward. So I'm gonna select just the window, tab, select this face, press L to select everything linked to it, press G to grab it, press Y for the axis and pull it forward. So now, because this glass is not really glass and it's not really clear, we can have this thing just extend behind it and it still looks okay. Shift D, Z, scale X, and then because I'm scaling this at an object level, you'll notice that this slope, this angle gets kind of messed up because it's scaling everything in. So like it's the same principle as if we were grabbing this and hitting SX0 to flatten it. You're scaling it to a scale of 0, which is flat. So when you scale things like that at the object level, these, if it's rotated, if it's not flat, it's going to become sort of distorted. So the way to avoid this, if you wanted to keep this exactly the same, let's Control Z to undo. So I've just duplicated it and moved it. So instead of scaling this along the X, I'm going to hit Tab to go into edit mode. I'm going to grab them. I'm going to click and drag to get this face. And from front orthographic, I'm going to press G and then X, oops, not Z, G and then X, and just slide it until it's there. And that won't affect this side at all. So you can see we've maintained that exact same angle. Just cutting in a little bit over here, we can fix that, no problem. Wireframe, grab it. And it's even not exactly at the right rotation. And again, you can zoom in and in and in and get it more and more exact, but it's kind of a diminishing returns thing after some point. We can also duplicate these faces inside the object at the edit level. So if I wanted to add sort of a top bar across here, I could do that really easily, but it is going to be part of this roof object. So it's just something to keep in mind, but we can do it. What you have to do is select the face. And this also works with vertices, with vertices and edges. Same thing, you just make your selection, you hit Shift D. If you want it to be in the exact same place, instead of left clicking, you just right click to drop it. And now I'm just gonna press S and Y to scale it out a little bit so it matches this edge right here. Except that, I'm sorry, I have duplicated just that face and I really wanted was this whole thing. So forget that. We're just gonna add the bar manually. I forgot that we have not covered extrusion tools yet. We'll go over that in a future video. Okay, so let's keep going forward with this. Maybe let's put fence. Sounds pretty good. I'll make this fence a little bit more detailed. Last time we just had sort of a block to represent a whole section of fence, but we're gonna add a little bit more detail now that we have some access to some mesh editing tools. So in edit mode for this object I've just added in wireframe, I'm gonna roughly, so it's like a privacy fence, so you can put it roughly here. We can always adjust it later if it's too tall. Sure. Okay. So it's just talking about duplicating individual faces and things. So we can do that, but then we're left with just this kind of floating face. But if we have everything selected, if we're in edit mode and press A, it will select everything within that object. If we hit Shift and D, X, we can duplicate within the object. So it's the same thing. I should say it's the same result as Shift D, duplicating and then joining these objects will give you the exact same result, but there's just more than one way to do it. Let's do one more of these by selecting one face, hitting L. We'll only select this and what is linked to it, what is attached to it. Shift D, X, scooch it over. Okay, so now we have 5 panels. Looks pretty good. But I do want to add a crossbar on the inside of it. So to attach these panels together, you would have to do a crossbar. So I can come in here and select an individual one of these, an individual face of any of these, really. Press L to select everything that's attached to it. Press Shift D and then Y to bring it inside a little bit. And I'm going to press R, Y, and 90 to flip it 90 degrees so it's going horizontally. G, C. And scale it a little bit in the Z so it's a little bit thinner. But this is just easier than starting with the primitive cube. It's closer to the shape we need. And we did it within edit mode, so we don't have to join anything. We can just tab back into object mode. And this is all now a single object. So now if we duplicate this across the X and just start and stacking them, we can make a whole fence around this whole thing. It's okay if they sort of intersect with each other a little bit. It won't be noticeable. So now I have like 3 of these in the rotation that I want. I can just select all 3, Shift D, and all on the Y, and do it even faster. That's kind of the best part about computer graphics and digital art over traditional, is like, as far as once you model something, you can just replicate it in a second, which you can't necessarily do with traditional art. You know, you'd have to redraw or resculpt these pieces individually. So we can select all of these, this whole side, and then we've also selected the ground. So just Shift, click to make it active, click again to deselect it. So just with all of these selected, we can Shift D, place them roughly so. I suppose I actually might rotate around that other one. So the origin of the active object, or rather the middle of the active object, is roughly where you want it. R, 90, flip it 90 degrees. G, Shift Z, and you can place it where you need it along the ground. You can see that, I mean, it took me the longest to model this individual piece, but once I had it, the matter of duplicating it around became very, very quick. You just hit RZ and 180 to flip it exactly 180 degrees, which is facing the opposite way. And then just lining it up close as you need it to be. And I just duplicated these because I want these to move in a straight line and not be shifted in the Y at all. So I just duplicated these across the X-axis. Oops, accidentally grabbed the ground plane there. Just undo that, press Ctrl V. I'm just checking to see if I didn't accidentally make an extra duplicate. It did not. These don't line up exactly, because I wasn't very exact about measuring them when I made it. I was kind of just doing it by eye. It's okay. There's lots of things you can do to make up for this. You know, you could put actual fence posts in between them, and these probably should have them. But like I said, it really depends on what it's for. You know, if this is just going to be way off in the background, you know, and your characters are going to be standing in front, you know, over here, and it's for a film or something, so the camera angle is fixed, you won't need to worry about things like that too much. But we try to be as nice as we can about lining things up. And you can kind of cheat the parts that don't line up correctly. You know, cheat them to the back behind, you know, one of these trees or something. We can even move one of these trees just to cover it. You know, put that right in front. And, you know, unless you're looking at it from over here, which, you know, you're probably not going to. Just rearranging some of the things in this yard just for compositional reasons. You can even have some of these in the backyard, maybe like growing in little clusters around the rocks. So Shift D in orthographic view, we'll just duplicate it and not move it out all along the Z axis. And obviously you can take as much time as you want with something like this. Put as much detail in it as you like. You can even put some of these plants back here to cover some of this fence overlap. Put some more rocks in the yard. You can make one of these like a gate that's open. This is where you'd want to move the pivot point so it can turn correctly. So for this object, I'd probably put the pivot point here because it's the farthest over in this direction. So if I wanted it to pivot from this side, I would select this face, hit cursor to selected, tab out into edit mode, right click, and then origin to 3D cursor. So press Shift C just to reset your cursor so it's not in the way. So now when this one is selected, you can rotate it more like a gate if you wanted it to be a gate. And then we haven't really changed the scale of these in a single axis, so they all kind of look very similar. You can come in here and just add some more variation between these. And of course, you can always tab into edit mode, and you'll see all these objects are now part of a single thing, and you can give it even more variation. So a thing to note about proportional editing is if you have an object like this that has multiple separate pieces, you'll notice that when you select a piece, you know, a face or make any sort of selection and you move it with proportional editing on, it moves everything around it, whether or not it's connected. And you may want this, but you also may not. It really depends what you're doing. So in this case, if I didn't want to affect these other branch blobs, what I would do is come to this drop down arrow next to proportional editing, and it's like connected only. And so now when I select this face and press G, it's only gonna move with proportional editing if it's actually physically linked to this face. So it won't affect these separate pieces, even though they're all part of the same object. You can just maybe tweak some of these just so they're a little bit different looking. Shift right click again to move the 3D cursor. Starting from a new icosphere here, because I want this shape that I'm about to make to be more round than these ones that I've manipulated a lot. But I don't want it to be totally round, making like stepping stones. So in edit mode, let's go into vertex select. And now, I mean, we could do this with proportional editing off, you know, it would be a lot harsher, but you would have more control, but it might take you longer. So with things that are sort of more organic, I like to use proportional editing a lot, because then you can just get these really slight, you know, subtle changes to it, the way that you can definitely get without it, but it just takes longer. Oops. accidentally pressed hide, just Alt H to unhide if you accidentally hit H at any point. And again, working in top-down view so I can quickly place these without a bunch of extra keystrokes. Just working at the object level to block these out and get the rough position and scale of them. And then I'm gonna go in and make these a little bit more detailed and like conforming to the curves of the ones next to it. So you'll see with these like sort of flagstones, they'll kind of place them in such a way where they'll like fill in the gaps. Or at least it looks nice when you draw them that way. Just tabbing quickly in and out of edit mode, making really quick edits using G, the grab tool, and proportional editing. Not spending too much time on any one of these. Maybe adding a couple little ones in just to break up the sort of size of it. Oh, you see I've accidentally duplicated my ground here. It's no, you just delete the extra one. I feel like these sort of get bigger as they go out, and I actually think I want the opposite of that. I'm just going to shift, select all of these, rotate them around the Z-axis by 180 degrees, and then move them. I think that looks a little bit better. It's just an aesthetic thing. And then maybe make this like not quite so straight by having some pieces that kind of jut out the sides a little. And maybe shifting some of these over just so it's a little more rustic looking. And I've accidentally moved this all up. Again, no biggie. You don't have to work with the plane underneath it. You can always get rid of it if you can sort of visualize in your mind where these cuts are going to be made. So like some of these objects are sunk below the ground line. If you can visualize that for yourself, you don't need the plane if it's getting in your way. But I just think that this gives you a better idea of how the final thing's going to look. Scale, Shift Z to make this more of a column. And then I have not moved this in the Z direction at all. So right now, the origin is at a Z value of 0. If I just want to keep the origin at 0, but I want to move this up, the way I like to do it a lot is, I'll go over that more slowly. So I have this selected. I hit 1 to go into front orthographic view, just to view it from the front. I press tab to go into edit mode for this object, and I hold Z and go wireframe to get into the wireframe so that I can select through it. So I drag select to select the bottom face, G, Z, and press it up to the origin. And now if I tab back into object mode, the origin's at the bottom, which is just handy because now I can say, all right, well, I want this to be like a mailbox post. So it's way too big, obviously. So we're just going to scale it way down, and it scales down on that point and it stays on the ground. Again, I'm not being too precise with scale on this one. This is more of like a cartoon art scene. So I'm not super worried, and it's already a miniature. So I'm not overly concerned with making the scale really exact. So I'm going to use a cylinder because I want to get that sort of half arch shape that a lot of mailboxes have. And since we don't yet know how to add edges or vertices to an object, we're going to start with one that already has enough geometry for us to work with. X90, RX90 to flip it this way. Scale it. Place it about where you need it. Scale it on the Y to make it about the right length. So now what I'm going to do is I want to flatten this bottom. So without deleting or adding anything, I can do that by, again, just coming into edit mode, clicking on this object, coming into edit mode. We're going to go in 1 to view the front, and we're going to go into wireframe, and we're going to deselect, and we want to select kind of everything starting from here down. So we're going to drag out a box selection, and using that same scaling principle we talked about earlier, when we now have all these vertices selected, we can hit S, Z, and 0. And since our proportional editing is still on, we can just scroll the mouse wheel up and down before we click anything until we get the shape that we want. So that's much more of like a mailbox shape. You can shade these faces selectively flat, tabbing into edit mode, going into face select, selecting all these. I'm using the shortest path method here by clicking and then holding control, clicking, holding control, clicking. So now I have just the curved part selected. I can go into face, shade smooth. Shift right clicking to move the cursor once again. Adding a new cube. So when I hit G just now in edit mode, I saw the black circle and I was like, oh no, that's not what I want. So I just right click to drop, cancel that whole operation. Turn off proportional editing, G, Z, and that's what I want. So now, if I don't tab out of edit mode before I start, I want to add the little flag bit that goes this way. So if I stay in edit mode, click outside it to just drop that selection, Shift A and add a cube. Now it's going to add a cube at the default size, but it's also going to have the whole thing selected. So you can just from here press S to scale it in. Grab and then Shift X to lock the X value. Scale X. Scale X to make it just as close to even on this one as we can. Maybe move this one out a little bit in the Y. So the cool thing is now because the pivot is down here and this is a single object, we can rotate it like up and down. And we can get it even more exact if we snap the pivot to this face. Select the face, Shift S, cursor to selected, back into object mode, right click, origin to 3D cursor. And now when you hit R and X, it will rotate like a little flag. They're about. I don't know if this is a US thing specifically or not. So if you're not in the US, you have no idea what this is. Don't worry about it. It's just how the mailboxes look. All right, so it's looking pretty good. So already we can see that we've gotten some more levels of detail, not dramatically so, but just by going into edit mode, moving these around, especially for these organic shapes, we're able to get a lot more variation. We're able to pitch our roofs, we're able to make more detailed trees, and more variation in all of our shapes. So As I mentioned a few times, I think, in the next video, we're going to learn how to add more points onto any of these shapes so that we can do even more things with it. But this is going to conclude the demo for now, and we'll see you in the next one. Welcome back. I hope you all were able to make something cool for the last exercise. You know, that's the nice thing about this online course format. You can take as much time as you need for the exercises or do them over several times until you really feel comfortable moving on. And, you know, I really suggest that you do take your time with them. I'm sure it's really tempting to blow through the beginning sections of the course to get to the good stuff, but really the only way you're going to get better at anything is by practicing, and practicing a lot. But that aside, this is where the good stuff really starts, in my opinion anyway, because today we are finally going to get into some mesh modeling operations that will dramatically expand the capacity of what we can do and make in Blender. So let's hop in. I just have a new Blender file up here, and we can switch into the modeling tab if you like. This is just going to maximize our 3D viewport by getting rid of the animation timeline at the bottom. Now, modeling is this part of the 3D asset workflow. That is the part where we are working primarily in edit mode and creating a shape by both moving the vertices around and creating new geometry as part of this object to add complexity and detail to the form. Now, the toolbar should be visible by default on the left side of the viewport here, but you can toggle it on and off by pressing T on your keyboard. In the next few videos, we are going to be covering some of these tools that are accessible here on the toolbar. Now, I am going to be teaching you the hotkey for these, but just know that everything we're going to discuss over the next few videos is also accessible on the sidebar here. We're not going to be covering all of these just yet, and I'm not going to be going in order as they appear. Rather, I'm going to present them to you in the order in which I think they are most frequently used and most important. So let's get started. So one thing I touched on a little bit in the demo, I just want to go over it quickly again here, in case you missed it. And that is how to soften and sharpen our face normals to affect the shading of this object. Now, we did this on the object level by, in object mode, selecting an object by left clicking and then right clicking and hitting shade smooth. Also reversing that by the same process, just choosing shade flat. Now we can also do this on a per face level, and we can do that by pressing tab to come into edit mode, making a selection that we wish to be soft or smooth, and right clicking and bringing up the shade smooth option right here. Now, if I tab back out of edit mode into object mode, you'll see that only those faces that I had selected are now smooth. This right-click menu that I brought up to do this operation is contextually aware of your selection mode. So in order to perform this operation on the faces, I needed to be in face select mode. Now, I could also access this option in any of the selection modes by coming up here and clicking face shade smooth. This menu is the exact same as the one we brought up by right-clicking in face select mode. Just know that it is also accessible here at the top, along with the contextual menus for vertex select and edge select. I'm just gonna undo that by selecting these faces, right-clicking in face select mode, and pressing shade flat. So now we just have our default cube back the way it was. We can also delete the camera and the light just by selecting, pressing X, and deleting. We don't need them for this part of the course. So the first thing we're going to look at is the extrude tool. Starting with this default cube, let's tab into edit mode. So you'll see here that we have this cube with 6 faces. We can extend any of these out without affecting the placement of these existing vertices by using the extrude tool. So let's go into face select mode and select one of the faces on our cube. If we press E for extrude, we can pull this face up. But instead of moving this face out so that the sides along the cube are stretched, we are instead creating new geometry here that is still attached to the original cube. So just left click when you want to confirm that placement, and you'll see that we have a rectangle with 10 faces now, as opposed to a cube with 6. We can continue to extrude from these faces to get even more complex shape just by pressing E, left clicking, making a new selection, pressing E, left clicking. So now, if we think about combining this with the transformation functions we already know, we can get even more complex shapes. So if we extrude, we can scale these faces. We can extrude and rotate these faces. We can extrude and we can hit G and grab and move these faces around. Now, we can make things like columns very easily with the extrude tool. Just moving this out of the way. Let's add a new cube by Shift A, Mesh, Cube. So we'd start with the base by flattening this cube a little. So let's just hit S and Z to scale it along its Z axis, approximately that width. You can now tab into edit mode. And now let's use the extrude tool to build this column up from the base. So this is how I'm going to do this. I'm going to select this top face. I'm going to hit E for extrude, but instead of dragging it up, first I'm going to scale it. So before I left click, if I press S to scale it, we can scale it in and create this inset face. Now, if we press, with this face selected, if we press E again, we can extrude it straight up, click to place, and now we're going to repeat the process that we did down here in reverse up here to create the top. So we are just going to press E to extrude, and then instead of clicking to place, we're going to press S to scale it out. And I'm just eyeballing this. Obviously, if you were building columns, you'd want these to be, you know, the same width and height and things, but we're just eyeballing this just for demonstration. So now we have this flattened face that is laying exactly on top of this face here. So we're getting sort of this weird flickering, which we've seen in the past called Z fighting. But all we have to do now from here is, with that same selection still made, press E again, pull that up, flickering's gone, and we have our basic column shape. Pretty cool. Now, something that is really important about extrusion and causes a lot of frustration in the beginning, if you press E to extrude a face and you right click to cancel that operation, it will snap back to how it was. But the extrusion is still there. When I right clicked, all I canceled was the movement part of the operation. So, having dropped that extrusion, I can see what's going on if I grab this face and move it by pressing G. Let's press Z to move it up, and we can see that those faces were still created, even though we didn't move them out, so it appears as one face. Now, doing this will lead to duplicate geometry that is trying to occupy the same space as the geometry you already have, which will cause major problems down the line. So just don't do it. Just be careful that you don't have duplicate vertices, and an easy way to check at any vertex is by just grabbing it, moving it around. You'll see if it's a duplicate. Now we could Control Z and undo that, or there is another way to clean this up, and that is by merging any duplicate vertices we have. So let's quickly redo those duplicates by extruding, right-clicking to drop it. So now we have all these duplicates here, but let's say we didn't notice that we did this, and we did some other work on this model, so we can't just Control Z to undo it. Well, there's a very easy way to fix this without destroying your geometry, and that is with merging. So, to merge, I'm going to pull this up so it's more clear what I'm doing. To merge any two vertices together, all we have to do is select the vertices we want to merge, press M on the keyboard, and select how we want them to merge. So at center, we'll merge those two vertices directly in between at the halfway point. This is another instance in which selection order is very important in Blender, because when you have an active selection, so if I click here and click here, this is now my active selection. Remember that the active object is always going to be in green. And now if I press M to merge, you see I have a couple more merging options, including at first and at last. And this has to do with selection order. So I can demonstrate this by pressing M and saying at first, and you'll see that my active vert has snapped to the first vertex I had selected and merged. Let's undo that. And with the same two vertices, so you can get an idea of how these are different, if I press M and select at last, it will snap that vertex down to the active selection, which is the last thing you selected. Now, there's one more merging function I want to go over, and that is by distance. And this one is going to be probably one of your most used merging operators. And so basically all I've done is I've hit Control Z a couple times to undo. So now we are back at having these duplicates on top of each other. I think we have even 3 duplicates on top of each other. We do. So we could select them all and merge them at the center, which if they're on top of each other, they will just stay in the same place. But now when you grab it, you can see that it's just the single vertex. Now we could do it that way for all of these, but sometimes we don't even know where our duplicates are. In very complex models, you can end up with duplicates and you just don't know where they're located. So the best way to get rid of that is to merge your vertices by distance. So what this is Blender will basically look at everything that you have selected, and if it finds any vertices that are on top of each other occupying the same physical space, it will just automatically merge them together, leaving any other vertices that are not overlapping untouched. So we can quickly fix the top of this column by pressing A to select everything in our mesh, pressing M to pull up the merge panel, and then selecting by distance. And you'll get a little notification that says removed 6 vertices. That means I had 6 vertices that were occupying the same space as another vertex on this model. So now when I click here, you'll see that all those duplicates have been fixed. So it's easy to accidentally create duplicates when using extrusion, but it is also easy to fix. Now, you may notice that when you extrude any face from a mesh, that you're locked to this blue axis that's being drawn on the screen. This direction is called the normal, and all that really means is whatever direction this face is facing. So right now, extruding pulls the faces out along our global XYZ axis. But that is only because this object currently has the exact same rotation as our world. We didn't rotate it at all after we made it. But if we tab into object mode, let's quickly just give this a little bit of a rotation. Then tab back into edit mode. So now when we extrude, it is still following the angle of this face, the direction it's facing, which is also known as its normal, despite the rotation. So just know that when I say that something is moving along the normal, that is what I mean. It's just the direction that is facing outward from the selected face. So let's say that you wanted to extrude something at like a funky angle. Well, you could just hit E to extrude, left click to place, press G and transform it. You don't necessarily have to be locked to this normal while extruding. We can extrude along any of the global axes by pressing E for extrude and then the axis key. So for example, we can select a face, press E for extrude, X will extrude it along the global X, and Y would extrude it along the global Y. We can also extrude along a local axis the same way we move along a local axis. So we can make our selection, press E for extrude, press X for the global X, and then press X once again to shift into the local X transform. Now, just a quick aside about this local space. You may be wondering why when you press G to grab something and then double tap X, it moves this direction, but when you press E and double tap X, it moves this direction. This is because this object has a local rotation such that this is the local X. And when we perform a grab operation, it's looking at the object's local X rotation. But when we extrude, it is only looking at the local transform for this face only. So Blender reads this as left and right for this face, this for forward and back, and this for up and down. It's a little bit confusing, and that's something that you will just get used to with practice. Just remember that the local space for a single selection is not necessarily the same as the local space for your object. Another note about the extrude and local versus global space, you'll notice that if I hit E to extrude and hit Z, instead of being locked to the global Z axis, I am in this free transform mode. That's because when I say a direction along its normal, that is another way of saying the local Z axis. So when you start an extrusion, you are already moving in its local Z space. We can change this to the global Z if we hit E to extrude. Z wants to drop the axis, Z again will lock it to the global space, and Z a third time will lock it to the local space, but that is the same as just pressing E by itself. So that is the extrude tool. We'll do a demonstration for it, and in the next video, we're going to cover some more of these functions. Okay, so before we move on, I just want to do a really quick demonstration of sort of a practical use case for the extrude tool. We looked at the column in the lecture portion, but let's do something a little bit more advanced using the extrude tool. So for this, we're gonna make a simple staircase. So this is just a empty blender scene. We're gonna add a cube. You can use the default cube if you're starting from a new scene. We're going to press 3 to come into right orthographic mode. And now, remembering everything that we discussed about moving pivot points, I want to tab into edit mode before I move this object so that its pivot is at the bottom of the staircase. But before I do that, one more thing that's going to make this a lot easier is by enabling grid snapping. So let's tab into edit mode, and grid snapping, all it does is that when you move, rotate, or scale either the entire mesh or a portion of the mesh, it's going to snap to these grid lines. So it gets really exact. And this is great for modeling like architectural type details. So to enable this, all you have to do is come up here next to our transformation orientation and our transform pivot point. The next option over is the enable grid snap toggle. We can also toggle this on and off by pressing Shift and Tab together on our keyboard. And again, just to turn it off. There's some options that come with grid snapping. We're not gonna really mess with too many of these. You can have it not affect a certain transform. By default, it only affects move, so rotate and scale will still be free. We're gonna leave it at increment, which basically means it's using these grid lines in the background to snap. We're gonna leave absolute grid snap off for a moment. So we're just gonna make sure that we're in edit mode. We have everything selected. Snapping is on, and we're gonna press G and Z, and you can see the snaps up. Now, a quick note about this snapping is that when you are in perspective mode, you'll see that your grid lines, it only has the major grid lines. It does not have the minor grid lines that divide these. So when you're in perspective mode and you press G to grab, it will only snap to major grid lines. However, if you are in orthographic view, and it doesn't matter if you're in front and you're in top, you're inside, as long as these minor grid lines are appearing, if you're zoomed in enough to see these grid lines, snapping will work on these increments. So you can have something at a 0.5 position between major grid lines, but you have to be in orthographic view to do it. Okay, so we're in edit mode. We moved our cube up, so our pivot's at the bottom. So now let's start actually forming the staircase. So I'm going to press 3 on the numpad to come into right orthographic. I'm going to, in wireframe view, which again can be accessed up here, I'm just going to box select to select this top face. I'm going to press G and Z just to bring this face down. Let's say about there. Same thing, I'm going to box select, G and then Y to bring it there. So let's make each step roughly this size. So we have our first step here, the ground plane being drawn right here by the Y axis. So this step is 10 units long this way and about 3 units tall. So we're gonna use the extrude tool to create the next step. So in order to do this, we're gonna stay in right orthographic. And if this is the front of our stairs where it meets the ground, the next step will be up here. So we're just gonna do that by selecting this face. And with snapping on, hitting E for extrude, and you'll see that the extrude tool works with snapping. So we're just gonna drag it out the same amount that this is. We're gonna grab the top of this face, remembering that extrude has now created two faces on this side, so we can select just this half. We're gonna hit E again, and we're gonna move it up 3, because this one is 3. So now we have our first 2 steps. So we just want to continue this for as long as we need to make our staircase. Tabbing into edit mode, and now so for the next level, I'm gonna grab both of these faces and press extrude. Drag it out to the grid line, click to drop it, grab just this top one, E to extrude, oops, that was R, I meant E to extrude. Click to place, grab all 3 of these, E to extrude, click to place. And you just have to continue this process for as many times as you need stairs. You'll see that I accidentally had this whole thing selected, and when I hit E, I immediately knew that I had made a mistake, because when I drop this, you'll see these little dots have appeared, and those dots are the indicators of the faces that are running down this side. So once I saw those dots, I said, oh, no good, undo, reselect, extrude. So this is just going to conclude this quick little demo. In the next video, we're going to go over how to delete faces and refill them and join together unconnected vertices. Okay, so now let's talk a little bit about deleting, filling, and joining at the edit level. So let's add a mesh here to demonstrate on. We're just going to do a cylinder. Now we talked about how to delete whole objects. Very simple, just select the object and press delete, or press X and confirm the delete. But we can delete things on a per face level by coming into edit mode, making a selection, and pressing X to pull up the delete menu. This also works by hitting the delete key, but it will still pull up a menu, and you need to select what you want deleted. Now, the delete menu works regardless of what selection mode you are in. So if you wanted to delete a face, but you are in vertex mode, you do not need to come into face mode first to delete a face. All you have to do is select all the vertices that make up that face, press X, and delete from the menu. So obviously deleting vertices will delete all of these vertices, which will delete any faces and edges that were dependent on those vertices. Deleting the selection by the edges will delete only the edges and any faces that were dependent on those edges. And deleting the faces will just delete the face. So again, I could be in face select mode, make a selection, and still delete the vertices. When you pull up, you make a selection and you press X or delete to pull up the delete menu, you'll notice that there's some more options here. You can play with some of these to see what they do, but I want to talk about what a dissolve is. What dissolve does is it deletes your selection without destroying your geometry as best as it can. So if I have this edge selected and I delete this edge, it has destroyed the edge, but it has also destroyed the faces that were dependent on it. However, With the same edge selected, if I press X and say dissolve those edges, Blender will delete the edge as well as the vertices that made it up, but instead of obliterating these faces, it has just merged them into a single face. Now, dissolve does have some limitations. It cannot read your mind, unfortunately. So, for example, let's say you selected two faces on a cube. Now, we could essentially make this one non-planar face by hitting X and pressing dissolve faces. And all it's done here is deleted this edge between them. But the face remains there. However, Control Z to undo, that same selection, if we press X and try to dissolve the edges, you'll see that Blender doesn't really know how to parse that. And indeed, if you were trying to visualize what that would look like, it's kind of hard to even picture it. So if Blender cannot dissolve your selection, it will just default to deleting it. You'll see that you get roughly the same result when you delete the edges as when you dissolve them. So it's just something to bear in mind. Dissolve does have some limitations and it is not perfect, and just know that if it cannot dissolve your selection, it will default to deleting it. Okay. So let's say we have made our selection and we have deleted this face. Now, we can tell Blender to draw an edge or a face between any two or more points on a single object with the fill tool. So if we wanted to draw this face back in, let's say we couldn't just Control Z to undo it because we had done some other things to this mesh first. We can patch this hole by selecting the edges around it and just pressing F for fill on the keyboard. Now, the fill tool can also connect two unconnected vertices as long as they are in the same object. So if I had two separated pieces like this, I could connect them by making a selection, shift-clicking to make the other selection, and pressing F. And now you'll see when I have only vertices selected, it just draws an edge. But when I have 4 vertices selected, I now have 3 of these edges selected. So now when I press F, it will fill it with a face. The fill tool in Blender is fairly intuitive. We talked a little bit about edge loops in a previous video, and edge loops are pretty powerful in Blender. So the way that we could quickly fill the cylinder so it had these faces again is because these vertices are aligned and they form lines of loops, and Blender is able to recognize that even without the faces there. So what we can do is make a selection of a single quad, so 2 edges, 4 vertices, press F to fill, and we have our single face. But the cool thing about fill is that if now I come in and select just one of these edges, because it has one of these quads to establish kind of what you want from it, you can select a single edge on here and just press F repeatedly or hold it, and it will fill all the way around that circle. Now, this is dependent on this circle and this circle having the same number of vertices and them being roughly aligned. They don't have to be exactly on top of each other. You can see that if I come in here and undo this, even if this is twisted a little bit, it should still fill properly because they have the same number of vertices. Now, with fill, you can also select a single vertex along the edges of a hole in your mesh, and if you press F, it will fill it with a triangle. And if you press F again, this triangle will be closed. Just trying to undo some of these changes just so things don't end up extremely messy. All right. Now, the last thing I want to discuss before we move on is the join operation. And this is a bit similar to fill in that it will draw an edge between two unconnected vertices, but join will do so respecting the faces that are under it. So what I mean by that is that if I select this vertex and I come over to an unconnected vertex, say this one. Now, if I pressed fill on this, it would draw an edge. However, this face, I still have snapping on. I'm just going to turn that off by clicking the icon here. However, this face is not connected or divided by this edge. When I select it, it still selects this as one face instead of one face here and one face here. Now, if we wanted to split this face, we can do so by making our selection, and instead of using fill, we're going to hit J to join them. And all join has done is connected these vertices, but it has divided this face. So you can see how this is really powerful for dividing up your mesh exactly the way you want it. And of course, using some of our other tools, you can get complex shapes. Okay, so that is going to wrap it up for the delete, fill, and join operations. In the next video, we're going to start talking a little bit more about loops and how to add edge loops to existing geometry. Okay, so the next topic we are going to cover is the loop, cut, and slide tool. Now, this is one you're going to be using a lot, so make sure you're awake for this video. So we already talked about what an edge loop is, and we can use edge loops to cut across our mesh in order to add more vertices. So if we wanted to divide this cube horizontally, we can do that by adding a loop cut using the loop cut tool. So with the cube selected, let's tab into edit mode, and we're going to add a loop cut across here by pressing Control and R. Now you'll get this yellow preview cut, and when you hover over different edges on your mesh, it will show you the way in which the cut is going to be made. So if we want to divide it horizontally, we can hover over this edge, click to cut. Now you'll see that when I move my cursor, the new edge loop is now moving along with it. This is the loop slide tool. It is automatically activated when you place a loop cut, so you can drag to slide this edge where you want it and click to confirm its placement. So naturally, if you press Control R to pull up a loop cut and double click, it will just drop that loop cut right where the preview was. Now, the preview is always going to be at the halfway point of whatever edge you're hovering. So I'm hovering this edge here, and it's cutting this edge exactly in half. So we can use loop cuts to quickly divide our geometry in half by either double clicking to place, or if you, let's say you click to confirm and maybe you accidentally move your cursor a bit and you want to make sure that this is exactly at 50% at the halfway point, instead of left clicking to confirm, we can right click to drop it, which will drop it exactly at its default halfway location between these 2 points. But you'll see that the cut is still made. Right clicking did not cancel the operation, just as it did in extrude. It did not cancel the operation itself, only the movement portion of the operation. We can control how many cuts are made into our mesh by, when we press Ctrl R and we get our preview, instead of clicking, if we scroll the mouse wheel up, we can increase the number of loops. If we scroll it down, we can decrease. The preview will still show up with the correct number, and of course you can just click to place it. You'll get the edge slide tool, confirm the placement, and now you'll see we have 3 cuts just by scrolling our mouse wheel. We can also affect the number of cuts we make by coming into the loop cut and slide panel and changing this value, number of cuts. Moving the factor slider, we'll move it up and down. And moving the smoothness will create some bulges and indents depending on the value. Now, loop cut can also be accessed here in the toolbar. However, when you use loop cut from the toolbar, you'll see that you get the same preview cut, but the scroll wheel will no longer increase the number of cuts. And when you click to place, you will no longer automatically have the edge slide mode activated. To use edge slide with the loop cut from the tool panel, you will have to click and hold and drag where you want it and release to confirm before you placing a new cut. And of course, the only way to increase the number of cuts using this menu icon is to do it manually through this loop cut and slide menu at the bottom. So another reason I prefer the hotkeys is that it automatically places you into slide mode, and you can use the scroll wheel to affect the number of cuts. So if we add a loop cut to each face of this cube, we end up with 24 equal faces instead of 6. We can remove loop cuts by holding Alt, clicking on the loop, which will again select the entire loop, pressing X to delete, and in the delete menu coming down here to where it says edge loops. This will delete the loop while preserving these faces. Now, we've divided this geometry up equally, and if we wanted to continue to divide it, we could continue to add loop cuts until we had our geometry subdivided to a resolution that we want. However, there is a much faster way to quickly divide your geometry, and that is with the subdivide tool. I'm just Control-Zing to undo all these until I'm left with the default cube. To subdivide this mesh more quickly, all we have to do is make a selection of the faces or edges we wish to divide. In this case, if I wish to divide this mesh evenly, I would just hit A to press all. Now to subdivide it, all we have to do is in edit mode, right click and come up to this menu option that says subdivide. You can press it here and you'll see now that we have the exact same result as we did after we added all those loop cuts, but with just a much faster process. Now, right-clicking in edit mode brings up the contextual menu, which we talked a little bit about in a previous video, It is dependent on what selection mode you currently have active, but all of the contextual menus can be accessed in any selection mode by coming up here and either going to the vertex menu, the edge menu, or the face menu. Now you'll notice when I change my selection modes and right click, that subdivide is present in all of them. And you may be thinking, like, why is subdivide in the vertex mode? Because when you select a single vertex, you cannot actually divide it. You cannot divide a single point in space. The operation will run, but nothing will happen because there is nothing to divide. Now this is just because if you are in vertex mode and you select multiple vertices, you can subdivide those edges. So it will create a point between those and do its best to connect them. So just bear in mind that you can subdivide, although the right click menu is contextual to what selection mode you have active, you can always subdivide in any of them. So we notice that when we subdivide our mesh, the little menu in the bottom pops up like it does for our other operations. Keep in mind, as a review, this menu is contextual to the last operation you performed. So performing any other operation or making a new selection will get rid of that menu, and the only way you can get it back is to undo your subdivision. I'm just going to delete these edges by holding Alt, clicking, pressing X, and hitting edge loops. So the only way to get that menu back is to perform the operation again. So let's do that really quick and take a look at some of these settings. Now the settings I want to show you for the subdivide operation are here where it says number of cuts and smoothness. Now by increasing the number of cuts, we are essentially telling Blender how many times to perform the subdivide operation. So you'll see that when I increase it a few steps, the mesh is being continually subdivided, giving us more vertices on this cube. Now smoothness will be defaulted to 0, which means that none of these vertices we've created will be transformed in any way during the operation. But if we increase this slider, you'll see that Blender is smoothing out these vertices as best it can to give this object a more rounded shape until we max this value at 1 and we're left with a sphere. So that is all I want to discuss for the loop, cut, and slide tool. Again, this is probably going to be one of your most used tools in Blender, so we will of course show you how to use it on a practical demo. And in the next video, we're going to cover the bevel operation. All right, so let's just do a quick demo of using the delete, fill, join, as well as the loop, cut, and slide operations we just went over. So here I have the staircase that we made for the extrusion demo, and I want to use the tools we just went over to change the look of this a little bit. So we have like our basic steps, but if you wanted this to be a floating staircase, which what I mean by that is this sort of these open ones, so they just have steps, there's no risers, and you can see through them. So that is a floating staircase. So let's change our staircase into a floating staircase using the things we just went over. I'm going to press 3 to go into right orthographic view. I'm going to hold Z and select wireframe, because what I want to do essentially is keep these top steps and remove everything under them. So to do that, I'm just going to go into the right orthographic, into wireframe, so I can selecting through the mesh, so everything that is lined up with this view. So I'm going to drag out a box selection in face select mode, and we're just going to start deleting some of these faces. Box select, press X, delete the faces. X, delete faces. We're just going to do that all the way down. Okay, so that leaves me with this. Now, we have some problems here in that when we deleted those faces, these now are sort of open and have holes in them. So we're going to use our fill operation to fill these holes back up. So started at either end, doesn't matter. We're just going to start selecting some of these faces. And the nice thing about these is since they're quadrilateral and the vertices are all lined up, the fill tool should be able to detect them, not quite as an edge loop, but it should be able to detect how to fill these by just selecting a single edge and pressing F. And F, 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 all the way through to the top. Okay, so now we have all those holes filled up. But for a floating staircase, these steps need to be separated from each other. Right now they're connected. So if I were to move any of these, turn off snapping and move any of these, you can see that the problem that's going to come with it. So we need to separate these from each other a little bit. So let's do this with loop cuts. Now, keep in mind, there is no one set way to build any object in Blender. So although I'm showing you how to do it this way, this by no means means that this is the only way to model a staircase. It's just kind of about finding what tools and what workflows work for you and then using them to your advantage. So we have 5 grid lines up approximately, and we can turn on snapping again to make this exact if we want to. So just making sure that we are zoomed in far enough to see these grid lines, because if we zoom out, these grid lines get cold essentially. They're not being rendered on the screen, and now when I add a loop, it just won't snap properly unless plus we can't really see where we're adding it. So we're just adding loops by pressing Control and R, adding the cut across this edge, and scooting it down so that just the bottoms are going to be affected by the next operation that we do. And I'm probably not getting these, the width of these exact to each other. You can spend a little bit more time on this if you want and get them very exact, but this is just a demonstration and a pretty quick one. Just Control R, click, shift down. You'll see that snapping works with extrude. It also works with loop cuts. You'll notice that when you have snapping turned on and you go into edge slide mode, it will snap as well. Okay, so that's probably close enough. This one looks a little large. Okay. So now I have this extra information basically on all these steps. So what I'm going to do now is select this face loop that I just created. And I'm going to delete them so that there's a little bit more space in between these guys on the vertical. And you may be asking, like, why did we bother to fill all these faces when I'm just going to end up deleting them again? And that was because the way that our geometry was left after we deleted all the faces down here wouldn't make it so I would not be able to select these loops all the way around or place these loops very nicely. So it's a little bit of an extra step, but it's usually worth it. And we're going to leave this last. Actually, no, we're not going to leave this last one. We're going to delete that one too. I'm just looking at, I have a reference image on another screen that I'm looking at just to make sure I'm making these somewhat correctly. Okay, so now let's delete all the faces, pressing X, deleting the faces. We can delete these ones too. Again, we just filled those in so that we could make those loops that I just made and make those selections properly. So you may want to adjust the spacing of some of these. I'm not going to do that because all that is transforming selections, which we've gone over extensively at this point. So I'm not going to do it here in the demo, but you know, tweak the spacing and the size and the placement of these as much as you like. And we're just going to fill these faces back in. Cool. So I'm just going to scale this along the Y just because these steps are look a little wide and the slope doesn't look quite as steep as it should be. So, you know, these will give you your floating steps. And of course you would need to add the like middle railing support and railings, which we can do. I'm actually going to delete what I just did because I noticed that I didn't tab out of edit mode. So when I tab out of this will be one object, which is fine, but it's just going to change the way we are able to rotate this cube. If I was to leave it in edit mode, because I'm going to rotate this, if I rotate this in edit mode, you'll notice that it doesn't affect the rotation of the object at all on a global scale. So I believe when I hit, yes, so when I hit, if I wanted to make this longer by scaling it along its local axis, the way we've been doing that, which would be scale YY, you'll see that it doesn't work because this scale operation is looking at the entire object's local rotation, which is not changed because I made all these edits in edit mode. So I'm going to get rid of this. Everything is selected on this object, which we went over briefly in another demo, but to select a whole connected pieces, but not the pieces that are not connected to each other, you just make a selection of either a vertex, an edge, or a face in that mode and press L to select linked. And we're going to delete the faces. I'm going to tab out of edit mode. And I'm going to add a cube now in object mode. So now when we scale it, move it. Now when we rotate it, we can hit scale Y, except that it's scale ZZ, and now we can make it elongated the way we want it to. Still have snapping on, which you don't need to leave on for this if you find that it's hindering your ability to create this. So looking at my picture, and it looks like the support beam just sort of comes to a flat angle with the ground. So I'm going to rotate it so it's just about flush. And then I can hit scale Z0 to make sure it is exactly flush. And now we can scale it to fix this width issue that is created by the rotation. And again, you can spend, you know, a ton of time on something like this and getting it really exact and really perfect and everything looking good, but this is just a demonstration. So we're going kind of quick. It would be something about like that, and then you would have floor connected here, obviously, so you wouldn't see this overshoot. And in fact, you'd probably even have it come out under the floor and not be attached, but it depends on what you're doing. Okay. That is pretty good. Right, so that concludes the quick demo on just a more practical use case for deleting, filling, and using loop cuts in an object. So in the next video, we're going to go over a few more operations, bevel and inset, before we do a larger demo with those tools and using those tools along with what we've learned so far to create more intricate objects and scenes. But that will conclude the demo for now, and I will see you in the next video. So the last few things I want to cover before we wrap up this first section on mesh editing tools is the bevel and the inset tool. So let's start with bevel. I just have a default cube here, and I'm going to tab into edit mode. And I'm just going to show you what a bevel does. So I can select an edge on this cube or any multiple edges and hold Control and press B and drag out my mouse to create a bevel. Bevel is useful for creating these interesting sort of angled cuts, and you can get some very cool, dynamic shapes with it. You can bevel again, as I said, multiple edges by just making a multi-select with Shift or dragging out a box selection. And Control B, drag it out, and the bevel will scale, it will bevel these uniformly. So bevel is really great for rounding out corners. Like, say you're working on something that has a really cartoony style, like a 3D animated film. And for this, you want all the objects in your scene to be sort of soft and rounded. Now, beveling is a great way to achieve that. So if you have something that cube, for instance, you could tab into edit mode, select the edges that you wish to round out. In this case, we're just going to have them all selected. Press Control B and drag it out. Now, it's performed this bevel operation, but obviously this isn't round like I was talking about. So just like the other operations and tools we've been looking at, bevel has this contextual bevel menu down in the bottom left corner. So click on that and we can pull up some advanced options for bevel. Now, some of these are very advanced, so we're not necessarily going to cover every setting here. I just want to draw your attention to where it says segments right here, where it says 1. Now, this is similar to the number of cuts we were looking at with the loop cut tool. So by increasing this, we are telling Blender how many times to perform this bevel operation, and you can see that increasing it just a few steps has added a lot of detail here and rounded this corner out. So this can give you some nice soft corners, and of course we still have flat shading enabled right here, so we can, in object mode, right click and shade smooth the way we did before, and that's how you get these nice rounded soft sort of objects. Now, just sort of a note about edges and corners in 3D models. There's a little trick that you can do with beveling that will just massively improve the look of any hard surface object that you make. So you'll notice that when you look at just the primitive cube in Blender, these corners and these angles are very harsh and they're very exact because they're coming to like a single point in space, and it is just not very realistic. Real objects, even fresh out the factory, do not have edges that are this sharp and this exact. So it's just physically impossible. And so when you look at something that does have that, it doesn't look realistic. and it's just not very pleasing to the eye. So we can aid this by using bevels. So we're going to tab into edit mode, and with everything selected, let's just hit Control B and pull this out just a little bit. Now it's remembered from my last bevel operation that I had 4 segments. So I don't want 4 segments in this one. We're just going to knock this down to 1. So when you keep a bevel small on an edge like this, it no longer reads to the eye as like a rounded surface. It will appear 90 degrees from a distance. So if we tab into object mode and we zoom out, we can see that this edge is just a lot more easy to read because there's more of an angle of a surface for the light to bounce off of it, basically. So just to compare it to a default cube, we're just looking at these edges here, and you can just see that this one is just more pleasing to the eye, and it is easier for us, for our brains really, to parse this information and say, okay, this is a cube. It is just easier with the beveled edge. So just keep in mind, that's just a little trick you can do that just is relatively small, but will just massively improve the aesthetic value of your pieces. So that is all I wanted to say for bevel. Now the last tool I want to go over is inset. And inset achieves something that we kind of did with the extrude tool. So when we were looking at the extrude tool and we were making that column, we created an inset by pressing E and then S, scaling it in and clicking. So this is achievable with the extrude tool, but this is much quicker with the inset tool. Let's just Control Z to undo that and select this face. And now instead of pressing E, I'm going to press I on my keyboard. And sorry, my cursor was a little too close to the center, so Blender just got a little bit confused. No worries. If that happens, just reselect, undo, reselect it, and make sure your cursor is farther out from the selection. So now when I pull this in, you'll see it creates the same kind of inset, but it just does it much quicker. So when we can achieve this with an extrude function, why do we need the inset tool? It's a great question. And the inset tool is more valuable when you're coming in on more complex operations than a single inset. So if I wanted to inset every face of this cube, if I were to do that with extrude, I would have to select a face, extrude, scale, click, extrude, scale, click, and repeat that process all the way around the cube. The insets, as a result, would probably not be very even. And if I tried to do multiple extrusions at once by selecting selecting all of my faces with A, pressing E and S, well, what's happening, it's more clear in wireframe, is basically it's extruded every face, but since all these faces are connected, practically what that means is that it's duplicated this cube, and now I'm just scaling another cube inside this cube, which was not what I wanted. So let's delete this inner cube by pressing X and deleting the vertices. So to achieve what I wanted, we're going to use the inset tool. So we're going to select all with A and press I for inset, and at first you'll see that nothing happens. Move this timeline down a little. That is because the individual faces are not being inset because the individual setting on the inset tool is currently off, which you can see in the bar up here. Now to turn this on, all we have to do is press I again. And now you'll notice when you inset it, it's insetting properly on every face. Now, this individual setting is also accessible after you perform the operation in the Inset Faces menu that appears in the bottom left corner of the screen. There's a couple other advanced settings here. We'll go over boundary in a future video, but you can play with these to kind of see what they do, but they're more advanced. So let's just stick with individual being the only setting we're going to cover in this. So now from here, you can use things like extrude and scale to create, you know, different forms. So that is all I'm going to cover for this first mesh editing tools section of the course. We're going to be doing a larger scale demo utilizing all these functions and layering them with the things that we have gone over in previous videos to build out a scene. So without further ado, let's move on to the demo. Okay, so let's get started on the more practical side of what we've been covering over the last few videos. So we're going to do a demo here, and we're going to be covering everything that we're going to be using everything that we've covered until now. So everything from adding and transforming objects, deleting objects that we covered in some early videos, up into the functions that we covered in the last series of videos, which were extrude, delete, fill, join, loop cut and slide, subdivide, bevel, and inset. So I just started up with a new Blender file here, and I've tabbed over into the modeling workspace just to get rid of the animation timeline here at the bottom, just because I noticed over the last few videos it was sort of obstructing my keystroke capture here in the bottom. So just like the previous demos, I'm probably not going to describe every single thing that I'm doing because a lot of it is about repetition and learning those hotkeys, those shortcuts. But again, my keystrokes will be captured down here in the bottom left corner of the screen so you can follow along with what I'm doing. Okay, so I don't have a plan as such for what I want to demo with these tools, but in the last couple demos, we've been doing these kind of larger exterior scenes because we haven't really been able to go in and edit these meshes to be much more than primitives. So now that we know how to add and remove geometry and detail, we can do a lot more, and we can do it at a smaller scale. So I'm gonna move into doing an interior scene just for a bit of a change of pace. So now that we can really manipulate these shapes, we can do a lot more. So I'm gonna start, since I know I wanna do an interior, I don't have a firm plan for what I'm going to put in it, but let's just start by building out the room itself. And now I'm not going to put like a ceiling or a fourth wall on this room, just so that we can see what we're doing. But, you know, if this were like a 3D game environment you were building, you know, you would have those things, because when, you know, if your perspective is inside the room, you'd want to be able to view it from all sides. But this is going to be more like a diorama almost. So we can just start with our default cube. Now I want to make some walls and doors and just sort of the major building blocks of this piece. So to do that, and in order to do that in a way in which everything lines up nice and evenly, I'm going to turn on grid snapping. And we went over this in a previous video, but we can do that by coming up here and clicking the snap icon, which is like a little magnet, and you can also press Shift Tab to toggle it on and off. So I'm gonna turn it on. I'm gonna press 1 to come into front orthographic, tab into edit mode. And you may be wondering why I'm so insistent on keeping the pivot points at the bottom when it doesn't, so far, it doesn't seem to have mattered. This is honestly just good practice, and for me, coming from environment modeling for games specifically, when you bring pieces into your game engine, so you wouldn't program your game in Blender, but you would use another engine like Unity or Unreal. So you would make all your models in Blender, you would export them, and then you would import them into these engines. And when you import them, it's just a lot easier when you're placing things and duplicating them in engine if the pivot's at the bottom, because those types of programs will snap your pivot to the ground so that just everything is lined up the way it should be, and it's just makes your workflow a little bit easier down the line. So although it may not have seemed to have mattered for some of the demos I've done, it is just good practice. Okay, so I guess for this, let's start thinking about our scale. So I did this, I think I covered this in the previous video, but I may not have. So the default cube that you start with is 2 by 2 by 2 meters. So let's say I want to make I'm gonna not make this one of our final pieces. This is just gonna be a tool that I use to get an idea for scale. So we're gonna make this about the size of a door, because a door is a pretty universal thing and it's something that we all see every day. So it allows us to judge whether things are scaled appropriately. So we're gonna leave the Z at 2 meters. We're gonna put the X dimensions at about 1 meter. And these are all approximate. I mean, if you measure a door, it's not gonna necessarily be exactly this. And then the Y doesn't matter quite as much. Again, this isn't going to be our door. This is more just a scaling reference. So I'm just gonna put it at 1 meter. Okay. So this is the size of approximately a door and approximately a tall person. So I'm just gonna rename this scale ref so that later I'm not confused by it. All right. So now I'm in object mode. I'm gonna add a new cube. Snapping turned on still, you may notice that it's kind of it looks a little different when I'm sliding it once it's snapping on. Again, I forgot to move my pivot point after I just made that whole point about how you should always have it at the bottom for environment pieces. So if you look at a door just on sort of a normal wall, there's like a little bit of space between the top of the door and the ceiling. So again, this is not going to be like an architectural design piece, so it's not going to be exact. And you can use Blender for architectural design and things like that. You just have to be more careful about getting your measurements correct. So this is going to be our first wall segment, and there's a few conventions about how big and how wide you should make walls. It's largely up to you and the needs you have for your scene, but typically a door is 2 meters tall, and if you were building this for a game or even an animation, you would want your character model brought in here to make sure that they can fit through the doors and things, because if you model your whole scene based on a certain scale, you bring your character in and realize, oh, the character can no longer move through this door, I can't proceed with this, then you'd have to go back and redo it and tweak it, and it wouldn't be good. So let's make this section of the wall 4 meters long. And then there's some conventions regarding how thick your walls should be. Again, it depends on what you want to use this for. But there are some issues with having your walls be flat planes that can arise in some game engines. And what I mean by that is, instead of using a cube, if we used a plane, which is just a single face, it would work to make your walls this way. And if you weren't ever going to see move through this doorway or see the other side of this, you can absolutely use a plane. There's just sometimes issues with lighting. If you have an exterior light source, it might just bleed through a little bit because the engines have a harder time with it. But so we're going to have a little bit of thickness to our wall, just like a real world wall. Say that 5 times fast. Okay. So since we know that this is approximately the size of our door, we can use this information to cut a doorway in using some of our delete functions that we learned. So let's select, and let's make sure we're trying to keep this a little bit organized for these longer demos. So let's name that. You can even name it maybe like wall underscore door, and whatever naming conventions you choose. It's largely personal preference. Obviously, if you're working for, you know, some sort of studio, they'll probably have a naming convention they want you to follow. But if it's just a scene that you're working on by yourself, use whatever you like. So I've tabbed into edit mode on this wall, and I've pressed Control R to get my preview loop cut. So what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to bring it right in the center here, which brings it right in the center of our door. I'm going to scroll up on my mouse wheel once to make the cuts, think the number of cuts 2. I'm going to click again. I want them exactly where they are. So now, because we have median point is the default transform pivot point, if we have both of these selected, which they will be as soon as you place them, if we press S and X and scale them out on the X, you can see that these edges slide in really nice. So we're going to line these up with the size of the door, and we're going to make another cut across right here. The same way, we're going to hit Control R, get our preview, slide it up, and now we have the cut going all the way around. So let's hide our scale reference. And now we actually need to make a hole in this wall for the doorway. So let's go into face select mode and select the faces that we want to delete just by shift clicking again. X for delete menu and faces. So now we have this doorway that's appropriately sized, but we can see into the interior of our wall. So we just have to patch up these holes. We already know how to do that. We're just going to come down here, select this edge, press F, F, and F one more time to fill all the way around that loop. So we already have our first room piece. Now, let's move this off the center a little bit because I like to add and model things in the center of the screen, but that's totally personal preference. So let's make another wall piece, and let's make this one just like a plain wall with no doors or windows or anything like that. Plain. Tab into edit mode, move this up. Wireframe to be able to select through everything. And you may be asking why I'm grabbing these faces and moving them with the G tool instead of scaling them. There's no reason. It's just a personal preference thing. I'd have to come in here and enable scale snapping to get it to snap if I use scale, which is no big deal. You can do it that way. You just come to the drop down in the snap, highlight scale, you can highlight everything if you like. And now if you select both of these faces in S and X, they will snap. So there's no real reason I'm doing one method over the other. It's just sort of a personal preference thing. So let's look at this. Let's see. I made this, I think I made this 20 centimeters. I believe that these grid lines are currently set to 1 meter each. Yeah, because this says 4, 3, 4, and this is 4 meters. So yes, so each of these little squares is going to be 10 centimeters. So my walls are 20 centimeters thick. So let's make this one 20 centimeters thick. Okay. Nope, I actually made it 30, and you can see because it says 0.3 meters. So I was off by 1. There we go. 0.2, we're good. 0.2. Yes, they match. Okay. So now we have a plain wall. We have a wall with a doorway cut into it. And let's make one more with a window. So to do this, I'm just going to move this to the side, but I'm just going to duplicate it just to speed up this process and make it from this shape. We can see we have wall plane .001 now because it's a duplicate. Let's rename it wall window. All right. Now most windows are roughly, the top of them are roughly aligned with the top of doors. And this can vary depending on, what type of building, but for like standard modern buildings, and I don't know a ton about architecture, as its own discipline, but for standard modern buildings, they seem to line up roughly with the top of the door. So now we could have duplicated this and added edge loops to it and filled it, but I think it's actually just going to be easier now to do it from here. And because this piece is directly behind this piece on the Y, just where I've placed it for now, when I hit 1 to go into front orthographic, it's lined up perfectly. So if I select our wall underscore window, go into 1, hit 1, on the numpad to move into front orthographic, and now I tab into edit mode, I can still see these guidelines because I'm in wireframe. I'm looking through this mesh, so I can see the guidelines of the mesh behind it, which is going to make it easier to make these lines be where I need them. So now I have this cut horizontally across the mesh, and it's at the exact height that this one is. So how tall you want to make your windows is largely up to you. Typically they're roughly rectangular. I'm just trying to visualize between this and this. Let's make it this one. We can always move it. Now, same thing with these guidelines here. We're going to match basically the width just to keep things simple. So all I've done is hit Control and R, hovered over this edge to get my preview, and scrolled up once on the mouse wheel to double it. And I've double clicked to place it exactly where it is. We could also add the number of cuts afterwards by accessing this loop cut and slide menu down here. So S and X, scale it in. Now you'll see that this isn't lining up exactly, and I believe that is because I did not have scale snapping enabled when I made this door. I think I just eyeballed it. So we're going to turn snapping off quickly, and we're just going to come in, and I'm just box selecting to select the entire loop. You can also, of course, hold Alt and click it. I'm just going to zoom in so I can see where this is, and I'm going to hit G and X and transform. And I'm going to do the same thing over here, G and X. Okay, so now we have all of our loop cuts in place. So now all we have to do, same thing we did for the door, is select the faces that we want to delete, which is a little bit easier to see in solid viewport shading. So I've just selected both those faces. I'm going to hit X, and I'm going to delete the faces. Now, again, we just want to fill these. Let's select 2 edges. Actually, we can select, 2 edges and 4 vertices and fill this whole quad. So now if we just select this edge, because there is this quad drawn, Blender sees that and says, oh, I get it. You want it to fill in this way. So now if I just hit F, I don't have to make the whole selection. All right. So we have our initial pieces here. So let's think about how we want some of these arranged, and let's add a floor in while we're at it. Now for the floor, I am going to use a plane, just because you don't typically have the same issues with light coming through. And again, this is sort of a more advanced topic, and it's not really something you need to worry about at this stage, but I do just want to explain why I use certain pieces over other pieces at times. So I typically use planes for the ground because you don't typically have a light source underneath something, so you don't have to worry as much about light coming through. So I have snapping on. Let's just scale it up so it's 4 by 4, so it's just matches the width. Yeah. Now we can start duplicating some of these objects around to build out our room. So I'm going to go into top view because I like using top view for laying out things. Just moving this to the side a little bit because I think I want the door to be here. Let's bring it in by 20 centimeters, just so that it's sitting on this plane. Now we can grab some of these and start moving them around. So now let's start duplicating this floor for wherever we need it. So, and you could, you know, scale this and extrude some of these edges to make the floor the shape you need, but for consistency and just ease of placement, I think it's better. It's called the modular workflow, and it's something that is used a lot in games. It's easier to make things sort of a standardized size and then just duplicate them. And it also helps with like when you add textures. So if I had a sort of like a wood floor running on this with like the wood floor planks, I won't get in too much into detail about that because that's going to be a future video, is texturing, but just know that it would be easier to texture a single square plane than it would be to texture something that is like extruded into like a funky L shape. So I don't think I want a window right here next to the door. I think I'm gonna duplicate this wall out. Place it, rotate it. And because I had rotate turned on in the snapping, I was able to just quickly and accurately make it 90 degrees. I think I am gonna put the window over here. So you'll notice with the snapping that if I'm really zoomed out, I can't snap to like the 10 centimeter increments before. We talked about this a little bit in the lecture. So if you notice that it's not snapping to small enough increments, you just have to zoom in until you can see these grid lines that you need to snap them to. Let's do another regular wall right here. You'll see because I made the floors and the walls all the same width in their local X direction that it just makes it a lot easier to build things out with proper placement. So you can think of this as like a diorama, like, I don't know, maybe you're playing a top-down game and, you know, like The Sims or something, and when you look into your houses, you know, there's no walls or ceilings obstructing, so you could see what's going on. So think of it like that. That's a good start. It's just a little square room, which is a little bit boring. So let's add a little bit of variation. I'm gonna do that by rotating some of these walls and making just more interesting configuration. Okay, so that's a good sort of starting point for this. Oops, DC90. Okay, cool. So now let's think about what we can add to give this a little bit more life. So obviously we need actual windows and actual doors, not just these holes cut into our mesh. So let's do that. Now this doorway is, again, not perfectly on the world origin, but it is aligned on the X axis. So when I press 1 on the numpad and come in here, you can see this doorway is being cut exactly in half by this axis line. So it's just going to make it very easy because it's all lined up with the center of the world to make a door. So actually you can do that. You could just add a new cube and scale it, or if you like, you can just use the scale ref. You can just rename it to something like door and then just scale from here, just because it's a little bit closer to the shape we need already. It's a little bit quicker. And now that we have our doorways cut and things like that, we don't really need the scale reference anymore because we can just look at our doorway or our windows. Just placing that right in the center. We're going to need to make a frame for it at some point too, because it's going to look strange if we don't. Yeah, so let's look at this. Now, I'm going to show you a shortcut that we have not discussed in the lectures, and this is just a sort of a view mode shortcut. So if you have a lot of objects in your scene and you're trying to view them from angles and things are obstructing it, and you're like, well, I could go into wireframe, but I really, I want to see this object solid. You just want to see it alone. You could select everything and press H to hide it, but the quicker way to quickly view an object in isolation is to click on it and click the slash key on your keyboard, and that will put you in like local view, which basically just hides everything else that was not selected in your viewport. It just hides it temporarily for you. Now, if you press Alt H, it won't bring it back because this is a different functionality than the H key. You have to move out of local view, and you'll know you're in local because up here where it says user perspective, it will say local. So to move out of local view, all you have to do is press the slash key again, and it will bring everything back. So if you just need to quickly focus on one piece, that is how you do it. So we've made a couple doors up until now, but we haven't really been able to add a lot more detail other than just like putting in a doorknob because we weren't able to edit our mesh in fine enough detail, but now we can. So let's add a loop cut, just right in the middle. And I'm thinking about those doors that have sort of the inset panels. So we do know how to make an inset, and that is with using inset. So let's select every face, and whether or not you want to do the back face is up to you. If I just move out of local view. So it depends what your scene is for. If this door is going to open at any point, you would want to model the back face because you would see it. But if it's just going to stay closed and it's just going to be a static shot, you don't necessarily have to model the back face. Okay, slash again to go into local view. I'm going to press I, and you see that it's coming in as one, but I put that cut in the center because I wanted to. So I'm just going to press I again to turn on individual. All right. I want to scale these in on the X a little bit. Cool. So now I want to bring these panels in because if I tabbed into object mode right now, I haven't moved these off the surface at all, so it still appears flat even though these cuts and vertices have been added. So I'm going to press E and S and then Y to scale it in on the Y. And I've turned snapping off for this just because I want a little bit finer control. Cool. So in order to see this better, we can come up here and turn on cavity the way we have, but you'll notice that when I press 1 to view it from the front, you still can't see it, even though the inset is there. And that is just because these edges, these faces are perfectly flat to the world. It's just something to know that when you are looking at something that is perfectly flat from a perfect front view, you just won't be able to visualize it. So there's a couple of tricks we can do to make this visible from the front. So let's tab back into edit mode. Our selection is still active. Let's change our transform pivot point to individual origins and press S and scale these in a little bit. So now this face isn't perfectly aligned to the world, and this face is a little bit smaller, but when you come into front view, you can now see it because we can now see these edges properly. Okay, looks so far so good. Let's add our door. Shift right clicking to move my 3D cursor so I can quickly add a cylinder in the correct spot, well, approximately the correct spot. I'm gonna press R, X, and 90 to flip it this way. I'm gonna scale it down. Press scale and shift Y because I don't want to affect the length of it this way right now. And then I like to do this as I go. You can model everything in with flat shading and then come in and fix it, but I like to do it as I go. It just helps me visualize what I'm doing. Let's come in here, select this face loop by in face select mode, holding Alt and clicking, right clicking, and selecting shade smooth. Let's add a UV sphere for the actual knob part. Rotating it 90 degrees along the X, which you can do by pressing R, X, and then 90, or by hitting 3 on your numpad and then just typing in R and 90. Again, because when you're viewing it from orthographic, it will only transform in the directions that you can view it. Shading it smooth there just to get a better idea. And then the same way we did this before, we're going to tab into edit mode on this, grab a single vertex at the front. We're going to turn on proportional editing by either clicking this icon or pressing O on the keyboard, grabbing, pressing Y for Y, and then we're going to scroll to change our influence just so we have this shape that's round here and flat here like a doorknob. And now we're just gonna play with the scale until it looks approximately right. I think it's a little bit too high up. Let's join these objects together, but not to the door just yet. So we're gonna do that by making our selection. And in this case, I have no preference over where the origin is because I'm going to move it anyway. So Control and J to join it. And now I just want to fix the origin. And how I'm going to do that with the 3D cursor snapping that we went over in a previous video. So in face select mode, I want the origin to be exactly on the center, but on this face. So I'm just going to select this entire face. I'm going to press Shift and S to pull up the snapping menu and hit cursor to selected. Now I'm going to tab into object mode, going to right click, going to come down to set origin and click origin to 3D cursor. Again, this should all be review. Cool. So I'm just gonna reset my 3D cursor so it's not obstructing my view by pressing Shift C. And then we can put the doorknob on the other side just by duplicating it. Shift D, Y for the axis. And now we want to flip it completely in this direction. So I'm in right orthographic. So all I have to do is press R and 180 and then place it. Looks pretty good. So we can join all these together if we like. And then, of course, I'm going to make the door selection my last active. This is another thing about selection order and joining is it matters not only for the pivot, which should be here for a door, but we covered that already. So, but it also matters for the names. So if you watch the names up here of all these objects, I didn't name the doorknobs. And when I joined the two pieces of the doorknob together, I joined the sphere to the cylinder so it maintains the name of your active selection. So If I select the knob and the knob, which are just named cylinder, because I didn't rename them, if I then select the door, I'm just making sure I have my selection order right. So now the door is my active selection. If I control J, it will maintain the name door. Now, if I had done this in the wrong order, not only would the pivot point be wrong, but when I press Control J, it is now called cylinder.001, which we don't really want. So just remember that the active object it's going to maintain all the properties of the active object. So just make sure that what you want is active. And you'll see that I'm getting some shading errors here because these objects did not have a uniform scale, and they still do not, which you can tell by bringing up the sidebar by pressing N and viewing these things here. Now, if these are all 1, it should fix these things here. But if I change it this way, it's going to scale the mesh. So we need to apply the scale, which we've done in a previous video. But again, to do that, just make your selection in object mode. Hold Control, press A to bring up this apply menu, and just apply the scale. Now it's fixed that shading error we had right here. All right, that's a good, nice basic door. So let's continue on. All right. And I brought everything back again just by pressing slash. You know, I'm being a little bit repetitive here, but I know that these hotkeys, there's just a lot of them, and there's not always the easiest to memorize. So I think just repetition is the best way to memorize these things. I still have proportional editing on, which I do not really need right now. So let's turn it off. All I did was add a cube, scale it down. And you'll notice if I scale something in edit mode, actually this is a good point to make. So if I have this cube and I scale it down to approximately that size, in object mode, the scale of it is 0.086. And that's because I did it on the object level. However, this cube, I added it, I tabbed into edit mode, and then I scaled it. So you'll see that the scale remains at 1. So just remember that doing things in object mode is a good way to sort of preserve the history of the object, I guess is the best way to say it. Because now if I reset these values to 1 of the cube that I scaled in object mode, if I reset these values to 1, it brings it back to the default size, which is 2 by 2 by 2. But for this one, because I scaled it in edit mode, its scale of 1 is now equal to a dimension of 0.13 meters. So if I were to scale this in object mode and then clear that by pressing Alt and then S to clear the scale back to 1, it now reads this as the default scale for this object. You know, it's sort of heady and conceptual, but you will get the hang of it the more you use these objects and scale these objects. Again, repetition is kind of key here. Okay, so I'm just lining this up to make a simple frame. And we did this with multiple cubes in the past. The way we were making frames for our doors was by adding a cube here and scaling it, adding a cube here and scaling it, and adding a cube here and scaling it, and then joining those objects. And that's a valid way to do it, but I just want to show you another way. So we now have it scaled to the approximate width. We'll probably change it a little bit, but just get it roughly the size you want it. And now tab into edit mode. We're going to select this top face. We're going to hit E to extrude it, and we're just going to extrude it to the top. And it's easier to line up if you are in orthographic view. And we don't actually need this edge loop, so we're going to delete it. We're going to alt-click to select it, X, edge loops. Okay, so now we need to basically extend that around. So we need it to come up, and then we need to extrude from the face that is created here across. So we need to make one more extrusion in the vertical direction. E to extrude. So now we have this face here that we can extrude across this way. And we're just going to do the same thing and go all the way around. Line it up roughly. So it looks like this is roughly 10 centimeters, one of these major grid lines. So let's just line it up like that, just to try to get the thickness even on both sides. And obviously you can spend much more time, you can turn on snapping, you know, you can get the measurements exact, but this is just to demonstrate how you would use these skills practically modeling something. So that looks a lot better than the doors we've been making, for sure. It's more detailed anyway. So I'm gonna pause the recording here and just take a little break, and then when we come back, we're gonna finish out this room. Okay, hope you all took a little break, got some coffee. Let's jump back in and finish out this little room. Now, I'm gonna be moving a little bit more quickly through some of this because I don't want this demo to drag on too long. And again, this is, or should be, all review from our previous sort of lecture style videos, but it's important that you get the practice in order to really memorize these functions and what they do. So I'm just gonna come up here, change this back to median, because you'll see that when I tried to rotate this by pressing RZ90, it's rotating along the individual. That's just because we had it set for that before. Let's just change it back to median. And just come in here and line this up as best we can. A little bit misaligned here, so just come in and fine tune it as much as you need. All right, now we have our doors in. Let's do, then these doors are pretty simple. Obviously you could add, you know, loop cuts and bevels and things like that. I'd add a loop cut, I can add a bevel, Control B, I can extrude this in, you know, to give it more sort of detail, but we'll just keep these simple for now. All right. I'm going to clear the rotation on this, just for the purposes of modeling the window that's going to go in it, and then we're going to put it back. I'm also going to clear the location. So it's just at the center of the world. So now when we press backslash on our keyboard, it's just at the center of the world, which just makes it a little bit easier for modeling, especially if you're new to it. And you don't have to worry about like, okay, which way am I facing? If I want to make it wider, you know, normally that's scaling along the X, but since it's rotated funny, you have to scale it along a different axis. So it's just easier sometimes. All right. We're going to do a plane for like the glass part of this, which again is just going to appear solid, but in the future videos we'll get into how to make things look a certain way on their surface. So basically we'll get into how to make these not just flat gray anymore, but that's going to be in a future video. For now, we're just sticking with the modeling portion. I'm just going to set it, right now it's flush with this wall, so I'm just going to set it in a little bit. Cool. Now let's quickly make a frame in the same way we made the door frame. We're just going to add a new cube. I'm going to place it. Turn off snapping for this because I'm not getting enough control at the moment. And again, you'll see that these aren't perfectly aligned. You'll see that this is sort of the wall line here, and the plane that I just added is right there, but it's all kind of going to be covered up. in this scene, so I think it's going to be fine. Let's just make this top one. Oh, I see what I've done here. Okay, no worries. I just got a little turned around there, which happens even if you've been using Blender for some time. You can still get a little turned around when you're hitting buttons really fast. Oops. Okay, so let's put that about halfway. Tabbing into edit mode, just grab it, lining it up roughly with this line. Now it appears to be, actually this is a little thick because remember our door frame was about 10 centimeters and this is looking more like 12, almost 13. So again, this is not sort of, the purpose of this room, the scene is not for, you know, an architecture like visualization. So I'm not being very exact with these measurements, but you can be as exact as you like. Extruding and just pressing E to extrude again, X to lock the scale, E. Oh, and see, I've already made a mistake here. So let's quickly hide this so you can see the mistake I made. So while I was extruding it, I didn't make my selection properly and I ended up only extruding these edges and not this whole face. But we don't have to undo, I mean, you can undo it and redo it, but we don't have to because we know how to fix holes in our mesh. So I've just deleted this interior face because it's not necessary. So I'm going to select this edge and press F, 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 and just fill it just to fix that up. All right. And I believe that happened. I think I was just in edge select mode instead of face select when I made my box selection. And that's why it only extruded those edges. Cool. So we didn't run into this issue with the door because the door didn't have a bottom side like the way the window does, but we want to join these two together because right now we can line them up, but they're still separate. So like when we move this around. So the way that I'm going to do this is by adding a loop cut and then merging some of the vertices. This is a good way to review our merge functions. So let's add a loop cut along this edge. Just Control R and line it up. And again, as close as you can get it, but we can always fix it if it's not aligned well later. So we also don't want these two faces because they're going to be on the inside of the mesh and there's just no reason for them to be there. And the more faces your mesh has, the harder of a time your computer will have, you know, running Blender with a nice frame rate and rendering these things. So you don't really want to leave things like interior faces because all they're doing is sucking up performance, which is generally not good. So now let's merge some of these. Now, these are not close enough together to merge by distance unless we mess with the merge distance slider. So I'm just going to do this by hand. I'm going to box select M and press at center. Now, another quick trick I don't think I've discussed yet in Blender is that once you perform an operation, it is obviously saved in memory because we can press Control Z and undo it, but Blender also has a repeat function. So I don't have to select, press M, and then say at center again. If I have just done it and I just want to repeat it around, all I have to do is make another selection and press Shift R to repeat the selection, or the operation, I should say. Okay, so now these are all joined and this is one solid object. H. There we go. I'm going to shift select all these objects that I'm currently working on and press backslash to move it into local view. So local view will focus your selection on whatever is highlighted, even if that is more than one object. I think for this, I'm going to move it into the center, and then I'm just going to scale it along the Y to make it protrude from the wall a little bit. So it's going all the way through my window, which is probably not very realistic necessarily, but and a lot of windows in modern places don't even have this side bit. They just have a piece at the bottom and a piece at the top. So it's up to you how you want to design it though. So I'm having some problems scaling this appropriately because my pivot is in the wrong spot for it. So I'm just going to move the pivot, make a selection, Shift S, snap it, tab back into edit mode, set origin to 3D cursor. And I'm going over these pretty fast, but again, this should all be review. Okay, so that looks a little bit cleaner now that it's going all the way through the wall. Just snapping these objects around to try to line them up a little bit more accurately. And you'll see me use, a variety of techniques. Sometimes I'll scale something, sometimes I'll tab into edit mode and grab the verts and move them. It's largely just about how you like to work, but I also just want to make sure that I'm still showing you how you can layer all of these methods on top of each other, basically, to create the shape you want. And as I've mentioned before, there is no right way to model an object. I mean, there might be a wrong way in the sense that if you have like a lot of interior faces or geometry that's wasting performance, you could argue that that's the wrong way to model something, but there is no right way necessarily. Okay. Pretty simplistic, a little cartoony even, but that's okay. Let's make this all one object by clicking all the objects on it, making sure that the wall piece isn't selected because I do want that separate. You could join it if you like, but I like to keep a certain amount of things separate just for ease of moving things around, especially if you're not working with any sort of concrete plans or reference. It just keeps things a little bit looser so that you can move things around if you feel the need to later. Okay. We did some stairs in the extrusion exercise, and I think I want maybe like a staircase going up here, just to give the impression that there's more to this. I'm gonna come into local view just so there's not a bunch of stuff on my screen making it hard to see what I'm doing. Now I'm gonna not be probably the most exact with this because I kind of just need to feel it out to see how it's gonna work in the space. It's probably like a step. Let's tab or slash back into not local view. Just to get a sense for the scale. So if I have a step, I probably want it to line up with this corner. Realistically, if you had a staircase, it would probably be something like that. Okay, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's 50 centimeters this way. And yeah. So let's extrude 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then it's 2 of these grids up. Extrude 2 up. These steps might be a little high, but again, this is just demonstration. You can spend however long you need to getting these to be the right width and height and things like that. Let's see how that's looking. Yeah, this was probably like would be steeper if this was like the interior of a house. So rather than grabbing all these edges and moving them, I'm going to tab out. I'm going to scale it along the Y. Just a little bit. Okay, so that has sort of messed up our, like how we were measuring it. 1, 2, 3, and some change. But we can get it, you know, close enough where you won't necessarily notice it. So that was 3. I'm zooming in a little bit to get the sort of, so because this is about 1, 2, 3, and then maybe like a half-ish, I'm zooming out until these are the smallest grid lines I can see. So that's what it's snapping to. So that when I grab it and extrude it, it just snaps to it easily. And then I'm zooming in to get finer grid lines and then pulling it out a bit and I'm not really measuring this exactly. I'm just eyeballing it. 2, 3, zoom in a little bit, move it a little bit more. Actually, I'm thinking about maybe it would be cool if we pulled this out and made it a landing and then had the stairs like switch directions up here. That might be interesting. Let's see if we can do it. So all I've done is that last step I made, instead of leaving it where it was and extruding from it, I just dragged it out to be wide, to be like a landing. So now, because I'm switching directions, it's going to be like 1, 2, 3 wide, and then we're going to zoom in and give it a little bit more. And it looks approximately correct. So now we just need to extrude from this top one, about 2, and continue moving up. Like maybe one more step to make it sort of exceed this ceiling line, and we'll be good. I kind of want this to line up just because of who I am as a person. I don't know. So I'm just going to shift these stairs over a little bit because they weren't very exact to begin with. I'm not too worried about messing it up. Again, if you were using this for like architecture planning, you would want to be more exact. That is a decent starting point for your staircase, and we even have this cool little landing with it. Just gonna try a quick, I'm gonna pause the recording really quick. Okay, we're back. I just wanted to test something quickly off camera to make sure that I could accomplish it using only the tools we've covered. So I was thinking it would be interesting to add a sort of a little cupboard under this stairway, just to, you know, break it up, because right now it's just sort of a monolithic block right here. So this is totally achievable using stuff we have covered. So the way I'm going to do this is by cutting some edges in between these vertices here. And we're going to do that using the join operation we went over in a previous video. So we're just going to select the two vertices here that we want to join across the face that we want to split. And just do that by shift clicking and press J. And then we just want to, and it creates this triangle here. And we just want to continue this line down to about here. So make a selection, make another selection, J, and continue that to about here. So now we have these edges cut diagonally across this mesh. And because we use the join and not the fill operation, these faces are all split now. So what we can do is start selecting some of these faces until we get the shape we want. And we're just going to extrude this in. I had snapping turned on, and I'm not sure I want it quite that deep, so let's just bring it forward. And now you'll see we have this flickering happening again, this Z fighting. No worries, just delete these faces that are part of the stairwell object so that the floor is part of this plane floor. So now we have sort of a little indent here. I'm quickly selecting this by using the shortest path. You can see it here, pick shortest path, which is again just achieved by holding Control and clicking. We do want it maybe a little bit deeper. So now let's put like a door of some kind on this. So just trying to visualize how I'm going to do that. And I think actually we're going to undo some of this extrusion. We're going to leave all the cuts we made. We're just was trying to picture it in my brain, and I think we want the door to be thinner, even though we want the whole this whole thing to be wide. So just trying to think of that if we really need this to be to really exist in this model, like this hole under the staircase space, or if we really just need the door, because it's never really going to be open, so I don't think we're actually going to view it. So you can make the whole space by doing what I just did there, but I think I'm actually just going to make a little door here. So in order to get a door that's this shape, I'm just going to Control and click shortest path, and I'm going to duplicate just these faces, same way we do it for individual objects. So just Shift D, and I can press Y to just pull it forward. Now I want this selection to be separate from the rest of this staircase mesh. So the way I'm going to do that is by clicking P on the keyboard, which will bring up the separate menu. And we'll go over this in more detail later, but we're just going to click by selection. And all that will do is separate the selected faces you have into a new object. So when I tab into object mode, I can have these be separate. So let's tab into object mode, select only this new door plane we've made. Let's pull it out a little bit so we can see what we're doing. Let's tab into edit mode. A to select all, E to extrude it back. pretty good. Now, the thing about separating parts of our mesh from each other is that it messes up our pivot points. So the pivot point for this object is still over here because we separated it from this object, which had it here. So all we have to do is just snap it the same way we've been snapping things before. Shift S, cursor to selected, right click, set origin, origin to 3D cursor. So now if we rotated it, it opens like a door. And if you wanted to have this open for your scene, you could come in here, you can add an edge loop to sort of protect this edge and take these ones and extrude them forward to create the rest of the cupboard. Just hit slash to view it in isolation, just so I can get a feel for, like, we don't need any of these bottom faces because it's always going to be sitting on the ground. So let's just delete them. And it's totally okay in 3D modeling if you have sort of open bottoms and things like that. It's not going to cause any problems so long as, it will never be viewed from this angle, but it shouldn't cause any sort of technical problems with it. Hit slash to move out of local view. And using that, hit Alt R and just clear that rotation so it snaps it back. Now I want to make a doorknob for this, but I don't want to like remodel a whole doorknob because I already have a doorknob, but it's joined to this door mesh. So we're going to use the separate function we just did. So we're going to tab into edit mode on this door. We're going to select this doorknob by selecting a single face on it and pressing L to select everything linked to it. Same thing with this part. And we're going to duplicate it with Shift D, bring it forward. And now we're going to separate just our selection by pressing P and clicking separate selection. Now let's tab out of edit mode, select just this new doorknob, and let's quickly fix the pivot point. We're just going to set it to the center because we're going to join it to this object anyway. Okay, so now let's just place it. And then we probably want to give this some inset panels the same way we did for this one, just so it is a little bit visually consistent. So let's select every face on the top half of this and press I to inset. And now individual is still turned on, so we're insetting every individual face, which we don't want in this case because this door is made up of a lot more faces. So let's hit I to turn it off and just have a single selection. And let's do that again down here. And you'll see that things have gotten sort of wonky here, but because this is all flat, you won't be able to tell. So let's just make this selection, hit E to extrude it, bring it in. And now let's go up here, click individual origins, and scale these in. So you'll notice that it's not scaling each individual face, it's scaling individual origins based on your connected selections. It's just something to keep in mind with Blender is, it's kind of just something you have to memorize, unfortunately, is that's how individual faces work sometimes, depending on how you have it selected. Cool. So it's like a nice little cupboard under the stairs. So we can continue filling this out as much as we like. Yeah, let's just move a little bit quicker to try to fill this out. And again, spend as much time as you like or you wish to on this piece. I probably will not be, finishing this whole room into exacting detail again, because this is just a demonstration. to give you the idea of how these operations, how these tools can be used practically when modeling. So let's inset this face with eye and extrude and scale it in ever so slightly. Create sort of a picture frame, you know. So like if you had, you know, this was like, let's say this was the front door of a house, you know, or something like that. You would come in and have your sort of entryway, and, you know, maybe you'd have more of a room off here, and this would lead to another room, and you'd have the stairs. So you'd have, you know, things hanging on the walls and stuff. I'm not really liking how these stairs are looking. I'm not going to redo them, but I am going to come back and add, you'll see stairs, especially interior stairs, sort of have this like lip that comes out from this edge. It'll come out like that, come back in, and then go down to the riser. So we're going to add some loop cuts into this, and we're going to do this as quickly as possible, but just Control R, clicking, sliding, and eyeballing the placement of these. You'll see that this loop cut is broken here because I have divided this into triangles. It's sort of the same with the loop selection we talked about, is that Blender no longer recognizes it as a loop when it hits something that has anything other than 4 faces. So a triangle or even a 5-sided polygon. Anything with more than 4 sides, any face with more than 4 sides in Blender and in other 3D modeling programs is called an n-gon, which just means n is, you know, sort of the math term for any variable number of sides, and gon is coming from the term polygon, which is, you know, just sort of the other term for faces. Just a little fun fact for you. Okay, so we've added our loop cuts all the way down, or all the way up, I should say. So now let's grab these front ones. Oops. And let's just extrude them out ever so slightly. And do the same thing on these ones. That looks a lot better. And we can even continue to add detail at finer and finer levels. Actually, I think I'm only going to do it on the top ones for right now. Let's select this top corner. Or yes, top corner edge, I should say. And let's bevel it with a Control B, just to give it more of a rounded sort of shape. So now when we tab out, that just looks a lot nicer, in my opinion. Okay, let's add like, you know, some furniture, and I'm not gonna make this furniture very detailed. Again, this is just a demonstration. But, you know, you might have something, you know, under these photos, like sort of a credenza or something of that nature. I like where the pivot point is, so I'm going to edit mode to do this. Just using all my transform tools. And let's scale this in. Oops. Now, I press S and then X on this, and you'll see that nothing is happening. It's because I'm scaling these along their individual origins, which with a face that is oriented this way, it has sort of an X scale of 0 already because it is flat along the X axis. So to fix that, all we have to do is make sure we come up here, change it back to median point, SX, and now we can scale it in the way we expect it to go. Shifting those up so they're not creating, you know, tangent lines here. Now, let's say there's like cabinet doors. So I want to make a section of 3 individual cabinet doors, or where cabinet doors would be. Just because I think if you just do 2, this piece is too wide and it's going to look strange. So let's do it this way. Let's grab all of these. Let's hit Inset and then hit I again to make them individual. Let's extrude these back. Let's just go all the way back. Why not? So now what I can do from here is I can make, you know, a door, like a cabinet door, just with another cube. Same way we've been doing everything up until this point. And again, I'm not going to spend not even as much time as I did on this door, even less. Let's give it an inset just so we can see it a little bit better. Cool. Let's add a pull knob, and I'm going to do that by duplicating my doorknob again and just scaling it. So same thing as we did to make this doorknob. We're just going to tab into any of our doors that have a doorknob. Doesn't matter which one. Actually, we didn't even join this, so we don't even have to separate it. But you could go in, if you did join it, go in, select it, press P to separate it by selection. But we did not join this. So let's just duplicate the knob. Place it roughly over here, and then scale it so it's appropriately sized for this piece. Cool. Let's Shift D X to make another one. And you can make it whatever like design you like. I'm just trying to do this relatively quickly. Let's add some shelves on this side. I'm roughly basing this off of a piece of furniture that I actually have in my house, which is why I'm doing it this way. Just going into wireframe because I was having trouble seeing this edge from the front, but I'm not ready to scale it or bevel it yet. I'm just trying to get the shape of this in. And you could do these shelves by adding loop cuts and filling them, but I think in the long run it's going to be better in this case to just make them separate pieces and join them afterwards. Let's join them. And for the purposes of this, like, I'm never gonna have these doors open for the purposes of this, so we can just join them all to this piece. If you wanted anything to be openable or interactive in any way or animated in any way, you would keep the doors separate from this mesh to animate them. But since I'm never ever gonna see the inside of this, we're just gonna join it. Now I want to create sort of a lip on the top piece, sort of in the same way we did for the stairs. So to do that, because I have these inset, I can't add an edge loop across this way, because if I try to, you'll see it adds it around the loop that way. So instead, how we're going to do it is by grabbing the top faces and extruding them up, and that will create this edge right here that we need. Let's extrude this. We're not going to do it all the way around, but we're going to do it on the sides as well. So I'm going to hit E and S, and then I'm going to hit Shift Z because I don't want these faces to create an angle like coming up this way. You can see it didn't scale exactly uniformly, and that is because the scale of our object is not uniform. So you can scale it a little bit in one direction and then grab it and then move it until it's even, or let me just undo that through that quickly. If we apply the scale of this by hitting Control A, bringing up the Apply menu and pressing Scale, if we come into this now, it should be more even when we hit Extrude, Scale, and Shift and Z. Except that I don't have my selection done properly. There we go. Missing a face. Let's see. No, okay. Extrude, Scale, Shift Z. And it scales it slightly more evenly. It's still not exact, so you're probably gonna have to come in here and just press G and Y and scale it out. And now these things not being straight really doesn't matter because this this face is flat. So when you tab into edit mode, you can't see it. But if it bothers you, you know, and you just want it straight, you know, you can come in and move them. If you just want it to be like a really pretty wireframe. All right. I think I actually do want the window right here. So I'm just going to duplicate it across the Y, the snapping on, and move it. So now I have a window there. Resetting my 3D cursor and my camera by pressing Shift C just so that it is not obstructing my view of this area. I think I want to add like some sort of sofa right here or something. It'd be a little bit strange to have a sofa right off your front door, but say it's not your front door, or say you live in, you know, a smaller apartment or something. You might have something like that. Maybe we'll just do an armchair or something. So I'm dividing this up like these as the arms. It's more of a love seat, I guess. And then this for the back. So now we need to add a couple more loops. Let's say the seat would be right here and come in and then up. So now all we have to do in theory is delete these faces and fill them in. So we're missing a little bit of information we need in order to fill it, but it's no problem. We're just going to select this one edge. And we're going to come down here and extrude it until it's lined up with this line in the front. So now that we have this face that's been extruded out, we can fill this properly. Let's fill in our quads just by making our selections and pressing F and F. So it's a little boxy, and obviously, you know, you could spend a lot of time getting the shape just how you wanted. I'm not looking at a reference or anything, so I'm not trying to make it any particular shape necessarily, but just sort of the general idea of a sofa or a love seat or something like that. So I've just grabbed this back and elevated a little bit because typically the arms are not going to be the same height as the back. The back's going to be a little bit higher. Let's add a loop cut and turn off snapping for right now. And we can just really take our time and And let's go into local view so I can see what I'm doing. So I want these to be obviously not slanted that way because that would be extremely bizarre. Just in wireframe, and I'm selecting through it with the box selection. So I'm selecting both sides of this at once. And then let's maybe grab just these front edges and bevel them with Control B. And maybe even grab this whole loop and bevel it to give it more of a curve. Just selecting and hitting Control B on all of these to create the bevels. Oops. And I'm selecting both sides of these at the same time because I want to make sure that my bevels are even. So you can do that by making a multi-selection or by beveling and then being like, okay, I like that width. I want it over here. As long as you don't do anything else or tab out of edit mode, you can make your selection, press Shift and R, and it will repeat that bevel to the same width. Let's change the shading on some of these. Oops. By using the shortest path, selecting Control and clicking, shade smooth, clicking, shade smooth. Shade smooth. Shading is a little funky on these, and that can happen sometimes. You'll notice that I can't fix this by applying the scale because when I tab into object mode and look at the scale, it is still at 1. So that scale apply thing, you know, it just wouldn't do anything because it's already at 1. So there are other ways to fix this, and this is a little bit more advanced. But what you can do is reset your normal vectors. So the shading, without getting too into detail about how this works, but the shading is calculated based off of like the direction that each of these vertices, edges, and faces is facing. And sometimes it just gets a little out of whack when you bevel and extrude a lot of stuff. So to fix it, something that I have noticed that has worked a lot for me in the past is selecting everything on your object. You can just hit A, or you can, in wireframe, just box select the entire piece. So once you have everything selected, you can hit Alt and N to bring up this normals menu. And we discussed what a normal is a little bit in the extrude video, and we're going to get more into what it is in a future video at a more advanced level. But just for now, know that if you get this kind of funny shading, something that sometimes works is coming into this normals menu, Alt N, and hitting reset vectors. So you'll see that these like strange edges we were getting are now gone, and it just looks a little bit more smooth. So I'm not going to spend too much longer on this piece. You know, you could either add like cushions as separate objects, which I recommend doing as separate objects, but you could also do it by, you know, adding a loop cut in the middle and extruding these pieces. But let's go into wireframe so we can see what we're doing. Let's get this approximately the sort of the width we need it. Let's make it squishier. And let's move it over to the left and right here so we are getting it the right size. This is going to be sort of the bottom cushion, and I may need to drop this this face a little bit. So to make this less harsh looking. I mean, we could change the shading, but we can also, with everything selected, Control B and start beveling it. And then increasing the number of segments to round it out. Now I'm getting sort of an uneven bevel and I don't really like that. So let me undo that. Come in here. The scale is all messed up. So let's apply the scale first. So now we have ones in every category here. Tab into edit mode and let's just do that bevel again. Control B. And you'll see it's a lot more even. So applying the scale can really help with all manner of sort of troubleshooting issues. Like when something is not behaving the way I expect it to in Blender, the first thing I typically check is the scale and seeing if it's not uniform. So we can add some like fluffiness to this a little bit. Let's turn on proportional editing so we get sort of a smoother fall off. And actually, before we transform this face, let's add some loop cuts. So now I'm going to grab just the center one, and with proportional editing on, I'm going to go G and Z and just kind of pull it up to give it sort of the illusion that it's like more of a cushion and less flat. So it's currently in flat shading, so it looks all sorts of funky. So let's shade smooth. And if this is still too harsh of an angle for you, you know, all you have to do is continue to add loop cuts or subdivide it further. So generally, the more smooth you want a piece to be, the more vertices you need. It's just sort of a general principle of 3D modeling. Cool. So we have like a basic cushion. Let's Shift D and X to duplicate it. Shift D. Rotate that by 90 degrees, negative 90 degrees. Scale that on the Z. Grab it along the Y, duplicate it along the X. Yeah, that's a halfway decent, you know, sofa love seat. You could bevel these edges to make them less harsh as well. So I just used the shortest path operation by control clicking, Shift on this side, control clicking to get that selection. Let's bevel it with a few less. Now, when you bevel things, you might notice something like this happening, this sort of overshoot. That's because your vertices were too close together on the edge that you beveled. And so they've sort of gone, they're overlapping each other in a way that is not ideal. So you can fix this manually by merging these vertices together, these two, or you can select clamp overlap on your bevel operation, which actually for some reason did not work. Typically, if you have clamp overlap selected, this will not happen. Strange. Typically this will clamp these two together, but it will also limit how much you can bevel something. So when it reaches the point where these two vertices meet, it will just stop the entire bevel operation. But let's just fix these by merging them. M and click at center. And then same thing is going to be wrong on the other side because we did this evenly. So let's select both those vertices and press M and click at center. So now this just forms a triangle, but no big deal. Now, when you reset the vectors, it's not necessarily going to be perfect. And we'll get more into this later, but there are certain things. It's the reason that it still is looking kind of funky is because we shaded this smooth, but it has these 90-degree angles in it, which like by definition cannot be smooth. So we can either round out these edges, or we can shade like the bottom flat, because this forms a 90-degree angle around here. So let's just shade flat, and you'll see that the part down here that was sort of looking strange, it was fixed by shading those flat. So, and I believe that, let's hide these cushions really quick. So you can either round these out, or where you have these 90-degree angles, shade them flat. And that will fix the issues over here. Okay, so again, not spending a whole lot of time on this, just giving you another example of how to use some of these operations. Okay, so I think I'm going to leave this demonstration here because I think you get the idea. Now, if you have followed along with me and you want to finish out this room, and I suggest that you do on your own, finish this out, all you have to do is just keep adding to it. You can add a railing right here. If you're looking for some suggestions, you can add some end tables right here. You could add maybe a rug over this part. Really whatever you can think of. You can even extend this and make, an entire house if you wanted to with just those operations. But for the purposes of this demonstration, I'm going to conclude it here. I do encourage you, however, to continue forward with this and finish out at least this room, just so you really get a lot of the practice using these operations. So that's going to wrap it up for this video. In the next section of the course, we're going to be going over ways to create and model things in a non-destructive workflow. So I will see you in the next section. We've learned a lot about how to edit meshes, but so far we have only been editing our mesh in a destructive manner, meaning that we are making changes to the original object. And once those changes are made, the only way to get back to the original object is to press Ctrl-Z to undo. However, in Blender, there are actually ways to edit meshes in a non-destructive manner, meaning that we are not changing the original object, but rather we are previewing changes we want to make. Working non-destructively allows us to return to the original object at any time. So the way we are going to work non-destructively in Blender is by using modifiers. Now, modifiers are automatic operations that affect an object's geometry in a non-destructive way. With modifiers, you can perform many effects automatically that would otherwise be too tedious to do manually and without affecting the base geometry of our object. Now we can add multiple modifiers to any object layer to layer their effects and form what is called the modifier stack, which will appear right here. So let's look at what this actually looks like. And let's actually start with a monkey primitive for this one. So just select everything in your scene, and from a new scene, select everything, hit X and delete. Now let's add a monkey primitive by pressing Shift A, mesh, monkey. So we have seen Suzanne here before. She's a great little model, but if we tab into edit mode, we can see that she is made up of relatively few polygons or faces, which gives her this jagged and faceted appearance. So in order to make an object smoother, we need to add more levels of subdivision. We explored how to do this manually by selecting our mesh, right-clicking, pressing subdivide, opening the subdivide menu, and increasing the smoothness and the number of cuts. But this is a destructive method of editing, meaning that once these changes are made to the original, they are made to the original mesh. And Suddenly, this is a lot of points to work with, and if we needed to come in here and change the shape of it, it would just moving all these vertices, even with the selection shortcuts and things we have learned, trying to change the shape from this level of detail would quickly become a time-consuming nightmare. So I'm just going to Control Z to undo all that. So in order to smooth this mesh in a way that preserves the relatively few vertices that we have here, we're going to do this by adding a subdivision surface modifier to our mesh. So the way to add any modifier is to come over here to the Properties panel, and we're going to select the Modifier Properties tab, which is this little wrench icon right here. Now, we briefly looked at this tab when we were going over the Blender interface, but now it is time to actually use it. So, with our object selected, we're going to come to the Modifier Properties and click the Add Modifier drop-down menu here. From this list, there's a lot. You can see that there are many types of modifiers that Blender is capable of doing. We're just going to be looking at some of these generate modifiers. So from Add Modifier, under the Generate column, come down here and select Subdivision Surface. You will see this window has popped up in our modifier stack, and you will also see that Suzanne has been subdivided and smoothed. However, if we tab into Edit mode, you will see that Blender is remembering essentially where all of our original vertices were and is showing this subdivided and smoothed version of the model as sort of a preview. No changes has been made to this underlying object. We can run as many subdivisions as we like by going here to where it says Levels Viewport in our Subdivision Surface modifier and increasing the number of subdivisions. Now, be careful when increasing these levels here. I would not increase them insanely high because Blender still has to run these calculations of where all these vertices would be. And so even though underneath this is still a relatively low poly object, increasing the levels of subdivision will slow down your viewport a lot, and increasing it high enough will probably crash Blender, if not your entire computer. Plus, there's sort of diminishing returns on subdivisions. The first few steps will change the shape and the look of your model dramatically, but every subsequent subdivision after that will change it a little bit less. So really setting this level very high is just typically not worth it. We can quickly toggle the visualization of this modifier by clicking on this icon here that looks like a little computer monitor that says real time when you hover over it. Disabling this icon will simply disable the preview of this modifier in the viewport. Now, these are some other settings here for additional visibility controls, such as this icon with a highlighted vertex. All this icon means is whether or not we want to preview the modifier in edit mode. So currently it is on, and we can see when we tab into edit mode, although we are seeing the original wireframe mesh of our object, we can still see that it is being smoothed and subdivided. So if we turn the edit mode icon off, when we are in edit mode, we will see our original base mesh, and when we tab into object mode, we will see the subdivided version. For the time being, don't worry about anything that says render settings, such as this render visibility or this render levels, as we will be covering rendering in a future video. Now, our methods of subdivision are controlled up here. Catmull-Clark is the default method of subdividing a mesh with the subsurf modifier. I'm sure there's a complicated algorithm running, but for practical purposes, all you need to know is that Catmull-Clark will divide and smooth this model, whereas Simple will only add the vertices without smoothing the model at all. So, using the subsurf modifier, we can divide Suzanne a few times. Let's put it just up to 3. Let's fix the faceting on the model by, in object mode, right-clicking and selecting Shade Smooth. And now she's looking pretty good. Now, say that we really like this and we want to make these changes to the base mesh so that when we tab into edit mode, we have more geometry to work with. We can do this by applying this modifier. To apply a modifier, all you need to do is click on the drop-down arrow on the modifier in the modifier stack and press apply. You can also apply a modifier by hovering your cursor over it in the modifier stack and pressing Ctrl A. Now you'll notice that the window has disappeared from the modifier stack because our mesh is no longer being modified. It has taken all of those vertices we were previewing and baked them into our mesh data. So now, when we tab into edit mode, we have all the information created by the modifier as part of our base mesh, which we now can treat like any other vertex, edge, or face. You can see we can select it, we can move it around, scale it, transform it however we need. We can add loop cuts in between these, use insets, bevels, and extrusions the same way we would with any other mesh. Now, a quick aside about applying modifiers, and that is that you can only apply a modifier when you are in object mode. I'm just quickly Control-Zing to undo until we get this window back in the modifier stack, and now I know that the modifier has been essentially unapplied. We have our original mesh here, and we have the window in the modifier stack. So you'll notice that if you are in edit mode and you click on the drop down, apply will be grayed out and you can not apply it when you are in edit mode. It's just something that cannot be done in Blender in edit mode. So if you do want to apply it and you come here and you are seeing this and you're like, why is this grayed out? Only because you are in edit mode. So to fix this, just tab out of edit mode and then you will be able to apply your modifiers. Now, modifiers, I've called this the modifier stack, and why it is called the stack is because we can stack modifiers on top of each other to layer their effects. So, for example, we could have a single subdivision. We could have more than one subdivision surface modifier. And the order in which you apply these will affect the outcome of your mesh. Now, these are both subdivisions, so you won't necessarily be able to... Is that a wireframe? So this is what the wireframe modifier does. And don't worry too much about this. We're going to go over more of these modifiers in future videos. I just want to make the point that these modifiers stack on top of each other, and the order in which they are placed in the stack will affect the outcome of this. So Blender reads these modifiers from top to bottom, meaning that it will first perform the first modifier in the stack, and then it will perform the next, and then it will perform the next. So if you have multiple modifiers on an object, you can see how they are affected by the order by clicking these dots here on the very right-hand side of the modifier panel in the stack, and you can reorder them. Now this just shows you what it would look like if we were doing first a wireframe and then a subdivision surface modifier. So you can see that the order will dramatically affect the outcome on your object. To delete a modifier, simply have it highlighted by left-clicking on it in the modifier stack and pressing delete. So that is all for the subdivision surface and intro to modifiers. In the next couple of videos, we're going to be going over a few of these in more detail. I will see you then. So by this point in the course, you're probably wondering a little bit about how we can make objects symmetrical. And the way we're going to do this in Blender is by using a mirror modifier. Now, what a mirror modifier does is it looks at your entire mesh and it will duplicate and flip the direction of all the points on your mesh across either the X, the Y, or the Z axis. So we're going to use Suzanne here again because she is a symmetrical mesh. She is symmetrical across the X axis. So let's come in and edit this a little bit so we can see better what we're doing. So select Suzanne and tab into edit mode. And now I'm just gonna make a few changes on one side of the mesh. So let's say we want maybe the sort of area around the eyes to be more round. And maybe make like more of an earlobe. Okay, so let's say we've made these changes to this right side here. And we want to know how can we reflect it so that this mesh is now symmetrical. So in order to do this, let's add a mirror modifier. Now, there's sort of a older method and a newer method for using the mirror modifier. The older method would entail a little bit of prep work up front. So what you would need to do, because Blender is looking at every point in this mesh and is going to reflect it, we need to delete half of it so that we don't end up with duplicate vertices. So we could tab into edit mode, move into wireframe view, select all the vertices on one side of the mesh, press X, and delete the vertices. We are left with this half of the mesh that is cut perfectly in half along the line of symmetry. So now, to reflect this across the X axis so that we have these edits made on the other side, all we need to do is come into the Properties Editor panel, go down into the Modifier Properties tab, and click on the Add Modifier dropdown. Now under Generate, we're going to scroll down until we see Mirror, and go ahead and select that. That will add the mirror modifier to your modifier stack, and you can see already that this half of the mesh has been duplicated and flipped onto the other side. Now, that is the more traditional method of using a mirror modifier, but Blender has added a couple of options in here to make it go a little bit quicker. So let's just start from a new monkey. Let's tab into edit mode, and again, let's make changes to one half of the face. It doesn't really matter what changes you make. This is just to make it different on one side so you can see what is happening. So let's say we like these changes and we want to mirror them across the X axis. Now, instead of coming in and manually deleting and reflecting these, Blender has added some new features to the mirror modifier. So all you have to do is add a mirror modifier, clicking Add Modifier, Mirror. And now, At first, you will see why I deleted half of them in this, and that is because we are getting these duplicates over on top of each other. As you can see, if I disable the modifier and enable it, it's reflecting both halves on top of each other. So we're getting this sort of strange thing happening with the mesh. So instead of deleting half first, what we can do is use the bisect and flip options. So what bisect will do is essentially it will perform the operation I did on this one of deleting half of it, but it will just do it automatically based on the line of symmetry. So if I enable bisect on the X, you will see that the sort of duplicates that were causing issues on this portion of the mesh are now gone. And it is reflecting the side of the mesh that I had made changes on. Now, I believe by default, Blender will always use the right side of the mesh as you are facing it to reflect across to the left. However, we can flip which half of the mesh we would like to use by coming over to the flip options and clicking X. Now this has restored our original mesh because I did not edit this half. It is now looking at this left half of the mesh and reflecting it onto the right side. Now you'll notice there are axis options for each of these, and that is just a setting you can select to tell Blender how you would like this to be reflected. So by default, we want this reflected across the X because we added this symmetrical object and it is facing forward. So reflecting it across the X takes this side and reflects it onto this side. Now we can reflect it across the Y, which would reflect it this way. We can see we now have symmetry going this way. Or we can reflect it across the Z by highlighting the Z. You can also reflect across multiple axes at once just by enabling them here. I'm going to delete this object. Now, one point to note about the mirror modifier is that it will always reflect based on the location of the origin. So because our origin on this model is perfectly aligned with this center edge that represents our line of symmetry, our model is being mirrored properly to form one cohesive object. What I mean by this is that if you tab into edit mode, select this half. Now I'm actually going to delete this half because I personally do not tend to use this bisect feature. I prefer to have it just based on half, sort of a older method, but that is how I learned it. So what I mean about the origin is that if I come into edit mode and I move these faces away from the origin, it will split the mesh because Blender is still reading this line passing through the origin as the point to reflect from. So it is reflecting this empty space as well as the mesh. Now, if you wanted to lock the vertices that are along the center line together, you could do so by coming into the mirror modifier window and enabling clipping. And you'll see that the tooltip, when you hover over it, it just says prevents vertices from going through the mirror during transform. So let me show you what this means. So I've already shown you that without clipping on, we can move parts of our mesh, and if they move away from the origin, it will cause a split. But if I enable clipping and I now grab it, you'll see that those vertices that were on the center line are now locked. So that even when I move things away, instead of moving In creating a split, it is locking this line and it's stretching our mesh out. So obviously, if you're working on something like a character, you probably wouldn't want, you know, a hole in the middle of your face. But let's say you're like, oh, I need this. I want the face to be wider. So you'll notice that when you have only half of a mesh and you're using a mirror modifier, some of your transformation tools, especially scale, will not necessarily work the way you expect it to. So if I press S and then X to widen this, you can see that we're having an issue with this mirror modifier sort of clipping into itself. So if I enable it and grab instead of scale, that is how we can move the pieces of our mesh around so that they can be a little bit wider, and it will maintain this seam right here. So the mirror modifier is one of the most commonly used modifiers in Blender because it enables us to do the work of creating an entire model in only half the time it would normally take, because we only have to model one side. Now, if our model is something that has sort of two-way symmetry, we can even further reduce this, just dividing up my mesh. So if this model needs to be the same all the way around, we can further reduce the modeling time by deleting everything except for a corner, a fourth of it, and adding a modifier. So this modifier by default is one way across the X, but if we added the Y to it, so now from here, if we wanted to come in and edit this and we knew that every side had to be the same, it's just much quicker to model a quarter of a model rather than all four sides. So that is it for now for the mirror modifier. There are, of course, a couple of advanced settings for it, as there are with most things in Blender. For now, do not worry about anything that I have not covered. The most important things you need to remember about the mirror modifier is that it is a method for reflecting and duplicating across an axis. It's most often used to create symmetrical objects like characters. You can change the axis or axes that you wish to reflect, and you can lock them together by enabling clipping. So we're going to do a quick demonstration on using a mirror modifier, and in future videos we are going to cover a few more of these modifiers. Okay, so now that we've talked about the mirror modifier a little bit, we're just going to jump in and do a really quick demo on it, because I think it will be easier to understand when you see it in practice. So all I have here is a new empty Blender scene. I just created a new scene and I deleted everything in it. That is all I did off camera. So for this, we are going to make a humanoid figure, but character modeling is something that takes quite a bit of time. So just for the purposes of a quick demonstration on the mirror modifier, we're going to simplify this. So for this demonstration, I'm going to make a gingerbread man. This is great because it's a humanoid form. It is symmetrical, but it is dramatically simplified from an actual character model. So let's jump in. Now for this, I'm going to start with a cylinder. So let's just add a cylinder. And I want them to be facing forward so that when I press 1 on the numpad, I'm looking at the front of the gingerbread man. So let's rotate this around, because this is going to be the head. So let's press R, X, and 90. Great. The scale for this does not matter as such. It's going to be a standalone model, so it doesn't need to be scaled appropriately relative to any other models. So make it basically whatever size you like. I'm just moving it up because I like to always treat the grid lines here as the ground plane. So let's make this thinner. SY, scale it in. Okay, so now we are ready to really get started. This is going to be our starting point, but we want to use a mirror modifier so that we don't have to model both sides of this. We're just going to model the right side and it's going to be mirrored over to the left. So let's start by prepping this model a little bit, or this primitive, I should say. Tabbing into edit mode. In vertex select, I'm going to come into perspective so I can see a little bit better what I'm doing. I'm going to select the one vertex at the very top and the one at the very bottom. These are the ones that are aligned with this z-axis when we come into front orthographic. So I want to split this mesh in half, basically. So if I deleted it right now, it would delete this whole face, which we could fill. That's a totally valid method, but I'm just going to sort of preemptively prevent that by splitting this face. And we're going to split that again with the join operation. So just with these two selected, just press J on your keyboard to join them. And now our faces are split. We're going to do the same thing on the back. Select the top one, select the bottom one, J to join. Okay, so now we have it split. Let's press 1 on our numpad to come into front orthographic. Let's move into wireframe shading, either by pressing it up here or doing the Z shortcut in the radial menu. Let's box select everything on the left side, press X and delete the vertices. Cool, so now we have this prepped to use a mirror modifier. And if you like, you can fix the shading right here, which we've gone over. Again, I'm having this funny shading because I have a non-uniform scale, so just Control A, apply the scale, all better. Okay, so now let us add a mirror modifier to this. So in the properties editor, under the modifier properties, this little wrench, add modifier, mirror. Great. I'm gonna turn on clipping for the moment because I don't want this mesh to be separated from itself. Okay, so if you look at a gingerbread man, they don't really have any real neck to speak of. It just sort of comes around the head, like straight into the arms. There's no neck, there's no shoulder. Straight into the arms, which kind of come and form a curve that goes straight into the legs. So let's try to see how we can make that. So tab into edit mode. And we need to extrude out from some of these bottom faces. And this part is going to be a little bit trial and error to see how many faces we need to select to get it to be the right thickness. So with all these faces selected, just press E to extrude. And now you'll see that this, although they're being extruded this way, this face becomes stretched because we have clipping on. So if it were off, just to demonstrate, you would get this hole in the mesh, which we do not want. So turn clipping on, extrude. Yeah, again, there's no real neck to speak of, so we are going to probably extrude the arms from right here. So just pull it out a little bit, and we may need to change sort of the size of some of these things. And this does not matter as much, but if this kind of thing bothers you, you can sort of even these faces out. It just makes kind of a nicer looking wireframe. All right. And again, we're getting locked to this normal, so it's sort of getting wider at the bottom, which we don't really want. So we can hit Z to sort of free extrude and just kind of bring it more straight down. Now, I think I'm gonna move this edge loop down a little bit. I'm just alt clicking to select all the way around it. Let's pull out some arms. Now, For the arms, although there's no neck on a gingerbread man, and the arms just kind of come straight out of this portion, I don't really want them to come to such a fine edge right here. So I'm just gonna add one edge loop going along here to give it a little bit of distance. So we're just gonna press Ctrl R, hover, click, slide it up about where we want it. Again, we may need to shift it, but no problem. And click there. So now this edge is just sort of like a retaining edge, if you will, to keep this from becoming too sharp of an angle right here. Okay, so now we're going to select this face on the side. I'm going to hit E to extrude and bring out just the start of our arms. So now gingerbread men don't have hands or anything like that to worry about, but their arms are much more rounded. So the way that we round out shapes, as we've discussed in previous videos, is to add more edges, more vertices, add more detail, more geometry to that section. So let's add some edge loops. Let's start with just one. We're gonna hit Ctrl R and put an edge loop just here. So now I wanna bring this edge out a little bit to change the profile. That's looking pretty good. So now this is still quite pointy, so the only way we can round out a shape is to add more vertices. So in this case, I'm going to use bevel to round this out. So I'm going to first select this edge loop, and while you don't need to select the entire loop to get the silhouette you like, if you select only this edge and bevel it, it creates triangles here, which may or may not be an issue depending on what you're working on. For something this simplistic, it probably would not be an issue, but just for good practice, I like to avoid triangles where I can early on in the model and only add them where it is absolutely necessary, because it messes up our things like the ability to select a whole loop and things like that. So let's just select the whole edge loop by holding Alt and clicking on it. And now we're just going to bevel the whole thing. Now this does add a few more faces here, and if we were doing this for something like a game where we really want our geometry to be optimized and to be as efficient as possible, we probably wouldn't want these extra faces, just because it would slow our computer down without really benefiting us in any way. But at this stage of the modeling, I do think it's worth it to keep my ability to select loops. So we're just going to have a few extra faces. So now I want to round out these edges. So these edges don't have a full loop. When you Alt click on them, it just selects that edge. So this probably will create some triangles, but again, we're just trying to minimize the triangles. We're not trying to avoid them altogether. So select those edges and Control B to bevel them. So now we have a bit more of a round shape. And you could continue to bevel these edges out, just doing the same process, and it would just become progressively smoother. But we're going to just go ahead and move forward with the leg section. So let's do that. So the legs on a gingerbread man come sort of out at a pretty wide angle. And they don't really have any feet. Again, it's just sort of little rounded stumps like this. So in order to do that, we need to select all the bottom faces and put E to extrude. Now we still have clipping on, so we're getting sort of a skirt on this guy, which is fine, but we're making a gingerbread man, not a gingerbread woman. So we just need to turn clipping off. So you'll see that you may toggle clipping on and off over the course of modeling something. It's not something that is set in stone. It can be toggled on and off dynamically as you model, and it will not affect anything that you have already created. So with clipping off, if we extrude now, we get the split that we need here for the legs. And actually, this is the kind of sharp angle I was trying to avoid up here. So let's quickly Control Z to undo that and add another edge loop right here to sort of protect us from having such a sharp angle. So now we're not going to select this very middle piece, we're just going to select these ones and E to extrude. So now we just don't have quite as sharp an angle, and you can come up here and adjust it so it's more, has more of that rounded, that arch sort of look. So now I believe these legs are a little bit long for if you're thinking about an actual gingerbread person. They have sort of stumpy limbs. So now we just need to change the shape of this part a little bit to be more rounded as we have it up here. So no worries, we already know how to do that. Now we already have quite a number of edge loops on the leg here, so I don't think we need to add any more right away. Whereas with the arm, we just had this sort of rectangular shape. We didn't have any of the information in the middle that we needed. So we have this information now, so we just need to move these things really. So let's select some of these edges and just hit G and start moving them. Great. It's already looking a lot better. And now we can come in, select this edge, because these still form sort of a sharp angle that I don't like. Control B, bevel these out, smooth them out. Okay, that looks pretty good. And if we add to our modifier stack here, a subdivision surface, let's see. Well, we don't have quite enough information to subdivide this properly. So let's actually delete that for now. And we can drag him down so he's more on the ground. And right now all I'm doing is just sort of adjusting the ratios of the arms and legs and things like that, just eyeballing it. So it's looking pretty good. So we can add more detail as we like. We can, in edit mode, we can add a sphere. And now you'll see that because I'm in edit mode and I've added the sphere to this object that already has a modifier on it, if I grab this out, it will have two spheres. Now, if you have clipping turned on when you do this, it will stretch it. So just make sure clipping is turned off if you need to separate these pieces. So now all I'm going to do is delete this bottom half. And I'm just going to fix the shading on this. I'm in edge select mode, so we can come up to face and do shade smooth. So now with this still selected, we can hit RX90 to bring these forward, scale them down, and place them where we need them. Again, these spheres are being reflected off of this central point, so we can make them symmetrical but separate without really any issues. And we need to bring this forward so it's on the surface of our mesh. Oh. All right, and then typically they have like little buttons right here. So to do that, we're just going to duplicate these spheres, but we are placing these on the central point. So we need to remove half of this sphere first. Well, half of this half sphere. So let's Shift D to duplicate and just move it off to the side so we can work with it a little bit easier. Let's go into wireframe view, zoom in, and box select everything on the left side. Press X and delete the vertices. Grab this with G, bring it to the center. Now we can line it up as close as we can, but we're not going to be able to get this perfect, so we need to turn clipping back on. So we've turned clipping on, but clipping will not affect anything that has already been placed, so we need to just make sure that this line is right on the center. So to do that, just Alt-click to select the loop, press G and X, and if you cannot drag it at all, that means that it is clipped to the center and should not be any problem anymore. Okay, so we have our button. Let's make, a few of them. Looks pretty good. All right. Now to add shapes like eyebrows or a smile or anything like that, what we're actually going to do is we're going to do this in a separate object, and I think that'll be clear in just a moment, and then we're going to merge it afterwards. So giving a little bit of thought to this, so hopefully it works out. Shift A, let's add another UV sphere. Let's rotate it by 90 degrees in the X direction. And again, it's going to be on the surface of this mesh, so we can delete the back half of it. Okay. And I also want to delete the left half of it. Got a couple verts that I missed, no problem. Let's add a mirror modifier now to this object. So add modifier mirror. We're going to turn on clipping. So I was thinking a little bit about how to get sort of more of a tube shape that still had rounded edges that came and met this main part of the body. So I think the best way that I want to do this, just scale it down a little bit, is tab into edit mode on this separate sphere. And with clipping, it must be on for this. Let's grab everything and drag it out in the X. We get a little bit of funky geometry, but let's not worry about that for just right now. We can always clean up our points at a later date. So I want to be able to cut loops through this, and I think, yes, if I do this right now, because of this, the way this sphere was, it will only cut through half. Now, I could cut through half and join them, but I think what I'm going to try to do is dissolve those edges. All I did was box select all these edges that were coming to this central point, and I hit X and I hit dissolve edges. So let's just double check that nothing got messed up by going into solid mode. Okay, that is about right. That's about what I wanted. And we can shade it smooth. So I believe now we must connect this point and this point to make this into a loop, because right now this is a single face, and as you can see, it has many more than 4 sides, and Blender will not recognize a loop if there are not exactly 4 sides. So let's select this point and press J to join them. So now we have this face that has many sides, which we call an n-gon, but we also have this quad. So I believe, yes, now if I press Ctrl R, I can add a loop all the way through. We can straighten this out. It's forming to this angle. Blender will always try to form your edge loops to match the angles in your geometry, but we can straighten this out to match this one very easily. All we have to do is hit S, X, and 0. All right, so now if we slide this over, so now we've created this sort of straightened, isolated section of loops. So now if we add more loops, they will be straight. Okay, so what I want to do now is give this a curve. So I'm just going to select this center loop by alt-clicking. Let's try this with proportional editing. So turn the proportional editing icon or press O on your keyboard, press G and press Z, and scroll your influence wheel until you get something that is roughly the curve you want. Okay, so now we can scale this a little bit more. We can place it. And let's move it back so it's on the surface of our mesh. Great, so now these pieces are all one piece. When I select it and I tab into edit mode, I can edit these spheres or these half spheres, and as well as this body shape I've created. So we want to join this to this, but if we do this currently, you'll see an error occurs because this piece has a mirror modifier and this piece has a mirror modifier, but they're being mirrored differently. So if we join a piece that is not being modified to a piece with a mirror modifier, it will automatically add the mirror modifier. Well, it's not really adding it, but this piece will then be reflected. But we want this whole piece to be reflected. So all we have to do is just apply this modifier before we add it. Now, even though both of these pieces have a mirror modifier, instead of creating, a mirror modifier stack where there would be two here, it thinks that these things are being mirrored the same way, so it kind of merges the mirror modifier. So all we have to do is apply this. So let's come into the modifier stack with this eyebrow object selected, click the drop down and click apply. Again, you can also do this by hovering your cursor over here and just pressing Control and A. So now it's applied. So when we tab into edit mode, this is one single piece. So now if I select this eyebrow, select the rest of the gingerbread man and hit Control J to join it, now you'll see it automatically just adds this piece to this section with the mirror modifier and mirrors it nicely. So we're going to do a similar process for the mouth. We just won't need to apply the mirror modifier beforehand because we're only going to make half of it. So same process in object mode. We're creating a separate object. Shift A, add a sphere. Let's rotate it in the X by 90 degrees. Fix the shading if you like. We're in right orthographic. I'm just box selecting and deleting the back half. And in front orthographic, box selecting and deleting the left half. So now I'm just left with this quarter of a sphere. All right, let's add our mirror modifier. Again, this is the exact same process we went over with the eyebrows. Turn on clipping. You can grab it, we can scale it. And let's fix these edge loops. Just select these funky ones, dissolve them, not delete them. I mean, you can delete them and then fill the hole that it will create, but we'll just dissolve them. A couple more steps, select these edges and close them off to form an edge loop, or a face loop, I should say, here. We can add this. We can flatten this out on the X by hitting SX0. Oh, and you'll see I have proportional editing still turned on, so it warped the end here. So just turn that off. SX0. Grab X, slide it over, and now we can add a couple more loops. And we can start, turn proportional editing back on, G, Z, and we can try to form roughly the curve that we want. Again, we're not spending a ton of time showing this demonstration. You can, it's a little finicky and you can sort of adjust it however you like. Maybe rotate this so this becomes a little less squished. Something like that. Let's move it up, scale it down to its appropriate scale. GY, put it on the surface. All right, and also you can add the little, they usually have like some little icing details right here, which you can add using the exact same method that we did for these ones and just moving the edge loops around. But that is going to more or less wrap it up for this demo. Actually, one more thing I want to do. I'm just going to select all the edges that make up this sort of contoured edge. And I'm doing this with the shortest path, a combination of Alt and clicking to select loops, and then Control clicking and Shift clicking just to get the selection I want. So I've Shift clicked on this twice to make this my active selection. So now if I hit Control, I can just walk this selection all the way down. And now that I have this whole edge corner selected, I can hit Control B and I can bevel it just to smooth it out a little bit. So there you have it. That is the practical use case for the mirror modifier. In the next few videos, we're going to go over a few more of the basic modifiers in Blender before we wrap up the section on modifiers. So I will see you in the next video. Okay, so the next modifier we're going to cover is the Boolean modifier. And the Boolean modifier essentially is a way that we can programmatically combine the data of two objects that would otherwise be too complicated to do manually. So let me show you what this means. So see, I was testing it before. So I just have a default cube here. So to use a Boolean modifier, we need at least two objects. So let's add another object. Mesh, let's add a cone. And I'm just gonna move it sort of right here so you can see what this does. So we're gonna add our Boolean modifier to the cube object. So under the modifier properties panel, we're just going to click add modifier. And under generate, we're going to hit Boolean. Okay, so right now, this isn't actually doing anything. And that's because we haven't told this Boolean modifier what is the second object we're going to use to combine this data. So all we have to do is fill out this object tab here. We can click on it and select from the drop down every other object in your scene will appear here. I only have one other object in my scene, so it just says cone. So you can either do it by dropping down or by clicking this eyedropper icon and selecting the second object. So now this Boolean modifier is working, and we can kind of see it because we see that the outline around our cube has changed. So let's hide this cone object by pressing H, and now we can see that the Boolean modifier has used the information of the section of the cone that was overlapping into this cube mesh, and it has cut in. Now this is because by default, Boolean is set to difference, and there's a couple different options here for how we want to combine this data. So difference just means that it will look at this Boolean mesh, look at the object you're using as the object in your Boolean modifier, and it is going to look at all the places where they overlap, and it is going to cut into your original object, your cube object, the one that has the modifier on it. It is going to use this object and cut into it wherever it is overlapping. So this will not remove the second object. You will have to hide it. And if you were to move this object around, the Boolean would change. So now if I hide this cone, you'll see the cut has been made there where it was overlapping. There are a couple of different Boolean types. Difference is the default. It's the most commonly used one, at least in my case. This is the one I use the most. We can also join these two objects together by using union. So now we see our cone again, but this actually is not the original cone piece. Our cone piece is still hidden, but it has taken all of the parts of the cone and joined them to this cube. So now this is one object. And if we were to apply this, the geometry would be cut as such. Let's just Control Z to undo that until we get our modifier back, so that way we know our cube underneath it, underneath these modifiers, is still the default cube. Again, if we take the cone and move it around, it will change the Boolean, and we're getting this Z fighting only because we have a cone object, but because this is set to union, it is creating that exact geometry right underneath it, which will go away if you just hide the cone, the separate cone object. Now there's also intersect, which, let's change this over to intersect. So now all this is done, and let's hide our cone. So this is now our cube object. What intersect does is it looks at all the parts that were overlapping between your two objects, and instead of cutting those away, it keeps only those parts. So you can sort of think of it as the inverse of the difference, if that helps. So let's move this down so we can see it. So when this is set to difference, if we hide this cone, it cuts away everything that is overlapping and leaves the rest. But if we set it to intersect, it cuts away all the rest and just leaves the part that was overlapping. Now there's a couple of solver options and algorithms that Blender uses to calculate how these cuts and joins and things are going to be made. There's fast and there's exact. It depends sort of on your object, which one of these is going to be more accurate. So I think it defaults to exact, but if you are trying to run a Boolean operation and it's not cutting the way you want it, you can always try fast, and sometimes that will help it. So I use Booleans primarily for, again, I use primarily the difference operation. And I use it a lot for cutting in like doorways and windows into wall pieces, which we've shown in demonstrations. There's a couple ways to do it, but the way that I would actually do it, if I were working on something, is with a Boolean. So let's say that this is our wall piece. We would just need to come into orthographic view here in object mode. Let's add a new cube. And let's say this is going to be our door. Scale that in. So this is obviously not to scale, but let's say that this is your wall and this is the door you want cut through it. So we're just going to, the Y scale in this case does not matter as much. I just need to make sure that it is protruding all the way through if I want to make that cut all the way through the mesh. So on the wall piece, we are going to add a Boolean operator. It's defaulted at difference, so we don't need to change any of these settings. And I'm just going to grab the eyedropper and select our door. So now when I hide this door cutter object, we now have a doorway cut really neatly into this mesh. Now you can also use the Boolean operator to cut indents, not just holes. All you would have to do was take your cutting object and make sure that it is not protruding all the way through the mesh. So now I still have my Boolean operator active. So now when I hide this object, you'll see that it's cutting an indent, but not a hole. Now, the Boolean modifier isn't perfect. If you have a lot of subdivisions or kind of crazy geometry, it may not be able to calculate the Boolean quite so cleanly, and that is when you might need to change your solver method. But that being said, if you have really wacky edges going on here, it still might not be able to calculate it. So the best way to avoid that, in my experience, is to just not have any of these edges of your cutting object fall along any actual cut edges into your mesh. And what I mean by that, Now this is pretty simplistic, so it probably won't cause too many issues, but if this was, a more complicated piece, having an edge cut in your main object that kind of falls right on one of these edges can just cause some issues with calculating the Boolean. Again, you're not seeing it here. These pieces are too simple, but if you're modeling your own piece and you notice that, things just aren't cutting properly, it might be worth it to go into your main object that you want to cut into and clean up the geometry a little bit. So just know that it's not a totally perfect system, as with most things in Blender and other 3D modeling programs. It kind of requires a knowledge of how to make things cleanly, as well as using the modifiers and the tools. So that is it for the Boolean operator, the Boolean modifier, I should say. In the next video, we're going to go over one more in this sort of beginning section. Obviously, there's a lot more modifiers. You can go over them. You can play with them on your own time. We're going to be going over one more as sort of just these are the most important modifiers, and in a later section of the course, we'll cover some of the more advanced ones. So that is it for Boolean. We're going to cover array in the next video. So the last modifier we're going to cover in this section is the array modifier. And what this does is that it duplicates and moves your mesh a designated number of times in a non-destructive fashion. So with the mesh selected, we're going to come over to the modifier properties panel. We're going to add a modifier, and we're going to add an array modifier. So by default, your array will be added with these settings, which are going to control the number of times this object is duplicated, as well as how those duplicates are going to be spaced out from one another. So if we increase the count here, you'll see this cube is being extended farther out. But if you select this object and tab into edit mode, you can see that our cube's original vertices have not been changed. But we're rendering duplicates of this cube exactly next to the original in such a way that there is no space in between them, which is making this appear as a rectangle in object mode, rather than as multiple cubes. Now, this is driven by this setting here where it says relative offset, which is enabled by default. And under here where it says factor x of 1. A 1 in this field is saying that every duplicate we make in this array is going to be offset by exactly 1 of the original object in the positive x direction. We can see what this means by clicking the increase arrow in the factor x field. Now this will increase this value by 0.1, so we can see that these cubes are now being separated by a little bit of space. So what Blender is doing with this relative offset is looking at the length of this object along the x-axis. It is adding 0.1 or 10% of that length, and then it is rendering the next cube starting at 1.1 times the length of this object in the x direction. Note that by changing the length of this original object by tabbing into edit mode, pressing S and then X along the x-axis will change not only the scale of these cubes, but also the relative spacing in between them. This is because a relative offset is a function of the length of this original object in the x direction. Now changing the x factor to 0 would snap all the duplicates back onto the original, because we're essentially telling this modifier to make this many duplicates and move them this much, which is to say, not at all. Moving these sliders up and down will move the duplicates along the axis indicated. Positive numbers will move it in one direction, and negative numbers will move it in the other. We can move it along any of these axes simply by changing the values in these axes inputs here. Positive and negative following the Cartesian coordinate system. Adding values to multiple fields will move each duplicate in the array in all these values before making the next duplicate. Now we can also offset these objects using a constant value in world units rather than the relative length of this object. To do this, we first want to disable the relative offset option by unclicking this bubble here. And we want to come down to where it says constant offset and enable this here. Let's click this arrow to view the settings. Now you will be given these same offset sliders, but now they are going to be in world units. So with a default cube, a constant offset of 1 meter draws the next one right next to the first. But you may be like, wait, this cube is 2 meters long on the X. What gives? Well, remember that all modifiers are driven from the point of origin of our mesh. So this origin, which is exactly in the center of our cube, is also exactly 1 meter from the edge of this mesh in the positive X direction. So a constant offset is drawing the start of this next cube exactly 1 meter away from this point, which gives it a spacing of 0. We can change the distance of any of these by pulling these sliders out in exactly the same way we do for relative. In addition to setting the number of duplicates manually by using the fixed count and increasing the number, if we set the fit type to fit length, we can tell Blender to make however many duplicates we need using our relative spacing until it reaches a length in world units that we set, and then we're going to stop the array. So if I needed to fill up a 10 meter space, but I didn't know exactly how many cubes I needed to do that, I could use the fit length option and Blender would calculate that for me. Now it is also possible to create array around another object. To do this, we need to disable both relative and constant offsets. We'll get this warning message saying the offset is too small. That is because we just do not have an offset enabled right now. Let's change it back to fixed count to disable that. So now we have 3 cubes being drawn exactly on top of one another. Now we need to come down here and enable object offset to see what this does. To use object offset, we need another object in the scene to work off of. Now we could do this with the mesh object, but I actually think that would be a little bit confusing, and I've personally used the object offset option plenty, but I have never used a mesh object as the basis for the array modifier. So instead, we're going to be using what is called an empty object. So let's just hide our cube right now. In Blender, an empty object is basically what it sounds like. It is a way to create an object in Blender that has no mesh information, so it won't show up in final renders. So we've hidden our cube, and now to add an empty object to our scene, in the 3D viewport, we're going to bring up the Add menu the same way we do for Mesh. We're going to hit Shift and A, but instead of adding a mesh, we're instead going to come down here to where it says Empty and add a plain axes empty object. You'll get this object that is just made of these 3 lines that are aligned to the axes of the world. Now, you'll notice that you cannot tab into edit mode for this object. And that is because this object is not made up of vertices, edges, and faces the way a mesh is. This object is just a visual placeholder to save this location in a way such that we can reference it again in the modifier. So let's show how that's done. Let's unhide our cube by either clicking the icon or pressing Alt-H to bring everything back. So to see how this works, we're gonna move this cube out a little bit. So let's grab it and move it forward a bit in the Y. Now, back in our modifiers panel, we're going to make sure that object offset is enabled, and we'll see that we only have one setting here, and that is for what object do we want to control this array modifier. So we want to control it with the empty. So we're going to put the empty in this input field either by clicking the drop down and selecting it from the list, or by using the eyedropper icon and selecting it from the 3D viewport. So now we are offsetting our array by the distance between this empty, which is currently being obstructed by this cube, and the original cube. And we can show you how this works. If you grab the empty, I'm selecting it here in the outliner because it's currently being obstructed, but I'm just going to press G to grab it. So now if I move this empty around, you will see how it affects the placement of our array of cubes. We can use object offset with rotation to duplicate this cube around a circle. In order for this to work, however, we need to move the pivot point of our original cube object to the same pivot point as our empty. So our empty has been added at the world origin. So all we have to do to change this pivot point is to apply the location. So this is not something we've covered before, but we have used the apply menu before with scale. So to apply the location, all that is going to do is going to snap this origin to the world origin without affecting the placement of the mesh in world space. So what this looks like, I'm going to, with the cube selected, press Shift and A, Control and A to bring up the apply menu. And instead of clicking scale the way we have done in previous videos, we're going to click location. This will snap the origin of the object into the world origin without moving this mesh in world space. Now you will see our array has disappeared, but really all that has happened is that the distance between this mesh and this empty is now 0 because it is reading it from the point of origin. So all of our duplicates are being stacked exactly on top of each other, which you can see if you grab the empty and just press G and move it around a little bit. You'll see that those arrays, those duplicates are still there. So just drop that empty back at the origin, and now instead, we're going to select the empty, we're going to hit R to rotate, and we're going to hit Z for the Z axis, and now we're going to just rotate this around. Maybe this would be a little more clear if we had a few more cubes. R and Z, and rotate this around. Here we go. And now you can see it has created an array in a perfect circle around this empty object. The array modifier is extremely useful for working with rows of identical objects, as now I can tab into edit mode on this cube and I can edit it in any way I see fit, and you will see that it affects, those changes are affected throughout the entire array. So that is it for the array modifier. Next up, we're going to put all of these skills we've learned about the simple modifiers we have gone over to the test. We're going to do a demo using Booleans, arrays, plus everything we have learned up until now. And in the next chapter, we're going to cover how to import and use reference images to create models from reference. All right, let's get started with the demo for using modifiers when building practical scenes and objects. So for this demonstration, I'm gonna do some columns. I'm gonna be doing Doric columns, which if you're not familiar with them, they're these sort of Greek style columns, but they have these simple bases and tops. Not some of this would not be a Doric column. So not with these sort of floral details, with these sort of straight geometrical details. So let's get started with that. So we're going to start by adding a cube to our scene, or using the default cube if that's what you have up. And now let's start by making our base. So I'm going to tab into edit mode, and I'm going to briefly turn on grid snapping, just so when I move this face by hitting G and then Z, it's going to snap exactly to this x-axis line, which we are using as our floor plane. So now let's turn that off and grab this face and bring this down pretty low here. So now I want to prep this for use with the mirror modifier. And actually, these columns are symmetrical both in the X direction and in the Y direction. So I really only need to model a quarter of it. And I'm going to model this quarter of it that is in the front right part of the mesh, because it will make it easier to view when snapping to the orthographic views with our shortcuts. So let's prep this for a mirror modifier by, in edit mode, adding some loop cuts, or you can simply select A and subdivide this once. All right, so now we have all the points that we need in order to define this front corner. So let's select all the other points that do not define this corner, press X and delete them. Okay, so now we just have this front corner. I did subdivide this face, but we can leave that. We'll use that geometry. That is open in the middle, and we do want to leave it open in the middle because we're going to close it with a mirror modifier. So in the modifier properties panel, come in, add modifier, and add a mirror. Now it's defaulted it to mirror across the X, which we do want, but we also want it to mirror across the Y, so just add the Y to that. And we can go ahead and turn on clipping for this because we do not want to create any holes along these lines. Okay, so let's start adding a little bit of detail to this. I'm going to actually lower this down a little bit and scale it in because I want to create sort of a little lip at the very bottom. I'm going to extrude this up and maybe inset it again. And I want to talk a little bit about inset with the mirror modifier. So when I inset this, it's only insetting this face, but I can change how this inset is performed on a mirror modifier by pressing B on the keyboard, which will turn off boundary. I believe it is currently off. Yes, it'll turn off boundary. So basically, when you have something like a mirror modifier on, and you inset with a boundary on, it's recognizing this as the boundary of the mesh that you're insetting. So you would end up with four, little extrusions rather than one large one in the center. So we have to do is when we inset it, hit B for boundary and bring it in, or enable boundary right here in the inset faces menu. All right, and we can always scale this. If we lock the Z value, we can adjust this value. Okay, let's extrude one more time. It's looking pretty good. It's a good start anyway. We can add, some detail to this if we like. Just add a couple loop cuts and maybe extrude these in. I'm hitting Shift Z after I press S, so it doesn't change the height of these faces. I want them scaled in exactly at their same height. And you can actually scale them down a little bit in the Z. I still had to lock the Z value because when you scaled it that way, it would probably not scale properly, but I just scaled these faces down a little bit in the Z so that when you're viewing it from an orthographic view, you can see this edge. Normally it would just sort of disappear the way this one has. So we can fix that edge as well. Let's grab the edge loop, pressing Alt and clicking, grabbing in the X and just moving it up. And now when we view it in orthographic mode, we can now see this edge again. And we can do that for all of these, or we can use things like bevels. So we can grab this edge, we can hit Shift B and bevel it a little bit. And now in orthographic view, now we can see this edge much more clearly. Let's put a bevel here as well. And let's just scale this up a little. I want it a little bit higher. Okay. So that's a good start for our base. Now let's move on to the column portion, and the column portion is going to be a cylinder. So I'm going to keep these objects separate for now, and then we can merge them when we're happy with how it looks. So let's add a cylinder. Shift A, cylinder. And scale this a bit. I currently have my my transform pivot set to 3D cursor, which is why it's, when I'm scaling it, it's coming into this point instead of into this point. Let's actually change that back to median for the time being, just so we can get the width of this right. Move it up. And let's change the height of this, either by scaling it and moving it, or by coming into edit mode and just moving the top face. And let's say about there. And now if you look at images of these columns, a lot of times they will usually, the top will be slightly thinner than the bottom. So let's just scale that in a little bit. All right. It's a pretty good start. I think I actually want to add a little bit more detail to the bottom, just so this transition isn't quite so stark, because if you're looking at reference pictures on the other screen, they do have sort of some, extrusions and things around the round part as well before you get into the main column portion. So let's just bring the bottom up a little bit and extrude it, scale it, bring it down a little bit so it's not quite so harsh, extrude it. Let's do an extrude and a scale, and extrude and just straight down, extrude and a scale. Let's bring this down a little, and let's extrude straight down. I do want to make sure that the widest point of this column is the bottom, just for visual reasons. I'm not following any particular design on this. I just kind of have a Google image search of Doric columns, and I'm looking at sort of all of them and getting an idea for what types of things you typically see in these columns. So let's delete this bottom face because we're never going to see it. It's just taking up memory on our computer. And the same is actually true for the top face. So now I can shade this whole thing smooth and it should look proper. I want to smooth out some of these curves a bit. So I'm just going to do that by grabbing these edge loops and beveling them. I can repeat a bevel of the exact same width by hitting Shift and R. and Shift and R. Okay. Another bevel, a smaller bevel for these sort of interior cuts. Tabbing in and out of edit mode so I can see how it looks. Tabbing back in to fix anything that needs to be fixed. Okay, that looks pretty good. So we actually want to do the same thing basically up top, but rather than just repeating it and trying to get it as even as possible, we can use a mirror modifier for this. So let's divide this mesh in half. And since we know that this is the exact halfway point, because between this point and this point, because Blender will always add a loop cut exactly at the halfway point, let's snap our origin to this because it's going to be our line of symmetry. So this should all be review, but to snap the origin, Shift S, cursor to selected, tab into edit mode, right click, set origin, origin to 3D cursor. Great, so now we have our origin right here. So if we were to come back into edit mode, select this top circle of vertices, delete them. And now in the modifiers panel, we're going to add a modifier of a mirror to the stack. We're going to disable the X mirror because we have our X information. We actually have all of our X and Y information. We're just going to enable it on the Z. So coming back into object mode, you'll see it's mirroring the bottom piece to the top, and I didn't have to redo those extrusions and bevels. Now, if I wanted to mirror this, let's say I want the base of this is going to be exactly the same as the top. We can do this also with a mirror modifier. So let's collapse this modifier. We still need it, so we're not going to get rid of it, but we're just going to add another mirror modifier to this. So let's just add a mirror modifier. By default, it's on X, which we do not want. We want it on Z because we want to mirror it on the up and down direction. Enable Z, but you'll see that because the pivot is at the bottom here, it is flipping it down into the negative. So it's essentially flipping this underground, and we want it flipped up here. Now we can do this, we can move this origin up into this point, but we don't have to do that because we already have this piece whose origin is right here. So instead we're going to use the mirror object option in the mirror modifier. So on our base piece, we're going to come into the second mirror modifier we have, and we can rename these. We can call this like XY modifier, this first one, because it is the one that we have that's creating this entire base from just this corner along the X and the Y axes. We can call this like top bottom modifier. Renaming it will do nothing to the modifier. It's just if you have a lot in your stack, helps you keep them organized. So let's use the mirror object. So what that's going to do, it's going to take this object and flip it based on the pivot of another object, which is exactly what we want. So in mirror object, either select it from the drop down or hit the eyedropper icon, select the object, and now you'll see that this is being mirrored perfectly on the Z axis around this object. Moving this object will move the way it is mirrored. So you'll see that really the only mesh data we have is this cylinder and this corner of the base, but with modifiers, we've created the entire column. So I want to add the sort of indents to this before we move on to joining it, before we finalize this. So we can do this, and actually this mesh is also symmetrical all the way around, so we don't actually even need this section. We can delete these vertices. We can add a second mirror modifier, and I'm going to drag it to the top just because that's how I like to organize my modifiers. I like to do anything that's like a piece of one mesh, like anything that would essentially need clipping turned on, in the stack above the pieces that are like being mirrored around other objects. That's just a personal preference and like an organizational thing. And we can delete the back as well. So we just have now this corner. So let's enable X and Y on this first mirror modifier. And so now really all our mesh data is this strip of mesh without modifiers on these objects. This is all we have in our scene, really. So you can just really see how powerful modifiers are for really quickly fleshing out objects and scenes. So let's turn that back on. And let's make sure, yes, clipping is enabled. So I'm going to add one edge loop right here to sort of protect these edges. And I'm going to select 1, 2, 3, 4 of these. And I'm not going to select them on the line of symmetry because I'm about to bevel these edges. And if you try to bevel an edge that is on a line of symmetry, it won't work. So let's Control B and bevel this. So now the bevels are there. If we extrude and scale this on not the Z, Shift Z, bring it in. Now this is a little messed up because I had my transform pivot set to median, so it's only looking at this quarter. So let's just set it back to 3D cursor. And do we have this extrusion? So, okay, good. Just making sure I didn't create any duplicates by moving those around. So now when we extrude along the X and Y, it should come in exactly to the center. Now this looks a little funky and there's a number of reasons, and it's mostly just shading. We do have to come in, however, and delete these sort of artifact faces. No problem, just delete them. So now we really need to fix the shading on this. And I think the way I'm going to do this is by selecting these, shading them flat. So you'll see with these shaded flat, and you can see it on this center one most of all, it's just fixed some of these shading issues, and it's easier to see this sort of extrusion part. So you can see that if we had every face on here, like that we were modeling with mesh, this would take a long time, but we only have to do a quarter of it. And so the mirror modifier really speeds that up. Okay, look at this. Now we just need to fix the shading on the bottom. And I believe these ones should be flat as well. Let's just select all of these and shade flat. Still having some artifacts. We can fix those in a bit though. So let's say we're happy with the appearance of this column. I'm just going to show you that. I believe I went over this in a previous video. I'm going to fix this shading really quick by hitting A to select everything, hitting Alt-N, and pressing Reset Vectors. It's going to highlight some of these edges for you in blue. And all that means is Blender sees this is a sharp edge, so this edge needs to be shaded as sharp. And sometimes you want this, sometimes you don't. You can always come in afterwards and change these back to smooth shading. Select the edge, right click in edge select mode, or come up to the edge select menu. Just do clear sharp, and that will shade that back to smooth. So you'll see that the reset vectors has fixed all the issues we were having here, but it incorrectly assumed that we wanted sharp edges here. So we just have to come in and clear them. And we can make an edge sharp ourselves by, in edge select mode, selecting our edges, right clicking and hitting mark sharp. Okay, so that's looking a lot better. So let's say we're happy with this. Now, because we have the same modifier stack on both these objects, we actually wouldn't have any issues if we were to join them. However, if one of these did not have one of these exact modifiers that are being modified in the same way across the X and Y and then across the Z, you might get some issues. And we might even get some issues because our base is using our cylinder. So I believe that if we join them, these will, looks okay. So all that it's done now is that it's cleared the mirror object because that object no longer exists anymore because we joined it. But just know that if you are trying to join two objects together that have different modifiers in the stack, but you want it to appear exactly as it does in the viewport, the way to do that would just be to first apply the modifiers and then join them. So you would just hit the down arrow and apply, or Control A to apply each of your modifiers, and you want to apply the top one first and then the bottom one, as we discussed when we discussed the modifier stack order. And then you would join those objects after you have applied all the modifiers on all the separate objects. But I'm going to leave these because they have the exact same modifiers. It's not causing any issues, and I think it just creates a smoother, more flexible workflow when you leave your modifiers. All right. So we have one column here. Now we can use some more modifiers to flesh this out even more. So let's say we wanted, some sort of Greek temple or something like that. So we're going to need a lot of columns. So let's duplicate our column here, but we're going to do it with modifiers. So I'm first just going to move this over a little bit. And then I'm going to this, let's rename this really quick. To this column object, I'm going to add to my modifier stack an array modifier. So right now it has a relative offset of 1, so there's no gap right here. They're being drawn exactly next to each other. But we can just increase this slider to move this over. Great. And now if we increase the count, every subsequent column we place will have that same exact distance. So we can increase and decrease these sliders to get roughly the look we want. I do want an even number, I believe, because I want to be able to place like a door or something right there. These columns would obviously be holding up some sort of roof. So let's add that now. We can press Shift and C to reset our 3D cursor just so it's in the center again. We're going to add a cube. Move it up. Scale this a little bit in the X. I'm just changing that pivot point back to median, which is the default. I'm going to place these as close as we can here. Scale it. Now I'm trying to place these exactly in the center by looking at these, but that's a very inaccurate way to do this. So what I actually probably should be doing is instead of making an array of 6, I should be making an array of 3, making my placement on this side, and adding even another mirror modifier. But we're going to use this mesh cube object as our point of symmetry. So if we add cube into this, it's just going to flip it and it's going to be exact. And if I change the width of this at any point, it will mirror perfectly. So you can see that you can quickly get a lot of modifiers going in your stack, but it makes your models really flexible while you're working with them. Okay, so I have this the width I want it. I'm going to come back to this piece in just a second. I first want to flesh out more of the base of this. I'm thinking like, you know, like an ancient Greek temple sort of thing. So let's add this, a new cube, tab into edit mode, briefly turn on snapping so that it's perfectly flush with the floor. Turn off snapping, tab out of edit mode to have our pivot move with us. Let's move it back, let's scale it up, and with the pivot at the bottom, it's going to stay there. It's really nice. So that's a little too high, obviously. Let's scale it to about there. Next, scale it out. And we want to, from the top view, make it, it doesn't have to be square perfectly. It can be a little bit rectangular. Okay, that looks pretty good. That's sort of the interior base, you know, like where this would be like a door in here and this would be the actual interior of the building. So we can add a door and we can do that with the Boolean modifier. I'm gonna hide this cube just for right now. And I'm going to leave these up for reference, and then we'll probably hide them in a moment. So let's rename this to like building or something like that. And now we're going to cut in a door here. So we're going to add another cube, and we're going to scale it just looking at these columns, not looking at real world values. We're just going to scale it to what we think roughly a door should look like for a building of this size. I think that looks about good. I'm going to inset this back so it is intersecting with this main building structure of what these walls are. And now instead of just kind of sticking this cube onto the front of this wall segment the way that we have been doing in the past, we are now going to use a Boolean modifier to cut in a doorway. So we're going to select our building mesh, and let's rename this something like bool underscore door, just so it's easier to find. Now let's add a modifier here, and we're going to add a Boolean. So our Boolean object is going to be our door. Select it. And now if we hide this object, we now have this indent here. There we go. All right. So I'm just thinking about the order in which I want to approach these things. Sometimes, you know, for certain objects, the order really matters. For other things, it's up to you. I think what I want to do is I'm going to apply this Boolean modifier because I'm satisfied with this. And I'm looking at some references. I just Googled Greek temple, and I'm looking at some references, and it doesn't look like this interior section really has many windows in most of these. It just has a door from what I can see for most of them. I'm sure some of them have windows. And it's up to you. If you decide you want windows in yours, the same operation with this, you just add a Boolean call it, a cube, size it the way you want it, call it, Boolean underscore window, place them where you want them, and then add another Boolean for the modifier stack. Or alternatively, you could, in edit mode, duplicate this and, scale it to be a window size. And now this is all one object. So this Boolean modifier is still referencing this object. So if we hide it, you'll see it now has a door and a window cut in because it is all one object. So there's a couple different ways to do things. And since I have these windows, let's just add them on the front. Actually, don't like that one. We're just going to add maybe 3 here. And you'll see in wireframe with the Boolean modifier turned on, there's these cuts that are coming across. It's just kind of telling you where it's going to draw these new edges to connect with these vertices. Okay, let's hide our Boolean object. Great. And you can do as many as you like, go all the way around, whatever you like. We are going to go all the way around, just maybe not with the windows. So let's return to this because you might be wondering what I'm planning on doing with it. So let's see how this is lined up. In the z-axis, yeah, okay, so we're going to extend this out, so we don't actually need this top face. So let's delete it. And so we have just sort of an empty box here. And you can see sort of the interior of the indents we made with the Boolean modifier. Let's tab into edit mode on this, which is going to be the roof piece, and just grab it, drag it out. All right. So let's see. It is approximately 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 centimeters out from this wall is this edge. Let's just check this side. So it's 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 should be about here. So I'm going to drag it out to about there. We're going to Shift D and duplicate these along the Y and place them. And if you're wondering, oh, couldn't I use a mirror modifier around this object? Absolutely. And maybe we should, since this is supposed to be a mirror modifier demo. But once again, just proving that there is more than one way to model something in Blender. So I've just added another mirror modifier to the stack. Let's call this start naming some of these, front, back. And then if you ever forget what an individual modifier in your stack does, just disable the viewport visibility and you'd be like, oh, this one is the left, right. The array, we kind of know what the array does. It's only the only array. This is, let's call this local underscore top bottom. And I'm calling it local because what I mean by that in this case is that I'm mirroring this locally to create an object, and then these mirrors down lower in the stack are for mirroring to duplicate that object. So this one is local XY, yes. Local underscore XY. And that's just going to help me keep track of what each of these is doing in the stack. All right. So let's actually come into top view here. See, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, about 5 from the edge. So let's duplicate, Shift D to duplicate this. And maybe come into wireframe so we can see where the boundaries are. 2, 3, 4, 5. So now I have these spaced approximately where they need to be. So I need to basically, for this object that's been duplicated, I no longer want it running through, I want it running this way. So let's change our array to 0. In the X, and let's change it to -1. Let's change it to 1 in the Y, and then just slide it up. I think it was at, what is it at for this one? 3.4. Let's go 3.4 and reduce our count down to 2. And still, because this is not exactly square, we have a little bit of left over. So we're just gonna increase this relative factor on our array modifier until it looks approximately even. Looks pretty good. Okay, so we want to pitch this roof. And I'm going to do that with an extrusion. Because these roofs on these sort of Greek style temples have a portion where they just come straight up and then they pitch in after that. So let's extrude this face. And in fact, we can be using a mirror modifier on this one as well because it is exactly the same left and right. And mirror modifiers help keep things symmetrical. Let's grab this in on the X. Looks pretty good. So now these vertices are so close together, there's no point to having both of them. So let's box select, and you can come into wireframe to box select to make sure that you're getting them both. Just make sure there's no actual geometry behind them. You see, obviously I cannot select something that's just being produced as part of a mirror modifier, and also it's in a separate object. So M at center, M at center. Okay, so I'm not going to spend too much longer on this. The demonstration's getting sort of long, but we're almost done. So let's just push through. All I've done is inset this face with I and moved it up a little. I'm going to hit E to extrude it, bring it in. I'm going to delete this sort of artifact face that's created between them from the mirror modifier. Create that inset edge and scale it in ever so slightly just so that we can see it from the front better. Oops. And I did not have clipping turned on for this, so it created a hole. So I'm just Control-Zing to undo it, enable clipping, and scale it again. Cool. Let's create a quick base for this. Another cube. Going to tab into edit mode, briefly turn on snapping. I'm actually going to put this at the top because I want it to come down. And I'm going to grab that and make it, oh, I don't know, 0.5, 50 centimeters. Okay, so now we need to scale this on the X and maybe bring it forward a little bit on the Y without snapping enabled. I'm just trying to create sort of an edge, something that sticks out a little bit, and I'm going a little bit quicker now because I'm trying to finish this, but you'll just see it's created like a little bit of a lip for these to sit on. We can create sort of a more, scale it like just a couple steps up to the foundation. Again, this is not architecturally accurate, but it does not need to be for our purposes. It looks pretty good. Now, I made this inset on the front and I forgot to make it on the back. Let's just duplicate it by cutting this mesh in half, deleting the back, and enabling Y on the mirror modifier, but we just need to move the pivot. I think we could even do it that way. Yeah. So we didn't even need to move the pivot. We just added this building, this block part as our object. for our mirror object in the mirror modifier. So you can